And I mean, I'm not actually convinced it's because of the 6-2 direct effect. I think it's super powerful and whatever the engine mapping is. And what? Whatever the engine mapping is.
Hello again, and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 California Pro-Am here at Short Line Lake, the 20th annual California Pro-Am. In just about 9 minutes, we'll be underway with open men and women's slalom preliminary rounds to see who will be in the finals for tomorrow morning. We're going to be starting with open women, followed by open men, and then another round of open men and women, and then a jump round of each. So if you stay tuned, we'll be back with you shortly. We're going to have our national anthem in about 5 minutes, and then we'll be underway with some skiing. Stay tuned.
Only one waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
If I could have everyone please rise, remove your hats, we'll have our national anthem. We are on the water with our first skier, Sasha Danishkaya, coming in at 34.28 off for our first skier in this open women's preliminary round.
So Ryan, looks like nice, easy opening pass for Sasha. Beautiful morning here at Short Line Lake in Elk Grove, California.
And that's a confirmed 6 for Sasha on her opening pass, 34.28 off. So they'll be shortening the line to 32. Easy work of that. It's already nice and warm here at Short Line this morning. Not really a breath of wind. Perfect conditions, as was it yesterday.
And Ryan, I know you talked earlier, we're going to be seeing slalom as well as jump later today, and Sasha may be our only competitor this weekend that is competing in both events. So we'll see here later on today in the jump event. She's based in the Orlando, Florida area.
And here she is coming in from the south end, pulling out for her gates at 32 off.
Another nice opening pass for Sasha. She's skiing on a good ski. I believe she's on a 99.70. So we see here in the replay, keeping a nice tight line coming into 2, over to 3. Sasha's got really good line control.
Shortening the line to 35 up next for Sasha. Here comes Sasha at her 35 off pass. What do you think, Brian? That was a pretty nice 35 to start off our morning.
Yeah, definitely. Sasha's skiing well right now. I think she just flew in yesterday for Orlando. I spoke to her briefly this morning. She said it was first time skiing here, so she's definitely getting acclimated to the conditions. As you mentioned, we've got great conditions this morning and a nice 35 off to set her up coming back at 38. And, Sasha's definitely capable of running this pass. We've seen her do it before, and she's our defending world overall champion from this past Worlds. So she's, like we mentioned, we're going to be seeing her a little later here in jump, but just an awesome 3-eventer, and we'll see what she can do coming back at 38 off.
And the way this tournament's working this year is there's 2 rounds for preliminaries, and they're going to take the best round to see who gets into the final. It's not an average this year. It's the best round, and if there are any ties, they'll go to your backup score. So that's how we'll decide who's going to. We have 10 women, 8 will make it into the head-to-head, and we'll also have 8 in the head-to-head for men as well. But our first competitor, Sasha, coming in for her 38 off.
She got a pretty good one there. Over to 2, lost the line just a little bit, but she's still in it. Around 4, over to 5. And will we see our first 38 off, first skier of the morning? And we will. Great skiing for Sasha.
Good way to set the pace here this morning.
And Ryan, looking at this field, I think that's what it's going to take to get into this final is definitely a score into 39 off. So she's definitely setting the stage for the ladies, getting through 38 as we see on the replay. You know, a little bobble, you know, there, but she stayed patient out of the buoy, able to get it done.
So what do you think the cutoff might be for this, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, we're early first skier on the water, but, you know, looking at the list that we have here today and, you know, how people have been skiing this week, I think it's going to take, you know, 2, maybe even a piece of 3, you know, to get into this final. So we'll see what Sasha is able to do coming back in, 39 off. Looks like a nice wide gate, a decent. I thought she looked pretty good coming into 1. Unfortunately, 1 buoy. Well, that sets the stage for our open women's slalom this morning. 1 buoy, 39 off.
I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. And, of course, we also have Dublin Toyota, Good Skis, Babes Boat Care, Syndicate by HO Skis, Richard Storley with State Farm Insurance, D3 Skis, Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Radar Skis, Wilderness Forestry Incorporated, Connolly, Stealth, Larry and Gwen Ligon and Darcy Murray, Sanger Homes, and Big B Lumber. Thank you for helping make this tournament possible. Give a round of applause as Sasha makes her way back to the dock after her score of 1 at 39 here this morning.
So looking at our running order, we've got Ali Garcia up next. She'll be followed by Paige Reaney, Karen Truelove, Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock Reaney, and Regina Jaquist.
Ali Garcia will be starting out at 34.28 off as well. Ali from Winter Garden, Florida, skis at Lake Hancock, where she's currently a student at Louisiana Lafayette.
Allie's had quite the summer. I know she went over to Europe, skied all the European events. Just got back a couple weeks ago, skied the U.S. Nationals and America's Cup, taking a title there, and then was up Hilltop last weekend. So she's been on a roll, lot of events, skiing well. And I know she was here all week skiing. We'll see what she can do this morning.
Ali Garcia, 34.28.
So looking back at the replay here, you can see Allie. She's got great handle control, staying on the handle into the buoy, keeping a tight line, just riding that ski back on the opener. Getting a feel for the water this morning.
We've got Allie coming back in around the island now at 32 off for her second pass. She's got her work cut out for her. We already had Sasha get one at 39 just a few moments ago. Nice and early, waiting on the buoys here. For one of our younger competitors in Open Women, she's been to several of these California Pro-Ams. It's good to see her coming back out every year. Another 6 buoys there for Allie at 32 off. So the round 2 of both open events will be reseeded. So this is coming in today. This is how their averages are based coming into this tournament, but then we'll reseed it for the second round to decide, and then we'll know which top 8 will make it into the head-to-head for tomorrow morning. So Allie Garcia will be coming back in at 35 off for her third pass.
Allie's riding the good XTR carbon core coming through the gates. Little back there at a 1. Oh. Looks like she's back in it at a 3 over to 4. Little long to 5. Caused her to go back, lose the line a bit, but able to manage in round 6 and out the gates.
She made up some time there after that start a little bit, but that was good. Settled back in.
Yeah, I think she's just going a little long there at the gate. Created, a little extra speed, as we'll see here at 1. Caused her to lose the line, go back. But she had confidence going in on that offside 2 ball. Got her back in. Then great 3 ball. And then she's cruising the rest of the pass. So hopefully she'll be able to clean up that start. I know she'll be looking for a better start, tighter line there at the finish of 1 like she was having at 28 and 32. Greg Bedell's got the Nautique back up around the island, coming in the course. 38 off. Allie Garcia. Looks like a better one than 35. Over to 2. Little long to 3. But she's in this pass. Round 5 over to 6. And our second 38
All
of the
right.
day already.
Good skiing, Ali Garcia. Pretty good one ball there.
Yeah, it was a much better start compared to 35. Like you said, great one, good two. Pulled a little long to 3, but her onside can carry a little more speed there. Was able to manage it, and I know she'll be happy with that performance this morning.
Score to beat right now, Sasha's 1 at 39. With 10 skiers in this group, we're on our second one of this morning, Ali Garcia. Ali's back on the water, coming in from the north end of the lake, 39.5 feet off. Looks like 1 at 39 for Ali. Great skiing out there.
Looked a little bit just like Sasha's. It seemed like they, had it wide on the gate. Had a good swing into one, but just didn't like what they were seeing there. So unfortunately, that's going to tie our mark, 1 at 39. But I know the way she's been skiing the last couple of weeks, she said, she was in a little slump, and I think that gets her out of the slump, and definitely good skiing for her this morning. Especially, I know I spoke to her. She said she got a little food poisoning last night, and so it was a little rough night. So definitely great skiing by Ali, and we'll see what she can do in the next round.
Yeah, give it up for Ali as she goes by. Great skiing out there. I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Nautique, which is celebrating its 60th anniversary. The record-setting Ski Nautique is the ultimate 3-event tournament ski boat. To learn more about it and other Nautique models, visit nautique.com. So to start off our morning, we have 2 1s at 39 by Sasha and Ali, with Paige Reaney left, Karen Trulove, Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock Reaney, and Regina Jaquist up next.
All right, we've got Paige Reaney coming in 32 off. Another grader, Orlando, out of Claremont. So Paige has been skiing well. I know she was at Hilltop last weekend, ran a 3 at 39, and I believe a 2 at 39 in the prelims. And a good opening pass, 32 off.
Confirmed 6 at 32. She's the Junior Masters, 4 times Junior Masters champion. 3rd in overall at the Open Worlds. Under 21, 2nd place overall in the Pan Am champion. 35 off will be up next for Paige Reaney. Paige Reaney, second pass, 35 off. I'm sure we'll see quite a few of these ladies go out at 32 from here on out.
Looks like a great start here, 35 off.
Tight line the whole pass.
So you see Paige, another lefty this morning. You know, great handle control. Just managing the pass here. Another warm up, 35 off for her.
Just tell us when. First pro win, right, for the America's Cup?
Yeah, America's Cup up at the U.S. Nationals. It was really fun. Coming off the high of that right now and trying to compete with all these girls, it's fun.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you. No worries. I appreciate it.
All right, we've got Paige Reaney coming back in, 38 off. We've got two skiers through this pass already. Looks like it's going to be a must-run pass today to make it into the finals for tomorrow. Looks like she's got a pretty good one. Little loose line at 2, over to 3. She's managing the course well. Little long pull to 5, but coming in on the onside, able to manage it. And out the gates. Another 38 off this morning by our ladies. So you see on the replay, she had a pretty good start. I think lost the line maybe just a touch there at a 3. And put her a little down course into 4, but able to manage the pass. And we'll get a look, another look at 39 off.
Score to beat still Sasha and Allie with 1 at 39. Paige Reaney now 39.5 off.
So we see two buoys, 39.5 off for Paige. Looked like she had a decent one. Just came up a bit narrow there into 2. Didn't have quite the swing that she was looking for, but puts her in the lead. Two buoys, 39.5 off. Gets her out of that tie at 1, and I think really starts putting the pressure on the rest of the field.
We'll have Karen Truelove next, and then we need some of you skiers to head on down to the dock. Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Allie Nicholson, Jamie Bull, they're calling for you down at the dock. So Karen Truelove will be out next, followed by, we need these people to head down to the dock, Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Allie Nicholson, Jamie Bull.
Truelove, 3428.
So Karen will be coming out at 34 miles an hour, 28 off, 34 the top speed for these ladies. Smooth opening pass there for Karen as she rounds 6 and out the gates at her opener of 34.28.
All right, we've got Karen coming back in, 32 off. She's riding the good XTR team. Karen skied well here last year. She's definitely on the podium. Can't remember if it was a second or third place. I remember she ran 3 at 39 here and set a new national record for the women's 4 division. Another nice opening pass at 32 off.
So Karen Truelove just ran her 32 off pass and will be returning at 35. Still in the lead, in the lead now we have Paige Reaney with 2 at 39, followed by Ali Garcia and Sasha with 1 at 39. Karen's looking pretty smooth this morning, though. She's well on her way with 10 skiers in this open women event for this first round of slalom.
So Karen, 35 off. Looking dialed on that good ski.
6 with a 9.5. 6 with a 9.5. Confirm 6 minus 3.5.
see here on the replay, good start for Karen. You know, right foot forward skier. She's getting a nice swing out of the boat, keeping a tight line, patient out of the turn. She's looking dialed out there. Setting her up nice for 38 off.
Karen Truelove coming in now, 38 off. Not a bad one. Stick with it. A little deep out of 3. Still in it. Come on, Karen. Oh.
Unfortunately, early fall there for Karen. 3.5 at 38 off. We can see at the start here. A little aggressive there at 1, but thought she was okay. A little back at 2, as well as 3. Just getting down course, coming to that onside, trying to get a little bigger turn than she was able to handle. The positive this year, Ryan, like you mentioned, it's no longer cumulative scores as it has been in the past. We're just taking top 8 scores into the final. So Karen will be able to get back to the drawing board, see what she did, and come back out strong in the second round.
Looks like Elizabeth Montavon is a scratch, so we will have Chelsea Mills at 34 minus 2.8. So Chelsea Mills on the water now, 34-28 off. She's a mindset coach. I know she's worked with a lot of the juniors out here on the West Coast, helping them become national and regional champions. 6 buoys, 28 off for Chelsea Mills. .32 off up next for Chelsea. In the lead, we're almost halfway through this open women's slalom. In the lead, Paige Rainey with 2 at 39, followed by Ali Garcia and Sasha with 1 at 39.
Chelsea got a later start into the sport compared to most people, so impressive what she's been able to do in the short years that she has been skiing. She's really been coming on the last handful of years, starting to ski a lot more pro events and being in the mix, making some finals. Another nice pass, 32 off.
Back on the water now with Chelsea Mills. She'll be at 35 off for her third pass. Nice strong pull out for the gate.
Wow, pretty good recovery there, Ryan. We'll see on the replay. Had a decent start there, 1-2, but loaded pretty hard there from 2 to 3. Got pulled up, got separated, but it's 35 off. She was able to manage it. So you'll see here at a 2, just got a little separated there, lost the hips into 3, but was able to manage the rest of the pass. Hopefully she'll correct that, and coming in here at 38 off, a bobble like that might not be able to get away with that at this next line length. But Chelsea's definitely a strong skier, definitely fights and battles. It's great to see that she doesn't have quit in her. All right, we've got Chelsea coming back in, 38 off. It's shaping up like a must-run pass this morning for the women. Looks like she's got a great one. Over to 2. A little slow at 2. Better 3. Little down course into 4. See if she can manage the line into 5. Looks like she does. A little separated. Can she get outside of 6? 6 buoys, 38 off. So looking back at the replay, we see right there just lost the hips a little bit at a 2, so slow 2, but a great 3. She's down course at 4, able to manage the line into 5 and get outside of 6. Giving herself an opportunity, 39 off. We've got our lead 2 buoys currently by Paige Reaney. All right, Chelsea Mills coming back in, 39 off. I think she'll definitely need a piece of 2 Let's see, a little narrow there at 1. Can she get over to 2? She pulled long, sacrifices the body. We'll have to wait for the judge's call. Looked like the ski might have got outside the buoy line, but not sure if she had the line. As we see here, real narrow there at 1.
Still waiting on a final confirmation for Chelsea's score there, whether it was a 1.5 or a 1.25. We'll let you know. Regardless, that puts her unofficially in second place for this first round behind Paige Reaney, followed by Ali Garcia and Sasha with 1:39. Take a moment to thank our title sponsor, Nautique, as well as some of our other sponsors, Big B Lumber, Sanger Homes, Larry and Gwen Ligon, Darcy Murray, Stealth, Connolly, Wilderness Forestry Incorporated, Radar Skis, and Dutch Bros, to name a few. Up next, we'll have Allie Nicholson, 34 minus 3-2.
So Allie, another skier that's been out here all week, skiing here at Short Line and a couple other lakes. Skiing on a HO ski. I think we'll start seeing most of the ladies here on out going 32 off like Allie. Nice warm-up pass. Confirmed 6 at 32 off.
Nice and wide. Great line control.
So Allie Nicholson, just like Ali Garcia, went over to Europe and did the entire European tour as well. I believe she took the title in Norway. And Allie's a nurse, and I know she has transitioned this past year to do travel nursing, be able to work a lot of hours in the winter and be able to have some freedom and flexibility during the summer, giving her that opportunity to go to Europe and to be able to ski all of these events during the summer. She's coming back in 35 off.
Six confirmed, a 35 off there for Allie.
So as we see on the replay, Allie's keeping a nice tight line throughout the pass. She's patient in the turn. She's got a good work zone. That's what's enabling her to keep that tight line, not having the increased water speed. That's what you'll need here coming back 38 off. We just got final confirmation. Chelsea Mills 1 1/4 at 39. But we've got Allie Nicholson coming back in 38 off. She's got a pretty good start. A little long there into 3. Created a loose line there. But looks like she's still in good shape over to 4. Little long to 5. On the onside, able to manage it. And 6 buoys. 38 off.
$39.5 off now for Allie Nicholson. Just ran her 38. The lead is 2 by Paige Reaney.
Allie definitely capable of getting down this pass. So let's see. Looks like a little hard there at the gate because of that loose line at 1. Over to 2. She's got a good. Oh, I thought she was going to hook up good there at a 2, but just that load, just a little more than she's able to manage. As we'll see here, I think just went a little hard there at the gate, caused a little extra speed. Loose line at 1, over to 2. She was full committed too. Definitely wasn't, coming in to stand that up. I thought she got the ski around and thought she was going to be able to hold on to that and get her way over to 3. But confirmed 1.5, so puts her into second, just ahead of Chelsea Mills at 1 1/4, and behind Paige Reaney, still our leader. She was our 3rd skier off the dock. 2 buoys, 39 off, and we've got 3 skiers left: Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock, Reaney, and our top seed Regina Jaquist. All right, from one HO skier to the next, we've got Jamie Bull, 32 off. Your defending Open Women's World Slalom Champion from 2021 in Groveland, Florida at Sunset Lakes, where one of her home sites where she does a lot of her training when she's in the U.S.
Confirmed 6, a 32 off for Jamie on that opener. She just graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering and a minor in biomedical.
Yeah, I was talking to her, Ryan, earlier this week. She was here all week skiing, and asked her what her plan was. Here moving forward, looks like she's gonna get an internship and then go from there. Possibly go to grad school. But impressive to have a mechanical engineering degree as well as a minor in biomed and still competing at the high level in water skiing, becoming world champion. She was also under 21 world champion.
And here's Jamie, 35 off, second pass. Another 6 for Jamie there. 35, a walk in the park.
All right, I'm here with Allie Nicholson. Just got off the water, 1.5, 39. Good skiing, but I know you wanted more. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, definitely wanted more. This week with practice and everything has been, a little rough. Just, life on the road and whatnot. So, pretty happy to get that first 38 under my belt and definitely going out looking for more next round.
Yeah, definitely. You look good out there. I know you made the comment of, just a little hard at the gate there at 39. And, your 38 was good. So, definitely some good things to take away and move into the next round.
Yeah, I just came in a little too hot there on the gate. And I kind of knew it when I did it and tried to recover, but didn't quite make it. So something to think about next time. I think I got a little excited there.
Yeah, still great skiing for first round. We got another round. Let you dry off, get rested, and we'll see you back out there.
Thanks.
Jamie Bull coming back in now for her 38 off.
All right, Jamie, nice tight line attitude over to 3. 38 off. Little loose at 4, but Jamie coming in has a great offside turn on that 1-3. So Jamie's our 6th woman this morning to run 38. Again, we're taking top 8 to the final tomorrow. It's 2-round prelims, top 8 scores. So it's shaping up. Definitely going to need a score into 39. Still in the lead. We've got Paige Reaney, 2 at 39. We've got Jamie Bull coming back in. Now she'll want to push out that lead score a little farther than 2. She's got a great gate. Nice tight line at 1. Over to 2. Great 2. A little deep there at 3. Shoulder heavy into 4, but she's able to manage. Around 4. Over to 5. Comes up just a little narrow there. Great skiing. 4.5, 39 off for Jamie Bull, our new leader. So you see on the replay, Jamie had a phenomenal start. Great 1 and 2. We lose her there behind the boat. It's a little hard to see exactly what happened there at 3, but she was a little shoulder heavy because of whatever happened at 3 over to 4. Just caused a little more speed. Thought she was going to be able to manage that. As I mentioned, at 35, or 38, she's got a strong offside turn. You don't see that happen too often on the 135 side with Jamie. But I know she wanted more. Still great skiing. Puts her in the lead. 4.5, 39 off. 2 skiers left. Whitney McClintock-Rini and Regina Jaquist. All right, Whitney coming in 32 off, originally from Cambridge in Canada, but now resides in the greater Orlando, Florida area. Nice looking opening pass. We got a pretty good clan out here from Rini Ski School. They've got a good crew there, all training together. I know they like skiing the early mornings. So definitely used to this early morning skiing for Whitney. So looking at her bio, we've got 30 years of skiing for Whitney, to go along with 30-plus pro titles, 9-time world champion. And when she's not skiing, she's helping you buy or sell houses in the Orlando area. Whitney coming back in behind the Nautique boat. Something she's very familiar with, being a Team Nautique athlete. Coming in 35 off. She's skiing on the Radar Vapor 66. Another nice opening pass for Whitney. We've got Whitney coming back, 38 off. Great to see she's got the whole family out here. Matt's out here for the first time. It was just her and Zane last year. So great to see everybody out here enjoying the California sun. Looks like Whitney's got a great start here, 38 off. Around 3 over to 4. And another 38 off in the books. So as we can see in the replay here, coming halfway down, 38 off, around 4 over to 5. Little big 5 there on that onside. But Whitney's able to manage it. I think the biggest thing I see with her skiing from this year to years past, I think she's been really working on that handle control and water speed out to 2.4. Is able to have a cleaner turn, a little more comfortable there. I think that's why we've been seeing her get deeper and getting through more 39s this year. If Whitney wants to take the lead, she's going to have to get pretty much all the way down, if not through this 39 off. Chasing our leader, Jamie Bull, 4.5 buoys. In second place, Paige Reaney. So let's see what Whitney can do here. A little loose line at 1, but good shape. Nice tight line at 2. Over to 3. Little pulled up at 4, but coming in the onside, able to handle 5. And around 6 out the gates, 39 off, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. So great skiing there for Whitney. As we see on the replay, a little loose at 1, but she had a great offside 2 ball there, over to 3. Just able to course manage the rest of the pass. A little down course at 5, but a little difference of Jamie and her coming into 5 ball. It was her onside turn, so she's able to manage that. That'll be our first women's skier through 39 getting a crack here at 41. So Whitney's got a personal best 2.25 at 41, the Open Women's Canadian slalom record holder. So let's see what type of gate she's able to get here. She's able to get a nice tight line at 1. She got a nice gate, one-handed gate, over to 1. A little narrow. Didn't quite get a swing to get in front of 1 there, but still great skiing by Whitney. Half buoy, 41 off. That's our new leader with 1 skier left. We've got Regina Jaquist.
Great skiing there by Whit. I'd like to thank some of our other sponsors: Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, D3 Skis, State Farm Insurance with Rich Storley, Syndicate by HO Skis, Babes Boat Care, Good Skis, Dublin Toyota, and our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. Stay connected with Nautique Boats via Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for the latest updates. And you can join the conversation by using the hashtag #NauticBoats. So one more skier in open women, Regina Jaquist, our top seed for this first round. The second round will be reseeded. And remember, the top 8 going to head-to-head for tomorrow morning. And then we'll be moving on to the first round of open men slalom. So these skiers might want to make their way on down to the dock. Blaze Grubbs, Ryan Canepa, Chris Parrish, Dorian Llewellyn, Stephen Island will be our first handful of open men slalomers. Regina will be coming out 34 minus 3.2.
All right, Regina into the course, 32 off. Your open women's slalom world record holder. Riding the good XDR team ski. Regina's been, looking pretty close back to her normal self after the knee injury last year. I know we saw her towards the end of last year with some impressive skiing with how quickly she came back. And talking with her yesterday, she said it's just an up and down roller coaster a bit with the knee still. That, some days feel really good, other days, definitely not 100%. And I know flying, seems to, maybe a little more swelling or inflammation. So hopefully she's able to manage that. I know after Hilltop last weekend, took the red eye out, worked all week, and came back yesterday afternoon. So definitely a lot of traveling going on for her, but it was a nice opening pass, 32 off.
Regina coming back in. Second pass now, 35 off. Easy work of that pass. Beautiful conditions here at Shortline Lake in Elk Grove, California. We've been having a real nice weekend. Conditions couldn't be better. It's warming up. A little warmer than yesterday.
And Ryan, 20 years of the California Pro-Am. Quite an accomplishment that Greg and Debbie Bedell have been putting on for 2 decades now. Started as the Dablo Shores Pro-Am there in Brentwood. Was there for many years, then transitioned up just north of here. Turned into the California Pro-Am at Belacqua, Lake 2 and Lake 1 for a handful of years, and then the last 2 years been down here in Elk Grove, and couldn't ask for better conditions. And for the 20th year, doing a little something different and adding men and women's jump. That'll be exciting to see later on this afternoon.
Yeah. And the format, as we've been discussing, has changed a little bit, that we're taking the best round. It's no longer an average. So it might take the pressure off a little bit, depending on how that first round goes.
Yeah, obviously, we got a lot of these ladies got some great scores into 39, so they have a solid score, and we'll see what they can do the second round. But still in the first round, we've got Regina coming back in, 38 off. One thing I think Regina does real well is her handle control and water speed. able to give her some comfort, not feeling rushed in the turn, keep a nice tight line. I think that's why we've seen her at the top of women's slalom for many years. We'll give a shout out to the crew holding down the fort back home in Santa Rosa Beach at Emerald Coast. Regina's compound pharmacy. I know she has got a great team that allows her to be able to do what she loves, traveling with skiing, and they're able to hold down the fort and keep the wheels turning on the business. All right, so our leaderboard, we've got Whitney McClintock-Reaney half at 41, followed by Jamie Booth 4.5 at 39, and Paige Reaney at 2 at 39. So that's our top three right now. We've got Regina coming back in, 39 off. I know she's going to want to run this and challenge our leader. Nice tight line out of 1. Looking in good shape at 3, over to 4. That's got to be one of the best 39s I've seen Regina run since coming back from that knee surgery.
Confirmed 6 at 39 for Regina. 2 in this first round of slalom have been completed. So as you were saying, right now the score to beat in this first round is Whitney's half.
Well, and so that tells us. I know we were talking early this morning that what's the bubble, what's the cut going to be, and we've got 8 women through 39 through 38, so it's for sure going to take a score into 39 to get into the top 8 to make the final tomorrow.
Regina coming in now, 41. All right, all eyes as Regina comes in for her gate at 41 off. Looking like maybe a full 1. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah? Give a full 1. Looked like she had a decent gate and came out of 1 halfway decent. I think just got a little lost the hip. I think just a little bit off the second wake into 1. Just got a little high hip there. Just wasn't able to get the ski to come through like she wanted there at 1. But still great skiing. 1 at 41 takes the lead after round 1.
So we have a little change in seating for round 2, but for the most part, it'll be very similar to this first round. So our leader after this first round, Regina Jaquist, coming back down the lake with her 1 at 41. Give it up for her after this first round of competition. Great skiing out there, Regina. Followed by Whitney McClintock-Reaney with a half at 41. Then Jamie Bull, 4.5 at 39. Paige Reaney with 2 at 39. Allie Nicholson with 1.5 at 39. Sasha and Allie Garcia each with 1 at 39. Up next, we're going to have open men's slalom. First couple skiers will be Blaze Grubbs, Ryan Canepa, Chris Parrish, Dorian Llewellyn, and Stephen Island. I'd like to thank our title sponsor. The Nautique brand offers a variety of superior quality inboards. To see the complete Nautique product line, visit nautique.com today. They're dedicated to making a difference off the water, on and off the water, with charitable organizations all over the world as part of the Nautique Cares initiative. And also, if you have a picture from this event you'd like to share it on social media using the hashtag NautiqueBoats. Welcome back to day 2 of the California Pro-Am, 20th Annual California Pro-Am. Starting out with open men's slalom here now with Blaze Grubbs. He'll be going out at 32 off. Blaze not too far down the road at Balaqua Lake 3 in Rio Linda, California. Sponsored by D3 Skis. Junior Masters champion and a 10-time Junior U.S. Open champion. And I believe he'll be in the jump event later today, too.
Yeah, he definitely will. He was out here earlier this week getting a practice ride before having to commute to school. Freshman year, college, ASU. Except he wasn't commuting the way you and I commuted to school. He had a little different means of transportation.
Yeah, a couple years ago, Blaze got his pilot's license and has worked on that and has pretty much nearly every rating you can get.
So, Ryan, you've been skiing with Blaze and the Grubs for a handful of years. Definitely know Blaze is skiing really well. But I know his dad mentioned, hadn't been getting as much time on the water as he normally has, the last few months.
I think it's been good for him to have a little, time away a bit, help him focus. He's still been skiing really well and strong. He knows what he needs to do. But, it's important to be kind of a kid, too.
Yeah, that's right. Balance in life. So, that's definitely, like you said, good to hear that he's keeping a balance. And I know he being a 3-event skier, there's a lot of time and dedication, on the water. So, he definitely trains a lot. So good to get away from it a little bit and, back off. But he's coming back in. We have a 32 start for him.
Yep, so this is 35.
Minimum start for men. So that's probably a little different for Blaze. Usually I think 28 off, so managing it well, but definitely a little different rhythm, getting a quicker swing and load earlier than he may be used to.
I'm sure he practiced that this week knowing that would happen. Confirmed 6 at 35 for Blaze. .38 off will be up next for Blaze Grubbs.
So, Ryan, we talked beginning of women's, what we thought it would take. Definitely something to 39, and here for the men. Seeing the field we have this weekend, and definitely seeing how people have been skiing, this summer as well as this week in practice. Definitely going to take something into 41 to get into the top 8. But Blaze coming in 38 off. Great start here.
Solid 38 off for Blaze. Man, he stroked that. That was smooth.
Yeah, definitely one of the better 38s I've seen Blaze run. Like you said, he's been skiing well this year. Really, starting to knock that down more consistent. I know seeing him at the regional championships out west at Belle Aqua, he had looked really good out there, and unfortunately had a bobble at 5-ball and wasn't able to run it, but was able to manage that here today. It sets him up for getting a look at 39.
Blaze would like to give a shout out to his sister Yenna there at ASU. He knows she's watching this webcast. Blaze Grubbs, 39.
All right, looks like a good gate for Blaze. A little over the top at 1, but decent shape. A good 2 over to 3. Around 3 over to 4. Outside of 4, can he S-turn that onside a little more difficult?
Oh, right.
Look
I believe
at
that ties his PB or close to it.
Phenomenal skiing. Blaze Grubbs starting on this open men's slalom division off. 4 buoys, 39 off. We'll see in this replay. A little over the top at one, but managed it. Had a phenomenal 2-ball there, Ryan.
Jeez. Great skiing for Blaze. That might be one of his top, or if not top score of the season.
And definitely to do it on the stage, standing on the dock with the top skiers in the world. First stop's not always easy. We saw Sasha do it this morning, running 38, setting the stage for women, and we've got Blaze following it up, doing the same.
Up next, Ryan Canepa, a short line lake skier. He was past America's Cup champion, 2-time Junior Masters champion. He won the America's Cup in its inaugural year, that first time in Kansas. Was that 2018 or 2019?
Yeah, I believe it was 18.
Because he says here his greatest accomplishment, beating Nate one time. And I believe that was that tournament. He also was a student pilot.
Yeah, it's becoming something that's common in water skiing. You know, a lot of people starting to take interest in the pilot. I know we've got other skiers that have been pilots for a long time. So they're following in the footsteps. Nice opening pass for Ryan, 32 off.
And I know Blaze and Ryan have flown together a decent amount now as well.
Yeah, you know, only being about 30 minutes apart from each other, you know, able to gain those hours and experience with each other, flying each other's plane.
By the way, we have a food truck on site, The Couch. They've done a lot of the tournaments in this area, so if you would like some breakfast, they have breakfast burritos, biscuits and gravy, bacon, egg, and toast, pancakes for breakfast right now, and then for lunch they will have cheeseburgers, pastrami sandwiches, Caesar chicken wraps, loaded nachos, and pulled pork sliders. So make sure you go on and check out The Couch. 35 up next for Ryan Canepa.
Another nice, smooth opening pass. Ryan Canepa, 35 off. Skiing on his home site here, Short Line Lake. Canepa's moved here about 10 years ago, so Ryan's definitely familiar with the waters here, the conditions. They've got a nautique boat as well, so definitely feeling at home, and he's looking dialed this morning.
I remember the first time Ryan ran 38 in a tournament was at Nationals in Okehili, and he did it twice that day. Got him. There was some Swami challenge, and then he ran it again later that day, and he did it 2 or 3 times. There's a great video of it on YouTube, and you can hear George cheering for him on the sidelines.
And I believe that was back in boys too, right? That was 32 miles or 34 miles an hour, and I think he'd run it the first time. Skiing up in Orlando right before that, and then came down and ran it all those rounds like he'd been doing it all summer.
And here comes Ryan now. 38 off for his third pass.
Oh, big 2-ball there for Ryan. He's going to have to make up some ground as he comes into 4. A big 5 and over to 6. Able to manage that little bobble, but definitely got a little deep there at 2. We'll have to look back at the replay, see what happened there, because it looked like a pretty good 1. Nice tight line at 1, and just dropped that right shoulder just all at once at 2, just creating an extra load, but as you can see, managed it well. Able to be back in the pass, coming back in 39 off.
I'm here with Blaze Grubbs, who just got 4 at 39, right? Yeah. All right, so he started off men's slalom. How was that pass for you?
Yeah, I felt good. The leg feels great. Will's driving, so conditions couldn't be any better. And, yeah, best driver out there. So.
Awesome, and what are we hoping to see today in round 2?
Yeah, I hope to get through 39. I've never done that before, but it felt good today, so hopefully we can all just ski good today.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you. Thank you.
.39 up next for Ryan Canepa. Blaze Grubbs in the lead currently with 4:39.
So Ryan's definitely capable of running this pass. Seen him do it a handful of times this year. Definitely in a great spot to put the pressure on the rest of the field. A pretty good looking 1. A little narrow there at 2, over to 3. Good hook up at 3, over to 4. Can he manage 5? A little back at 5, over to 6. Oh, unfortunately, just inside of 6-ball. Able to move into the lead, 5 at 39. But I know he was looking for that whole pass to try to get a look at 41. As we mentioned, with the field we have today, I believe it's definitely going to take a score, into 41, if not, mid to deep 41. To make it into the top 8 tomorrow.
So in the lead, Ryan Canepa with 5 at 39, followed by Blaze Grubbs, 4 at 39. Up next, we will have Chris Parrish, Doran Llewellyn, Stephen Island, Joel Howley, and Nick Adams.
And CP was up north last weekend and, had one of the best tournaments I've seen him have in the last handful of years, running 39 both rounds, a consistent 2 at 41. But that unfortunately didn't get him into the top 8. So that's what we're talking about. It'll be a score into 41, but might have to get halfway down to make it into the top 8. A little different from last weekend. They had a straight-up one-round final. We're going to have the head-to-head. A nice opening pass for CP. Looks like he's skiing on the new HO Syndicate Works 2. So Parrish, definitely one of the veterans in the field, 43 years old. 3-time world record holder, 2 times Masters champion, U.S. Open champ, 4-time Moomba Masters champ. So Chris had to take a little time off a few years ago with a neck injury. He's got that healed up and looking like he's skiing back to his normal self pre-injury. Great to see him, knocking down 39s again and getting some looks at 41. So Parrish coming back in the course, 35 off. One thing Parrish has done through the years leading to his success is always keeping a nice tight line. Great handle control. So we got 6 buoys, 35 off for Chris Parrish. Looking back at this replay, you can see what I'm talking about with controlling the line, keeping a tight line. Yeah, another thing you'll see is the very still body position. You know, there's not much movement forward to back, side to side.
.38 off up next now for Chris Parrish. The Tower. He'd like to give a shout out to Greg and Debbie Bedell for putting on this tournament. He's probably been to a majority of them as well. Nice 38 off there for Chris.
Yeah, as we see in the replay, Chris, nice wide on the gate. You know, for you lefties, you know, I think he's definitely one to emulate the gate. Him and Dane, I believe, are, you know, have two of the strongest gates for lefties, in my opinion. You see, you know, he was a little slow at one, but 38 off, just managing the line. A smooth looking pass.
Chris Parrish coming in now for his 39. Ryan Canup in the lead with 5. See if Chris can be our first open men's skier to get through this pass. Nice and early at... Oh, man. Just bit off too much there, huh?
Yeah, he had a great gate 1, had some space at 2, but like you said, you know, he just rushed it at 2, just getting a little ahead of himself. So you'd see a great hookup at 1 there and just see that ski came, you know, around a lot quicker than he expected, which created a big load. You know, I look back to our women's prelims, looks very similar to what happened to Allie Nicholson there at 2-ball at 39. You know, obviously not what Chris wanted. Like we said, he ran 39 both rounds last weekend at Hilltop, and, you know, but that's where the change up in the format this year, you know, years past, he probably would have just eliminated himself from the final. But with not having the cumulative, having just the top 8 scores, you know, Chris still have an opportunity to see what he can do in round 2.
So still in the lead, Ryan Canepa with 5 at 39, followed by Blaze Grubbs, 4 at 39, Chris Parrish, 1.5. And up next will be Dorian Llewellyn.
So with adding the jump event this year, excited to get some of these 3-event skiers, to this event for the first time. I know we talked about Sasha this morning, world overall champion from past worlds, and then now we've got Dorian. He had a battle with Joel Poland that we'll see later in the lineup. At Worlds, they've been battling the last couple years with overall. Dorian was the world trick champion, came second overall. Now we got him on the slalom ski, riding the good ski, coming in 32 off. I believe Dorian's been doing quite a bit of traveling this year as well, along with some of these overall skiers on the overall tour. I believe they were just in Austria last weekend, so they all made the trip, get back to the stateside, come to the West Coast. So some of Dorian's greatest accomplishments, mentioned the world trick title last year and also the world overall record. All right, Dorian Llewellyn coming back in. We're in the prelim round 1, open men's slalom. Dorian's coming in 35 off. Good looking start here, going from 3 to 4. Great looking pass for him there, Ryan.
Yeah, just another warm-up pass there for Dorian.
As you'll see on this replay, Dorian right foot forward skier, so onside it's going to be that 2-4. Definitely like how Dorian's balanced over his feet.
19 competitors in this open men's slalom this morning. We're on our 4th skier. So quite a ways to go. But we've already had some deep 39s with Ryan Canepa and Blaze Grubbs. .38 off now for Dorian.
Another great looking pass for Dorian. He'll be able to be coming back in at 39, chase our leaderboard. We see on the replay here, lost the hips just a little bit there at 1, but over to 2, great looking 2 on the onside. It's great to see, these guys making, even if you have a bobble, at these longer rope lanes, able to manage the pass, stay calm, not panicking, just manage the course and get through the pass.
Dorian Llewellyn coming in now for his 39.5 off. Still in the lead, Ryan Canepa with a full 5. Dorian pulling out nice and wide here.
A little loose line out of 1 and 2, but he's managing out of 3. Can he get over to 4?
Oh.
So 3 buoys, 39 off. Let's see in the replay. We could see he lost the line there at 1, over to 2. Thought he was in good shape, but just lost the line, just slowly continuing to get down course. And unfortunately, only 3 buoys, 39 for Dorian. All right, next up we've got Stevie Island coming off a great weekend last weekend, making his first finals. He ran 3 at 41 to be in the top 8 to make that final up at Hilltop last weekend. So coming in 32 off.
Six, nice opening pass there for Stephen Island. Shortening the line to 35 off now for Stephen Island. So far, everyone has gotten into 39 here, and we're on our 5th of 19 in the open men.
35 blue. Blue.
Stephen Island coming in for his second pass behind that beautiful Nautique. 35 off now. Nice smooth turn at 1. Oh.
Wow. Unfortunately, early fall there. 4.5 at 35. It looked like Stevie was just cruising that pass. Another warm-up, as you see on the replay. Nice tight line at a 2. Lost the line a little at 3, but I thought he did a great job just being patient. It's 35, a warm-up pass, but you could see here he just rocked back, lowered that left shoulder, and unfortunately, what fell in.
So I have here now the reseeded round 2 for women. So they will be going out in the following order. We'll have Karen, and then Sasha, Allie Garcia, Chelsea Mills, Allie Nicholson, Paige Reaney, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and then Regina Jaquest for our second round of reseeded open women's slalom, which will immediately follow this first round of open men.
All right, so unfortunately, early fall for Stevie means we've got Joel Halley up next. As you see, Joel getting himself into his binding, using that power drill. He obviously, as most people know, has got a little unique setup, but has found something that's worked for himself. It's great to see Joel back in the States. I believe first time he's been back since 2019. Obviously coming off the World Championship win there in 2019 in Malaysia, had the injury. Had to take a little time off, recover, but he's back. I know he skied Mumba earlier this year, and this is the next big event. He's been skiing in the winter, but he said it's been a little cold, so he's excited to get out here, enjoy the California sun, and it'll be interesting to see what Joel has in store for us today. I know he said he's got the time on the water, but be a little different coming from the cold water, skiing in a wetsuit. But I know he got some practice rides this week. So here he is coming in 32 off.
Nice easy warm-up pass there for Joel at 32 off. Shortening the line to 35 to come back. Still in the lead, Ryan Canepa with 5 buoys at 39. Joel, second pass, 35.
Another warm-up pass for Joel. So I know we saw the little shot with him with his binding. I know I've talked with him a bit. Just feels like it can give him some more pressure, having, higher up the shin, able to get into the front of the ski, really get that ski to come over right there in the turn as we see on the replay from 5 to 6. This is also a Masters qualifying event, so winner of each division, each event, punch their ticket into the Masters.
Can we get rid of that? .38 off now.
Joel riding the Conley ski. For coming out of the winter, he's looking pretty well. Definitely gets, yeah, you're right, Ryan. Definitely gets a lot more leverage, and I think that's, coming from the boot setup that he has. He's really able to get the ski over a lot more because of that.
But he handles the speed well, because usually with leverage means more speed, but he manages that real well at the buoy.
Yeah, I mean, as you'll see, we saw it the women, and definitely you'll see with the men. There's a lot of different techniques out there, but if you really look at it, there's some core fundamentals that all the skiers are doing, to be able to ski at this level. And a big thing, like you said, he's managing that speed even with getting more leverage, and it has to do with that work zone. If you're keeping that work zone, small, not pulling long, you're able to keep that water speed down, keep a tight line.
.39 now for Joel Howley. See if he'll be our first competitor to make it through this pass. He's our sixth skier today.
Yeah, Joel's in a good position right here. Nobody's run it so far. Still have a lot of skiers left behind him. See if he can set the pace, get through this 39. Nice looking gate around 1. A little slow at 2, over to 3. Expect a big 3 from Joel as we see there. Over to 4, around 5. There we go, our first 39.
Good skiing there for Joel.
In our men's slalom. So we look at the replay, Ryan. He lost the line just a little bit, but he didn't panic. He was able to still keep that work zone the same. He didn't go long into 3, able to set him up for a nice turn. Over to 4, great looking 5, 6, and out the gates.
Once again, the couch is open for breakfast. They've got breakfast burritos, loaded biscuits and gravy, bacon, eggs, and toast, and pancakes. And for a little later for lunch, they'll have cheeseburgers, pastrami sandwiches, Caesar chicken wraps, loaded nachos, and pulled pork sliders. So go on over and see the Couch food truck. They've done a great job this year, coming to quite a few of our local tournaments.
All right, we've got Joel back up, coming around the island, coming in 41 off. We saw last weekend it was a minimum. You needed a piece of 3, 2.5 was that 8th spot to get into the final. So I know Joel want to definitely get down the pass, put a little pressure on the rest of the field to come. We get through the gates around 1, a good-looking 1, over to 2, great-looking 2, over to 3. Joel's on his way, over to 4. Can he get outside of 4? He's outside of 4, over to 5. Can we see 41? Oh, great skiing, 5 buoys, 41 off, Joel Howley. And I believe that that might tie his PB or definitely be a PB. I'm not sure what the Australian national record is, but phenomenal skiing. Joel Howley coming out of the winter down in Australia, setting the stage in our open men slalom prelim here. 5 buoys, 41 off.
Give it up for Joel as he comes back to the dock. 5 at 41 to take the lead this morning. Sets the benchmark high with about 13 men left to go.
Yeah, Ryan, that's definitely a game changer. I mean, to have a big score, 5 at 41 like that, with this many guys left, you know, everybody's gonna have their work cut out to get into that top 8. And, you know, Joel definitely sets the stage, and huge score early on in this men's slalom prelim. So you're seeing the replay there, you know, Joel just a little down course at 4. I thought he, you know, was going to be able to have a play on 5 with that being his onside, and like Ryan had mentioned earlier, you know, he gets a lot of leverage there. Phenomenal skiing, and we're going to go one Aussie to the next. Next up, we're going to have Nick Adams.
So in the lead we have now Joel Halley, 5 at 41, followed by Ryan Canepa with 5 at 39, Blaze Grubbs, 4 at 39, Dorian Llewellyn, 3 at 39, Chris Parrish, 1.5 at 39. Nick Adams up next, coming out at 32 off. Nick opening pass. Sponsored by HO Skis, O'Neill Wetsuits, Fluid Motion, and Oceana Coffee. Easy work of his 32 off pass. So Joel Howley setting the mark high with his 5 at 41. Here, beautiful conditions at Short Line Lake. Probably going to see some scores pushing that beautiful morning. Nick Adams coming for his second pass, 35.
Nice looking pass for Nick. Another warm-up pass, 35 off, as we see on the replay. Looks like Nick's skiing on a HO ski. As mentioned, Nick's from Australia, just like Joel. Skis at Lake Mutamir. So it showed him as the Australian men's slalom record holder. So I'm wondering if Joel's performance of 5 might have tied that. All right, Nick Adams back in the course, 38 off. Nick's looking strong here. Skiing really well this morning. 6 buoys, 38 off.
Nick Adams now 39.5 off.
Nick Adams coming in, definitely capable of running this 39. I believe it's a must-run pass to get into the final. Good-looking start here for Nick. A little back there at 3 over to 4. Little down course at 5, but he's going to manage to pass, get outside of 6. 39 off.
Our second 39 of the day.
So as we see on the replay, Nick had a great start. You know, good 1-2. Just started to get a little down course as he got through the pass. But as he came in, 5 ball, little down course, that onside, able to manage. He'll be looking to chase our leader, Joel Howley. 5 at 41. Huge score early in this preliminary round. All right, Nick Adams coming in, 41 off. Chasing our leader, Joel Howley, 5 buoys. See what kind of start he get. A little narrow at 1, slow 1, over to 2. It looks like that's all he's going to do. 2 buoys, 41 off. Still great skiing for Nick. But no, he wanted a little more. Like we said, we think it might definitely need a piece of 3, as it did last weekend.
Confirmed 2 at 41 for Nick. So still in the lead, Joel Howley, 5 at 41. That might hold for a while, if not the whole round.
All right, here with Nick Adams, just getting off the water, 2 at 41, respectable score. Know you would like a little more, you know, just with the field, how the guys are skiing from last weekend. How'd it feel out there?
Yeah, I mean, it felt great. Wheel feels dialed. This place is always one of those places where you don't even need to practice. You just know it's going to be sweet out there. There's no surprises, and it's going to be a lot of big scores today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that was great skiing. You know, got first round under the belt, and definitely get dialed and try to push that score down the line next round.
Exactly. Let's keep it rolling. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, boys and girls.
We're ready.
All right, well, that leads us into our next skier. Joel Poland coming in, 32 off. Our reigning world overall champion. Current world overall champion, or record holder. As we mentioned with Dorian, I believe Joel was in Austria this past weekend, competing in the overall event. But here he is on the West Coast in California, 32 off, riding the new Radar ski. Nice little showy hand drag there at 6. That's one thing with Joel we've seen on social media, always having fun out there on the water.
Joel Howley, who just set the Australian world record with a score of 5 at 41. How does that feel?
Pretty bloody good. I haven't been in the States for quite a while, and I was already recognizing how much I'd missed this place, but to go out and do that makes me never want to leave, to be honest.
Yeah, that's awesome, and everybody got
Joel,
to see
our
Joel,
8th competitor in this open
himself
men's.
into his boot on his ski setup over there. How did you get all that set up on your ski?
I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I've had quite a few cracks at multiple different binding setups. I was on quite a loose setup before this one, and then had decided that I'd sort of reached the potential of that boot with my skiing, so decided to go the complete opposite direction and go as high and as stiff as we can, and at the moment it seems to be working, but we're still testing, so I don't see it lasting.
Yeah. All right, well, you've already gotten 5 at 41 today. I mean, we still have round 2 and head-to-head. What do you think that's going to look like for you?
I think it's probably time to run it, but it is easier said than done. The plan was to run it that set.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, Joel Poland back in the course, 35 off. Looking nice. Another easy warm-up pass for him. Big 5-ball on that onside. 6 buoys, 35 off. So Joel will be one of the competitors we'll see later on this afternoon in the jump event. First time we're having jump added to the California Pro-Am, so excited to see all these jumpers take flight, see what they can do this afternoon. All right, we got Joel Poland back in the course, 38 off. Round 2 over to 3. A little shoulder heavy at 3 there, but managing the line well. Big 5. Just so comfortable on that onside 135. 6 buoys, 38 off. So we take a look at the replay here. Looks like that Radar ski is working real well for Joel right now. Looks very balanced in the turns on both sides. All right, our 8th skier on the water, Joel Poland coming back in. 39 off. We've already got 2 skiers through this. A little narrow there at 2. Over to 3. Coming in the onside. He's going to need a big turn, and he gets it. Over to 4. Can he manage 5? And out the gates. Incredible recovery there. Just, I think, got a little too much there at a 1. Got pulled into 2. Lost the line there, but had an incredible 3. And as we see Joel doing a little TikTok there down at the end of the lake. So we look at the replay. Had a pretty good 1, but just came in to the inside a little early at 2, but then had a huge 3. Got him back in, managed it at 4. Good-looking 5. And out the gates. So that's our 3rd skier through 39. We've got our leaderboard currently, Joel Howley, 5 at 41, followed by fellow Aussie Nick Adams, 2 at 41. So Joel's put himself in 3rd place right now. I know he's not satisfied with that. He's going to want to get a good start, get his way down 41. I believe Joel has a PB of 3. So let's see what he can do here. He's going to need a good gate. Set himself up into 1. Let's see what he can do. He comes in. Looks like he's got a good gate. A little back and slow at 1 like we saw with Nick. Can he manage 2? Not official. Two buoys, 41 off. So it looked like he had a pretty good gate here, but just rocked back just a touch. I liked how he's still fully committed there at 2, but unfortunately dunked the handle and just wasn't able to get his hips back underneath him into a leveraged position to get over to 3. Still respectable skiing, great skiing. You know, just not sure if it's going to be enough that we're going to need that it'll take to get into the top 8.
Joel Howley in the lead with 5 at 41. Joel Poland and Nick Adams each with 2 at 41. In 4th, Ryan Canepa, 5 at 39. Blaze Grubbs, 4 at 39. Dorian, 3. Give it up for Joel Poland, making his way back to the dock. Stephen Neveu up next, followed by Ben Stadelbauer, Robert Pigozzi, Robert Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughn, with 11 skiers left in this open men slalom round 1. I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. They've been pulling us all weekend through some phenomenal scores. Also like to thank Dublin Toyota, Good Skis, Babes Boat Care, Syndicate, HOD3, Connolly, Radar Skis. Here comes Stephen Neveu for his opening pass, 32 off. Skis at Lakes of Katy. Sponsored by Radar Skis. Stephen Neveu. Six, opening pass, 32 off. Stephen graduated from ASU handful of years ago now. Yeah, now he's in Texas, where he's a sales manager. .35 off for Nephew. No problems there for that 35 off. Steven. Steven coming in now. His third pass, 38 off. What's Steven's best? He's got a personal best of 4 at 41, which looking like he'll need to get close to that mark to make it into the head-to-head for tomorrow. 6 out the gates, though, 38 off.
So Steven, one of the taller competitors in the field, probably him and Parrish right up there around the same height. 6'5", 6'6". Skiing on that radar vapor. Steven ran I think 39 at least once or twice last weekend. So definitely looking to get through this next pass and challenge our leaders.
Three people have run this 39 that Steven is coming in now. Come on, Steven. Good 2. All right. Finished that pass pretty nicely there, 39.
Yeah, looked like he had a little bobble there at 1. Didn't quite get the angle he wanted into 2, but was able to manage it well out of 2 over to 3, and then he was cruising the rest of the pass.
In the lead, Joel Howley, 5 at 41. We have 2 twos, Nick Adams and Joe Poland.
And Steven ran 3 last weekend to get himself in the final. So I think he's going to need that, if not more, this weekend. See what he can do coming in 41 off. Nice wide on the gate. Good hook up at 1. Nice tight line. Around 2 over to 3. Coming in the onside. Decides to pull up. Solid 3 at 41. Great skiing by Steven, as we could see on the replay. Nice tight line at a 1. Maybe a little more speed than he wanted it to. Came into 3. I thought we might see Steven try to turn that coming in the offside, but he must have felt maybe a little down course. And 3 is a good score. Definitely gonna put you in contention into the top 8. All right, everybody on webcast can see our leaderboard. We've got 4 guys through 39 with a big, huge score, 5 at 41 from Joel. And then we've seen the last 4 skiers follow up, running 39. That leads us to our next skier. We've got Benny coming out of the Claremont, Florida area. Him and his family at Swiss Resort. Benny's another HO Skis team skier. I know we've heard he's been putting in a lot of R&D work on the new ski, the Works 2. He's the Swiss national record holder. And I believe that PB and national record is 4 buoys at 41, so definitely capable of getting down the course there at 41 and challenging our leader. We've got him coming in. He's got to run a handful of passes before he can get there. We've got Benny, 32 off. Nice opening pass for Benny, as we see on the replay. That new ski's looking very, very balanced for him. I know he looked really good last weekend. Unfortunately, had a bobble in the second round at 39. Wasn't able to get into the top 8, but up until then, he was looking really good out there. I know he'll take that confidence into this weekend. All right, Benny coming back in, 35 off. A little deep there, a little shoulder drop at 1, but not creating too much load, able to manage it. 35 off, another warm-up pass. Second half of that looked a lot better. Set him up, coming back, 38 off. Looking at the replay, you can see just drop that shoulder, but able to manage it because it was 35. Time he got to 3, he's back in it, back in control. Looking at Benny's bio, greatest accomplishments. He says yet to come. I like that mindset. You know, he's continuing to put in the work. Knows that there's some bigger and better things to come in the future for him. He wants to give a shout out to the family back home, the Stottlebyers, like I said, at Swiss Waterski Resort. Also shout out to Sam and the Cats, everybody watching the webcast back home. Benny's had 2 good warm-up passes, 32 and 35. We'll see him come back in, 38 off. Looked like he might have got sucked in on the gate just a little bit. Had to go out, little other pump, but he's managing the pass. Good looking 38 off for Benny. Looking back at the replay here, one thing stands out to me for Benny skiing. He gets a great load into that first wake, releases the ski, and rides that line all the way out, keeping a nice tight line in the turns. All right, Benny Stottlemeyer coming back in, 39 off. A must run to try to get into our top 8. Good looking start. A big load there at 2. Unfortunately, 3.5 at 39. Have to look back at this replay. We see Benny look like he had a good one. Thought a great one, but just got, I think, a lot of load at 2. Hard to see with the spray, but I thought he might have got it just a little separated there into 3, but I thought he was in good shape out of 3. Unfortunate for Benny, 3.5 at 39. But like we've been saying, we're not cumulative this year at this event. It's top score. So Benny will still have an opportunity, evaluate his first round, make some corrections, and be able to get back out there the second round and put in a big score to try to make it into tomorrow's final. All right, next skier on the water coming in, Robert Pagozzi out of the Dominican Republic. Spending a lot of time in the Orlando, Florida area at Reenies. Nice opening pass. Robert skiing on a D3 ski. All right, we got Robert Pogosy coming in. He's got his classic gate pull out, 35 off. Nice tight line at 1, over to 2. Pogosy through 35. As you see here at the gate, left foot forward skier. You know, Robert gets usually big 1-3s. You see the big load there at a 3-ball. He gets nice leverage position out of the 1-3. All right, we've got Pogosy coming back in. 38 off. Nice tight line out of 2, over to 3. Little fast into 5, Crane, just a slight loose line, but able to manage it onto his onside. 6 buoys, 38 off. See Robert staying over his feet real nice in that offside at 2-4, as we'll see here in the replay. Just drop that shoulder a little bit from 4 to 5. All right, Robert's our 9th seed in this first round. We've already got 4 scores into 41. So Robert's going to be chasing our leaders here. A must run pass, 39 off. We got a nice tight line out of 1 over to 2. Robert's looking in good shape from 3 to 4. Around 4 over to 5. Onside turn. Looks like we got another 39 run. So looking back at the replay here, Robert, looks like he kept the shoulders a little more level here at 39, not spiking the line. Able to get through that pass and take a look at 41 to challenge our leaders. All right, Robert coming in 41 off. Chasing our leader, Joel Halley, the 5 buoys, set a new Australian national record. We got a big one from Robert. Over to 2. Can he get to 3? Outside of 3. And can he hold on? 2.5 at 41. Great skiing by Robert. Looking back at the replay, you can see came into 1 good, but just got a lot of load. He was able to manage it out of 2, get over to 3, but as you can see, a lot of slack. Chose not to hang on, live to ski another day. In the position I'm in right now, dealing with my back issue, I can definitely respect that choice. I know definitely a big difference between 2.5 and 3. But even with our new rules, only able to hang on to that if you're going out the exit gates. So from one Robert to the next, that'll bring up our next skier, Robert Hazelwood. All right, Rob Hazelwood coming in, 32 off. Rob had a huge tournament here last year. Had a tie for first in the head-to-head, battling with Freddie Winter. They went back and forth, I think, 3 or 4 times. Rob ended up second, but he ran 39 every round that weekend, and I know he mentioned last weekend he ran 39 all 3 rounds, so he'll be looking to do the same. I'm here with Robert Pagozzi. Just got off the water, 2.5 at 41. Great skiing out there. Looked good. Got deep a couple times, but able to manage it. I think 39 was one of your best passes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel amazing out there. I'm not that happy because the place is so nice to ski that your body wants more. It's like, oh, I should have got more. I could have run it, but it's a beautiful place, amazing lake to ski, and we have an amazing boat. So what else is to ask?
Yeah, definitely great conditions, and obviously we saw, Joel went out early, putting up a huge 5 at 41, and the rest of you guys are having to go and chase that. And like you said, obviously great conditions. It's my home site. Definitely kills me not to be out there competing with you guys, but trying to do the smart thing with my body. And like you said, feels great out there. You look good, and looking forward to seeing you next round and getting a little farther.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, we've got Robert Hazelwood back in the course, 35 off. Skiing on the Syndicate Pro out of England.
Rob coming back in on the water, 38 off.
Whoa, big 2-ball there for Rob, 38 off. Let's see how he can manage at 4. He manages it a lot better. Around 5 and out the gates. Wow. We've seen Ryan, we've seen a couple skiers get deep there at a 2-ball there at 38.
Yeah, let's see this again. Just fell back and down. Man, nice recovery as he got back over his feet somehow. Remarkable.
Yeah, it was incredible. Like you said, he just rocked back there at the finish of 2. Feet got out in front of him, but was able to, hold on, stay strong, and get his center his mass back under his feet into 3 and manage the rest of the pass.
He should be awake now. Rob should have things sorted out now as he returns for his 39.5 off.
All right, nice wide gate there, 39. Tight line at 1, over to 2. Little back at 2, not as bad. Lost the line there at 3, over to 4. Can he manage this 39 off? Waiting for 5, over to 6. Robert Hazelwood, 6 buoys, 39 off. So looking back at the replay, you saw just Rob lost the line just a little bit there at 2 and 3, but back in it at 4 and 5. Which you'll start to see, as we get down this list, bobbles can happen here at the shorter lines, and that's one of the biggest things, for any skier is, not to panic. Stay in the moment, even if you got a bobble, a little mistake, just keep doing, don't pull long, keep the work zone the same, able to, come into the next buoy still with the right water speed, not too fast, and give you that comfortable feeling. But here we go, Rob Hazelwood coming back in, 41 off, chasing our leader, Joel Halley, 5 buoys. Rob ran 3 last year here. Let's see what he can do. A good-looking start. He's got a good 2. He's over to 3, pulls a little long. S-turn, very similar to what we saw from Stephen Navu. He's excited, 3 buoys, 41 off. Rob Hazelwood, here we'll look at the start here. He had a pretty good one. I thought he turned 2 enough, but just lost the hips, got a little separated out of 2, and I think that's why he decided just, go for the secure full 3. So Ryan, we're starting to get a stack up here. So we've got our leaderboard. We've got Joel Halley 5 at 41. Then in second, we've got a tie now with Stephen Navu and Rob Hazelwood at 3, followed by Robert Pergozzi, 2.5, and then Nick Adams and Joel Poland at 2. So as always in this men's field, starting to get a stack up between 2 and 3 at 41, and we still have about 8 skiers left in the field. Ryan, looking at the list, obviously, myself's not on there, but another notable skier that's not on there is Thomas DeGasperi. Thomas is a staple here, year after year, and, unfortunately want to give, condolences and shout out to the whole T-Gas family. Unfortunately, T-Gas lost his father is the reason why, he's not with us. So definitely, thinking about the whole T-Gas family, and want to give respects to them. And Thomas, you're missed, but no, you're with the family, and we're all thinking about you, bud.
Up next, we'll have Corey Vaughn. He'll be going out 32, mean green.
All right, Corey Vaughn coming in the course out of Bumpus, Virginia. Corey's very familiar with Shortline. He's been coming here for probably the last decade, on and off. He met the Goldman family down in Acapulco when he was coaching down there. Nice opening pass for Corey. right, Corey Vaughn coming back in. 35 off. Nice pass for Corey. Now Corey came out. He's got a few rides this week.
Yeah, he'd like to give a shout out to Amelia and Seth, as well as his mom, and thank Coos for holding down the ski school while he's away out here.
Purple.
38 off up next for Corey.
All right, Corey come back into the course, riding his 67-inch Radar Vapor. 38 off. A little high tip there at 1 and 2. Over to 3. Managing well at 5. Over to 6. Corey Vaughn through 38 off.
$39 and a half off up next for Corey. So far, 6 guys have run it. Remember, only 8 make it into the head-to-head for tomorrow. Best round gets you in.
Corey Vaughn coming in the course, 39 and a half off. A must run. A good looking start here for Corey. A little shoulder drop at 3. Can he get outside of 4? Over to 4. Back at 5. Unfortunately, 5 buoys, 39 for Corey. Looking back at the replay, Corey had a good looking 1, good shape at 2, just back a little bit at 2, then dropped that shoulder at 3, got a little trouble there, and then just trying to pushing him down course. And unfortunately, coming into 5, that offside, he needed a big turn and unfortunately wasn't able to get that.
So still in the lead, Joel Howland, who set an Australian national record with 5 at 41, followed by Rob Hazelwood and Stephen Neveu, both with 3 at 41. Robert Pagozzi with 2.5 at 41, and Joe Poland and Nick Adams tied with 2 at 41. With 6 or 7 skiers left to go. Cole McCormick up next, 32 off.
Yeah, Cole coming in, 32 off. Skiing on the LaPointe ski. Cole's been having a great year so far. I know put up some big scores running forward 41 to qualify for the Masters. And then ran 4 last weekend. So definitely capable of getting down this 41 off. It's got a personal best of 4 at 41. He's been skiing out at Travers Ski School. Cole graduated from Florida Southern, now a software engineer. One of the skiers keeping a balance, a full-time job, and trying to compete with the best in the world. Here he is, 35 off. Good-looking start here for Cole.
Confirmed 6 at 35 off there for Cole. He was the under-21 Pan Am Slalom champ in 2016 and a 6-time national slalom champ. Not only that, I remember when I was in men's one with him, and he's a national trick champion as well.
Yeah, he was definitely a good overall three event skier, and I think's hung up the trick and jump skis and just focusing on slalom now. And he's definitely come on the last handful of years, running 39 consistently, and as we see, starting to get his way down 41.
.38 off now for Cole McCormick coming in. Nice connection from 2 to 3. Picking up a little loose line out of 4, but no troubles there as he rounds 6 and out the gates at 38 off for Cole McCormick. So Cole has an average of 4 at 41. He'll be coming back in at 39 here in a moment. 6 guys have run 39 so far today. And Cole is our 6th seeded men's skier here in this first round. Cole McCormick coming in now, 39.5 off. Nice smooth pull out for the gate, staying wide. Good angle out of 1. Waiting on 2. Oh, bit off quite a bit at 2. Can he get back in it? Oh, just losing it there at 5 ball.
Yeah, looking back at the replay, he had a great gate and 1. I think he just got that pump. It almost like he came off the handle just too early. And then he was trying to play catch up from there, and unfortunately, a little slow out of 4, that offside again.
Yeah, he might have been in too good a shape at 2 ball.
Yeah, so he had such a good one, and I know I've heard him talk about, even at 41, that, if he comes off the handle and, or gets to 2, too early, you're hanging out there too long, and you're starting to come back to the inside, and that's where by the time you get to the buoy, you're coming in narrow, and that's what we saw there happen to him at 2 ball at 39. So unfortunate early fall for Cole, but he's got a second round to redeem himself to try to get into the top 8. And next up, we've got John Travers. Coming in out of Groveland, Florida, Sunset Lakes, where we had the World Championships last year. John and the Travers family did a tremendous job. Performance-wise, was probably one of the greatest water ski events that we've ever had. Performances in all the divisions were phenomenal, and a nice opening pass for John Travers. John like to give a shout out to Natalia and Alex, as well as his mom and dad and Chris back home. John was here all week here at Shortline, getting training in, but obviously he's familiar with the Nautique. Just getting some good practice in behind our drivers, Will Bush, Greg Bedell. So he should be all dialed. Coming in 35 off. John skiing on the Syndicate, a new Works 01. A great looking 35 off. Just like Cole's, John's been skiing really well this year. You know, he ran 4 at 41 at one of the qualifiers. You had Cole, John, and myself battling it out in the runoffs. And I know he ran a 4 at 41 over in France. He went over, skied all the European events over there and had some good results, some big scores. And I know had a mishap last weekend up at Hilltop, but I know he's ready to get some redemption and get back on track this weekend. All right, John Travers, another one getting deep there at a 2-ball 38. Drop the shoulder at 4, over to 5 onside. He should be okay. Able to manage that and get out the gates. So, Ryan, interesting, you know, it's starting to add up of a handful of skiers that are getting deep there. It'd be interesting. I think a handful of them are lefties. I know Hazelwood he was a righty. You know, see the same thing, just dropping that shoulder there at 4. But John, you know, veteran skier, been skiing on the tour for a long time, has a great 1-3 onside, able to handle what's going on at 2-4. Hopefully he clean that up as he comes back in at 39.
John Travers, 39. Big 1. Waiting on 2. Tight line out of 2. Got the shoulder back down out of 5 and out the gates, 39. Good skiing for John Travers.
Yeah, great to see John figuring out that 2-4 here at 39 after the couple bobbles at 38. He had a big one back on the ski a bit, but managed it really well here at 2. Coming to the onside at 3. Great looking turn there. We'll lose him a bit in the spray at 4, but definitely you could tell he had a good 4. Rocked back a bit at 5 and over to 6.
Thank you.
And we've got event T-shirts for sale at the starting dock. So if anyone interested in California Pro-Am 20th anniversary T-shirts, you can go down towards the starting dock, see the tent down there, and purchase a little souvenir for yourself. All right, John Travers coming in, 41 off. We're starting to get a stack up at 3. We've still got our leader, Joel Howley, 5 at 41. Let's see the start. John, a little back at 1. Loose line. Can he turn 2? Whoa. Unfortunately, not able to hold on to that. I don't know if on the webcast could hear that, but definitely pop that handle back into the boat. We see rock back a little at 1, a little fast at 2, but John fully committed there. Tried to hang on. Unfortunately, 1.5 at 41 for John Travers.
Like to take a moment to thank our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. They've been pulling these skiers fabulously through the yesterday with their amateurs and today with their pros. Also like to thank Dublin Toyota, Good Skis, Babes Boat Care, Syndicate by HO Skis, State Farm Insurance, D3 Eagle, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Radar, Wilderness Forestry, Connolly Stealth, Larcy and Gwyn Ligon and Darcy Murray, Sanger Homes, and Big B Lumber. Thanks for all making this 2022 the 20th annual California Pro-Am possible, and a huge shout out to Greg and Debbie Bedell for putting this on every year. Up next, we will have Dane Meckler, our 4th seed for this first round of slalom. And Dane will be coming in at 32 off.
All right. My roommate for the week, Dane Meckler. Nice opening pass. 32 off. Dane flew down Sunday night late, right after the Hilltop. He's been in town all week in ski rides and working. You know, the nice thing of, you know, being able to work remote, able to travel and not have to go back and forth. Dane definitely taking advantage of that this week. All right, Dane Meckler coming back in. Coming to you from Charlotte, North Carolina, skiing on the good XTR team. Great looking, 35 off. Looking back at the replay, you know, Dane does really well, really gets that load from the lower body, keeping the upper body still. Great handle control. All right, Dane Meckler coming in. 38 off. Dane very efficient out there. Smooth 38. All right, Dane Meckler coming in. 39 off. Must run to challenge our leaders and get into the top 8 for this preliminary round. Great looking one ball over to 2. Managed the line really well. 3 to 4. Round 4 over to 5. 6 and out the gates. Had to be one of the smoothest 39s we've seen so far today. Dane's been skiing well, running a lot of 4s this year. I know he ran a 4 in France in the finals. Went over there, skied a couple of the events, I believe 2 in France, 1 in Italy. Definitely in the top 4 or 5 at most of those events. All right, we'll have Dane coming back in, 41 off, chasing our leaderboard. Still our 6th guy out in the lead, Joel Howley, 5 at 41. New pending Australian national record holder, followed by Stephen Navu, Rob Hazelwood at 3. So we got Dane coming in. He wants to challenge our leaders. 41 off. He got a great start at 1. Can he manage the line at 2? He's able to manage it a little long at 3. Can he get outside of 4? He turns 4. Can he get back? Yes, 4 buoys, 41 off, moving into 2nd place. As we see, looking at this replay, a little back there at a 1, but he managed the line really good. Sat back at 2, just wasn't able to generate that load that we usually see Dane have into the first wake. But phenomenal skiing. Great first round for Dane. 4 at 41, moving him into 2nd with 3 skiers left. All right, give it up, Dane Meckler, 4 at 41. So that leaves us to our final 3 skiers. We have Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Nate Smith. Well, we just got official confirmation. Dane Meckler, score of 3 at 41, not 4, 3 at 41. So definitely a big change in that official scoring, putting him in the pile of 2nd with Hazelwood and Navu. So that's 3 at 41 for Dane. Next up, we've got Will Asher coming off a phenomenal weekend up at Hilltop, skiing on the new Syndicate Works. He ran 41 both rounds in the prelims and then backed it up in the final with a 4 at 41 to take 2nd place last weekend. And Will's been coming in on strong and a lot of the first rounds in Europe. I think had a handful of first rounds with 4 and 5 at 41. So I know he'll be looking to do the same, if not get through the whole pass like he did last weekend. So Will's been one skier that's probably got up there with the most California Diablo Shores Pro-Ams. I believe Will's been coming to pretty much all of them. He's a 6-time champion here at this event. So obviously Will's from England, but been based out of Claremont, Florida. He's now skiing at Travers Ski School. Coming in 35 off. It's one of the best I've seen Will this year. He's taken it to another level. Skiing really well. Looks like his skis, he's really dialed in with it. All right, so we've got Will Asher on the water. He's coming back in, 38 off. We've got 2 skiers to follow, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, and then that'll conclude our round 1 preliminary rounds of slalom. We're going to move right into round 2 for women's slalom, so women need to start getting ready. We're going to have Karen Trulove, Sasha, Ali Garcia, Chelsea Mills, and Ali Nicholson to start our second round. But we've got Will Asher coming in, 38 off. Will is looking dialed just like last weekend. Walk in the park, 38. Will's really using that swing of that Nautique boat. Loading in the right spots, taking that swing as you can see in the replay. And keeping a tight line. So we've got 8 guys that have completed 39, scores into 41. So we know at minimum the bubble to be top 8 right now is 1.5. Again, we've got 2 preliminary rounds. Top 8 scores will qualify to the finals tomorrow, which will be a head-to-head format. That'll be the same for men and women. After second round of slalom today, we'll have the inaugural jump event added to the California Pro-Am with open women and men, 1 round to qualify for the final tomorrow. But here on the water, we've got Will Asher coming in, 39 off. Nice tight line at 1, over to 2. Lost the line there at 3, a little in trouble. Let's see how he can recover here, 4 to 5. And out the gates. Little bobble there at 3. Like watching the replay here, had a nice tight line 1-2 there, but lost the line at 3. Able to have a good 4 his onside. And managed to pass another 39 off. All right, we've got Will Asher around the island, come back in the course, 41 off. Still our leader, Joel Halley, with 5. We saw Will run this twice last weekend at Hilltop. Let's see if he can chase our lead. Great looking 1 ball over to 2. Big 2 over to 3. We're not going to see Will stand up 3 over to 4. Around 4 over to 5. Will we see 41 off? He lost the line at 5. Unfortunately, inside 6. Phenomenal skiing. Will Asher tying our leader, Joel Halley, 5 buoys, 41 off. We see in the replay here, Will had a great looking start. Phenomenal 2 ball. Great 3. I thought Will was in it. Comes into 4. Hard to see here with the spray. Looks like he just lost the line there at 5. Might have loaded a little more than he wanted from 4 to 5. Hard to see losing him in the spray there. But still phenomenal skiing for Will Asher. As he comes back, let's give it up. Tying the lead, 5 at 41. So that leaves 2 skiers left. We got Freddie Winter, Nate Smith. And moves our bubble up from 1.5 at 41 to 2. All right, from one Brit to the next, we've got Freddie Winter on the water. Out of London, but residing in the greater Orlando area. Skiing on a D3. Nice opening pass for Freddie. Freddie skied well last weekend. Had some deep scores into 41. I believe finished third in the finals with 3.5. I think he had a 5 and maybe 4.5 as well up there. All right, Freddie Winter coming back in. 35 off, big 2-ball over to 3. Nice, easy 35 off. Freddie Winter back in the course, 38 off. Chasing our leaders, Joel Howley, Will Asher, 5 at 41. Good looking 38 for Freddie. All right, so we got just a little technical delay. All right, we got Freddie back up. Coming in 39. Must run past to challenge our leaders. Loose line at 1, over to 2. Big 2-ball. See how he handles 3. Drop the shoulder a little at 3, over to 4. Patient at 5. 6 buoys, 39 off. So you see on this replay here, Freddie just lost the line, but what he did a good job of is just staying balanced over his feet, not falling against it, giving him the opportunity to wait for the lines tight. All right, Freddie Winter coming in 41, chasing our leaders. 5 at 41. We have Joel Howley, new pending Australian national record, as well as Will Asher, followed by a stack up of 3 guys at 3 at 41. Let's see what Freddie can do. He's got a tight line at 1, over to 2, a little extra speed at 2, over to 3. Lost the line at 3, over to 4. Can he get outside of 5 and tie our leaders? He pulls hard. Will have to be a judge's call. Looks like he released. Hands up that he's okay. Sounds like he's happy with that score. A little over the top. Heavy altitude. Surprised he didn't lose the line there much. So he managed that really well, but we saw him lose the line and hip a bit. He definitely got outside of 5 from my view. We'll have to wait for the judge's call. We got a confirmed 4.5 buoys, 41 off for Freddie Winter. So that'll put him into 3rd place behind our tie for first with Joel Howley, Will Asher. So with 5, we got Freddie Winter at 4.5. Oh, and there we see why he wasn't able to S-turn. Well, from the boat view, that ski stopped. He ejected out the front. So yeah, we've got Freddie in 3rd at 4.5, followed by our stack up of tied for 4th. We've got Dane Meckler. We have Stephen Neveu and Rob Hazelwood at 3. So I'll leave our last skier, Nate Smith. And again, we're going to move right into round 2 with our second round of women. It'll be reseeded, so our order will be Karen Trulove, Sasha, followed by Allie Garcia, Chelsea Mills, Allie Nicholson, Paige Reaney, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock Reaney, and your top seed, Regina Jaquist. So we got Nate Smith coming in, 35 off. He's been starting at 35 off the last couple months, so staying with that consistency. Nate's had a phenomenal season, undefeated in every event that he's competed in. Started with Moomba. Last event was Hilltop last weekend. Let's see what he can do. Definitely familiar with Short Line Lake. Nice, easy 35 off. So as we talked earlier at the start of the event, with Blaze and Ryan Canepa being pilots, going through that, Nate has done the same. Has become a pilot as well as an instructor, and just kind of put that on pause for the summer to ski all the events. And I'm sure we'll get back to that here in the winter. Catch up on the hours. He's been out here all week like most of the skiers. Skiing between here and Redwood Shores. And all right, I'm here with Freddie Winter, just getting off the water, 4.5 at 41. A little dismount there at the end. We didn't see it behind the spray until we saw the replay. So you doing all right? How'd it feel out there?
It felt really good. I had a really weird. I struggled with my gaits. Just that, I don't know. Moving from England to Seattle to here, I'm not getting a good gait too much. But the 41 gait was good. I was happy. 1, 2, 3, great. Just terrible 4, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to stop here. So I threw it, and it was a bit silly, but I haven't had a crash in a couple of years, so I guess, just got to reclaim my title as the Crash King, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. You could see lost the line there a little bit at 1 ball 39, talking about that gate. But like you said, definitely had a better gate at 41 and looked like you were on your way.
Yeah, I mean, I was, like I say, got a decent one. I had a weird last final practice set and was pretty upset with it. So been thinking about it for 2 days and it went better. I mean, I should have done better than 4.5 there, but it's nice to be around 5, and I think it puts me in probably 4th spot after Nate, which is pretty rough at 4.5. But there you go. It's skiing well, obviously.
Yeah, you're 3rd right now, so we'll have to wait and see what Nate does. But obviously, a good position to be in after the first round, and regroup and see what you can do the second round.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm excited. Actually, it's awesome. I mean, thank you everyone for having us, and what a place. If anyone hasn't been here, I would recommend it. It's incredible.
I agree with you. A little biased, definitely very familiar with it, and awesome place to ski. And you guys have been skiing well this week, so definitely not surprised by the scores, and looking forward to what you guys are able to do the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
All right, so we got Nate Smith through 38 off, our top seed in this first round. So he'll be coming in 39. Obviously a must-run pass to be in the top 8 after this first round. So we're taking top 8. Big one there for Nate. Manages it well over to 2. Great skiing by Nate, 39 off. Probably up there with one of the best 39s. I'd probably say him and Dane. Some of the smoothest 39s we've seen today. We'll set him up nice for 41. He's seen the rest of the field put up some mid to deep 41 scores. No, Nate's going to want to get through it and take a look at 43. He's skiing on the D3 Ion. All right, that Nautique's back up around the island, bringing Nate Smith back in, 41 off. First skier to take 41 off from the south end. Let's see what he can do. Great looking 1 over to 2. A little back at 2, and wow. Unfortunate 1.5 at 41 for Nate Smith. So we're looking at the replay. He had a great 1. It looked like he just rocked back there at 2 and popped the handle. Unfortunate early fall for Nate. So that'll conclude the end of our first round of slalom. We've got your leaders, 5 at 41, Will Asher and Joel Halley. Joel Halley, new Australian national record, followed by Freddie Winter, 4.5 at 41. Then we have Dane, Meckler, Hazelwood, Nauvoo tied at 3 at 41. Pagozzi at 2.5. And our tie for 8th right now is 2 at 41. So you can tell that our bubble is minimum 2 at 41. That's going to get you into the final. I'd imagine, these guys felt the water, got dialed, saw some big scores. I think it might take, a piece of 3, if not a full 3, to get in to the 8-man final.
We are going to be coming back out with our second round of open women's slalom with Karen Trulove, Sasha, Ali Garcia, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Paige Reaney, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and Regina Jaquist. Karen will be coming out at 28 off. Karen Trulove opening pass, 28 off. Beautiful conditions here all day so far at Short Line Lake in Elk Grove, California for the 20th annual California Pro-Am. 6 and out the gates for Karen there on that opener. Looking to better her score from this morning. She got, 3.5 at 38 in the first round. So there are 9 skiers. We had a scratch. Elizabeth Montavon's not skiing. And 8 of the 9 will go in to the head-to-head for tomorrow morning. It's best round. And if there are any ties, we'll take their backup score as the tiebreaker.
So, Ryan, that tells us minimum 1 at 39 it's going to take to get in, since that was our eighth score from the first round. So Karen looking to definitely redeem herself, get through 38, and then see what she can do with 39 to put the pressure on the next couple skiers.
Exactly. Karen returning on her second pass, 32 off. Good angle out of 1. Nice and wide at 2. Looking relaxed and connected as she rounds 5. Head over to 6 and out the gates, 32 off. By the way, I'd like to give a huge thank you and shout out to Kelvin and his whole webcast crew for doing the webcast this weekend. They're doing a great job. $35 off up next for Karen.
All right, Karen coming back in, 35 off. Skiing on the good XTR team. Looking very balanced in the turns. Good looking 35 for Karen.
Great skiing. That should set her up well for this 38 to come.
Yeah, she knows it's a must-run 38, knowing that 1 at 39 is the bubble currently. So definitely a good-looking 35 as we see the replay. All right, Karen coming in, 38 off. Must run past to have an opportunity to be in the top 8 to ski tomorrow. She's got a good-looking 1 over to 2. Little back at 2 over to 3. Can she stay in it? Better tight line at 3 from this morning over to 4. Can she get around 5 and over to 6? There it is, 38 off. Karen Truelove.
Great skiing for Karen, getting it done when she needed to. Confirmed 6 at 38. So now it's looking like she might need a piece of 2 ball.
Yeah, because getting 1, it'll then become backup score to what the next 2 ladies, Sasha and Ali, would do this next round. So there's no guarantees. You know, getting a piece of 2 will force those ladies to have to run 38, and again, as well as get a piece of 2 if they want to ski tomorrow. So definitely, Karen's got some of the control in her hands as of right now. She did what she needed to do to run 38 and take a look, and hopefully she get a good gate in 1 and see where she can go at 39.
Here comes Karen now, 39. Nice wide on the gate. Oh.
And an unfortunate half buoy at 39 for Karen. We'll take a look at this replay. So unfortunately, Karen, here we go, looking at the replay here at the gate. I thought had a decent 1, decent look into 1, ski came around pretty quick, and I think that load came sooner, was maybe a little stronger than she expected. And unfortunately, you could see the disappointment. She knows that bubble was won at 39, but I do like to see she wasn't playing it safe, just going for 1. She was going to turn 1 to get down, the pass to put the pressure on the rest of the ladies, and that's what you have to do here to get into the finals.
That was good skiing by Karen. It was a clean 38 as well. Up next, we'll have Sasha, who got 1 at 39 earlier this morning. Actually, very early this morning. She was our first skier of the day.
And with that, Ryan, now it's a relief to the rest of the ladies that are in the field, because now they know they're top 8. They're skiing tomorrow, so now they're, only thing that can change is just the order, of where you're going to place into the head-to-head.
Yeah, it'll change the bracketing.
Yeah, change the bracketing and just be able to, have a no pressure set. Just go out there, ski. If you want to work on something that you noticed from the first round, and try to get dialed for tomorrow. So we've got Sasha Deniskaya coming in, 28 off. She set the stage for our women's slalom event this morning. First skier off, 8 a.m. Running one buoy at 39. We'll also be seeing Sasha later this afternoon in the women's jump event. Great opening pass for her at 28.
Shortening to 32 off now for Sasha.
All right, Sasha back in, halfway through 32 off. Skiing on a good ski.
Another 6 buoys there, easy 32 off.
As we see on the replay, Sasha's 32. A technical skier. As I mentioned this morning, she's an overall skier. Your reigning world overall champion from Worlds in 2021 last year.
Sasha coming back in now for her third pass. 35 off behind that beautiful blue Nautique. Nice turn at 2. Keeping an early line this whole pass. Got stood up a little bit about out of 5, but no problems there as she rounds 6. 35 off. We're in the second round, the second skier of Open Women's Slalom. 9 skiers in this event. 38 off now for Sasha. She ran this in the first round and got 1 at 39. Here we go. Ooh, pulled up a bit around 1. Too deep at 2. 1.5. Unfortunate early fall there, but that's okay. She was already in based on her first round score. That's a confirmed 1.5 at 38, but that's okay. That 1:39 should do it from earlier this morning. Up next, we'll have Ali Garcia. Ali Garcia up next, going out 28 off. Ali got 1 at 39 this morning. She had an impressive 38. It was looking really good. Here we go with Ali's opener. Student at ULL. And has gotten to do quite a bit of skiing and traveling this summer. Nice opening pass there for Ali.
All right, here with Sasha. A little less than what you wanted, but you had a great first round, first skier off this morning. Really set the stage for the women's slalom event with a great 1 at 39. You know, what did you feel out there the second round and compared to the first?
I mean, it's really nice out there, so I was just trying to fix some mistakes from the first round and went a little bit heavy, so got in a hole and couldn't hold it. So hopefully I'll get more better setup next tournament and just focus more on slalom.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously we know we're going to see you later this afternoon in jump, so looking forward to that, and looking forward to seeing you slalom tomorrow as well, because you're definitely going to be in that top 8 for that head-to-head.
I wasn't sure, so I didn't really think about head-to-head. That's news to me, so I'm more focused about slalom, and I was thinking like, it's nice headwind every time I come off the dock, so I'm really excited because practice head was amazing. So focus on the jump next and then get ready for slalom tomorrow.
Yep, looking forward to seeing you. Good job, Sasha. All right, we've got Ali Garcia coming back, 32 off. So just like Sasha, Ali ran 1 at 39 this morning. She overcame a tough night of food poisoning. I talked to her this morning. She, was struggling a bit. So for her to go get through 38, put a score into 39 after a night that she endured, definitely shows the mental mindset that she has. And, great to see that she was able to overcome that. And looking forward to seeing what she's capable of doing here in the second round.
35 blue up next for Allie. Allie back on the water now for her 35 off.
Glad you guys were able to make it out.
Skiing wide and early through this 35 off. Clean pass for Allie Garcia. And Allie won the America's Cup just a few weeks ago in Kansas. Allie Garcia coming in now for 38 off. She ran it this morning and got one at 39. Looking to do it again here. Let's see how she does as she pulls out for the gates.
All right, this start's important. As we saw with Sasha, just got to win a little hard and lost the line. Let's see if Allie's able to get a better one. She is. She's over to 2. Around 2, a little back at 2. How can she manage 3? Back at 3, over to 4. Unofficial 3.5. Good skiing, Allie.
Confirmed 3.5 for Allie. Take a moment to thank our title sponsor, Nautique. Ski Nautique, with its superior drivability and lots of storage space. It's also the lightest ski boat on the market. So go check them out at Nautique Boats. And Nautique is also celebrating its 60th anniversary. Up next, we will have Chelsea Mills at 32 off. Chelsea Mills on the water now. She got 1 1/4 at 39 this morning. She's from Wellesley, Maine. And she was the San Gervasio 2021 champion. 6 buoys on that opening pass at 32 off.
All right, Chelsea Mills coming back in, 35 off. Little back there at a 3. Able to manage it and get out the gate. 6 buoys, 35 off. All right, Chelsea Mills coming back into the course. 38 off. Opposite end of what she took it this morning. She went 28 start, 32 start this round. Let's see what she can do. Good looking start here from 2 to 3. Over to 4. A little late at 4, over to 5. How could she manage that onside turn? She's able to get it. There we go. 38 off, Chelsea Mills. All right, Chelsea Mills, first skier through 38 off, both rounds today. She's going to be looking to improve the 1 1/4 she got earlier. I believe Chelsea's best is 4 at 39. All right, Chelsea Mills coming to the course, 39 off. She's going to need a good gate to get a good start here. She had a decent one, over to 2, a little narrow at 2, but she hooked up pretty decent around 3. 2.5 at 39 for Chelsea Mills. Improves that score from this morning, bumps her up into, I believe, that would be a fourth seed currently, moving ahead of Paige Reaney with 2 at 39 from this morning. So for our webcast land there, you can see these are the cumulative scores from round 1 and round 2 so far. So we see Chelsea moves into currently 4th place. Again, we're taking the top 8. We know right now who the top 8 are. We're just depending on how the second round plays out. Might just be a shakeup in the seeding, as we just saw there, with Chelsea moving up the leaderboard.
Allie Nicholson will be up next, and she's going out at 32 off as well.
All right, we see replay there. Allie Nicholson opening pass, 32 off. And I'm here with Chelsea Mills, just getting off the water, improving the score from this morning, running 38 both rounds. How did it feel out there the second round?
You know, it feels so different. I've been training in Calgary all summer and also in British Columbia. So coming from a lot cooler water, I have to be so much more patient and stay on the handle so much longer. And I can't come up early. So that's kind of what I'm working on, and just need to try to get a little better every round.
Yeah, definitely improvement from the first round, and 38 looked better than this morning. And I think I heard you mention got a little separated there at 1 through the gates at 39, and hooked up pretty good at 2. I thought you were going to be on your way.
Yeah, I just switched skis in the spring. I was on an old Good for like 4 years, and this is like my baby. I'm so excited. I think Good has the best skis right now. They're better than they've ever been. So if you haven't tried an XTR team, you got to try one.
Well, glad you found a ski that's working for you. Looks like it's working well, and we look forward to seeing what you're going to do tomorrow.
Thanks so much, Brian.
All right, we've got Allie Nicholson through 35 off. Allie ran 1.5 at 39 this morning. So she's going to look again through 38 and making an improvement, increasing that score at 39 like Chelsea just did.
.38 off now for Allie Nicholson.
Allie's got a pretty good start here. Round 2 over to 3. Unfortunately, early fall for Allie. Looking back at the replay, she had a good-looking 1 and 2. Unfortunately, we get her spray here from this view, so not quite sure exactly what happened. Looks like she might have just rushed it a bit, got a little impatient, and unfortunately ends her second round. So she'll be going in with a top score of 1.5 at 39 from the first round. So there we see our leaderboard. She's sitting in sixth place. So she'll be the 6th seed going into the final tomorrow.
And we have 4 skiers left: Paige Reaney, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and Regina Jaquez left, to see how the brackets will be set up for tomorrow's head-to-head. I'd like to thank our sponsors: Big B Lumber, Sanger Homes, Larry and Gwen Ligon and Darcy Murray, Stealth, Connolly, Wilderness Forestry, Radar Skis, Dutch Bros, Zero Off, Masterline, Eagle Wetsuits, D3, State Farm Insurance with Richard Storley, Syndicate by HO Skis, Babes Boat Care, Good Skis, Dublin Toyota, and our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. Paige Reaney up next, going out at 32 off. Nice warm-up pass there for Paige at 32 off. Paige returning back in, 35 off for her second pass. Paige got 2 at 39 this morning. Nice 35 off there for Paige Reaney. Early, just waiting on each buoy. See if she'll be coming back in now at 38 off. Looking to run it again.
All right, Paige Reaney coming back in the course. 38 off. She's been running it consistently this year. Let's see what she can do. Good looking one ball. Great position from 2 to 3. Over to 4. Coming into the onside turn, 5 ball. Little wheelie, but able to manage it and get out the gates. Great skiing for Paige. Just like last weekend in the prelims, running 38 off in both rounds. She had a 2 and a 3 last weekend. She got a 2 earlier this morning. So we'll see what she's going to be able to do coming back in at 39. As we see on the webcast replay, her 38. All right, Paige Reaney coming back in, 39 off. She got 2 this morning. Let's see what she can do here at the start. A back on the start, big one, over to 2. Going to equal the score this morning, 2 at 39. Consistent skiing for Paige. I know she wanted more, but looking back at the replay, just a little extra speed at 1, wheelied, rocked back, and just didn't set her up to get in front of 2 coming into the offside. Still good skiing. I believe that'll put her in the 5th seed going into tomorrow. And that'll bring up our next skier, Jamie Bull, who ran 4.5 at 39 this morning. All right, your reigning women's slalom world champion, Jamie Bull, coming in 32 off, coming off a 3rd place finish last weekend up in Washington at Hilltop. Nice opening pass.
Confirm 6 for Jamie on that opener. Sponsored by HO Skis, Nella Food Equipment, MD Marine Insurance, and Intuition Liners. She'd like to give a shout out to her family, the Travers family, and the HO team. All right, Jamie Bull coming back in. 35 off. On the tail bit at 3, but it's 35 off. She's going to be able to manage that easy. Come back in. 6 buoys, 35 off. So here on the replay, you see Jamie just rock back just a bit at 3. But 35 off. She's able to manage that. She's going to be coming back 38 off. So Jamie's coming back in 38 off, riding her Syndicate Alpha
I know she said it's a new ski to her this year. She'd been skiing on the same ski last few years. Looks like she's getting dialed in on it, having some deep scores at 39. Here she is at 38. Around 3 over to 4. And a nice looking 38 off for Jamie Bull. So after Jamie, we'll have 2 more skiers for our second round. For our women's slalom, we'll have Whitney McClintock-Rini and Regina Jaquist. And then we'll move into round 2 for men's slalom. That'll be Stevie Island, Chris Parrish, Dorian Llewellyn, Benjamin Stadelmeyer, Blaze Grubbs, Cole McCormick, and Ryan Canepa to name the first handful of skiers. So Jamie Bull coming back in, 39 off, currently sitting in the 3rd seed as of right now, but I know she'd like to increase that score. 4.5 at 39 she ran this morning. She's got a good-looking 1 over to 2. Slow at 2. Let's see what happens at 3. Lost the line a bit. Over to 4. 3.5 at 39. Still great skiing for Jamie. As we look back at this replay, had a pretty good 1 here. Just rocked the back a little bit, might have lost the line at 2. And then she just slowly started to get down course there. Still great skiing. 4.5 at 39 the first round. Backed it up with 3.5. She'll be your number 3 seed in tomorrow's head-to-head final.
Whitney McClintock-Rini coming in now, 32 off. She got a half at 41 in the first round. Looking to better that score against Regina's full buoy at 41 to see who's going to get that top seed spot in the brackets tomorrow. Nice opening pass there for Witt. So this is our second seeded skier in this second round of slalom. Winnie's got an average of 110 buoys. She's a realtor with the Lakefield Realty Group, but her hobbies lately include chasing Zane around. So he's 2 years old now.
Yeah, just had a birthday in August.
Yeah, the 12th.
Earlier in the month.
Was that? Coming back in now for her second pass, 35 off. She's the Open Women Canadian Slalom record holder of 2 1/4 at 41. Stroking that 35 off, making it look easy, Whitney. Whitney sponsored by some of our sponsors here at this tournament today. Nautique Boats, Radar Skis, Stealth Gloves, and of course, Madrini's Ski School. Great conditions here all day at Shortline Lake for the 20th annual California Pro-Am. Here comes Whitney, 38 off. Ran this and the next pass this morning. Good wide gate. Nice angle at a 2. Making this look like her 35 off. Ooh, a little bit pulled up around 4. But no problems. Early again for 6. Waiting on 6 and out the gates. Whitney. .39 up next for Whitney. See if she can run this again. Put the pressure and possibly take that top seed spot. Regina is currently holding it, yet she has to ski again. Whitney got a half at 41 in the first round.
And she's starting to run 39, more consistently like she was, before motherhood. So it looks like she's, really recovered from having a child, and kind of excited to see her and Regina, different comebacks, seeing them starting to run 39 more consistently. So here we go, Whitney, big one here. She's got a little slight tailwinds picked up, but Whitney's in it right now. A little deep out of 4, over to 5, onside turn. She's back at 5, but able to manage it, and another 39.
Both
Whitney
rounds.
McClintock. Rini.
Six buoys confirmed at 39 for Whitney. All right, so she has the Canadian slalom record with 2 1/4 41. She got a half earlier today. In the lead right now is Regina with 1 from the first round. Gets a piece of 2 ball that could put the pressure on.
Yeah, it might not seem much between, first seed and second seed, but, if you're able to get all the way to the final, that could be a big difference,
Yeah.
when it comes to that final head-to-head pairing.
We've got Whitney coming in from the north end now, 41 off.
All right, so this is crucial. She's got to get wide on the gate. She's got a nice little headwind. Let's see what she can do. She got a good space at 1, over to 2. And can she S-turn the offside? Unfortunately not. As skiers, we all know that offside S-turn is just a little more difficult than the onside. Or I had it vice versa. She was on the offside, so it should have been a little easier because she's a lefty.
Oh, man. Need to practice trick slalom some more.
Well, Whitney's saying as she swims in that she can't believe she wasn't able to S-turn. She feels that she's a strong S-turner, especially on the offside. It's easier to do than the onside, and so she was there on her offside, and just wasn't able to burn the speed like she was hoping. But it was a phenomenal start. She had a great gate, gave her space at 1, able to turn 1, and thought she was going to be on her way. We'll get her over here and hopefully have a few words. All right, here with Whitney. That was great skiing, 39 both rounds. I know that's something that you've been gearing back up, and great start at 41, a lot better than this morning. Walk us through.
Yeah, so I'm a little irritated last weekend coming out having, I felt like I had really great starts at Hilltop, and I just kept messing myself up before. So this weekend I was not going to do that. I was fully committed. I'm going to run 39. And so far, so good. This morning I didn't realize that there was some headwind out there for my gate at 41, so I was just a little slow and didn't have as much lean as I wanted to at the right-hand gate ball. So that round, I saw the headwind. It was noticeably a lot stronger. So just committing there at the right-hand gate ball made me in a better spot for sure. And then don't even ask me about my S-turn because that's irritating.
Well, it's still great skiing. Like you said, it definitely it picked up a little bit of the 39, just a little tail, and you were able to see that at 41. And as skiers, obviously, like that little headwind into that hard pass, and you managed it well. And obviously not the full outcome that you wanted, but still great skiing, great improvement, and we'll look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow.
Thanks, Brian.
All right. Great skiing by Whitney McClintock-Rini, and we're seeing playback now for all you on the webcast. Regina Jaquist, our top seed, who's now sitting in second after Whitney's performance, increased her score to 1.5 at 41. Regina had 1 at 41, so I know Regina's going to be looking to get back that top spot for tomorrow, and we'll see what she has in store for us. All right, Regina Jaquist, your current women's slalom world record holder, coming back in the course, 35 off. That world record's 4.5 at 41. She's skiing on the good XTR team. A nice looking 35 off for Regina. The pharmacist out of Santa Rosa Beach, Florida.
Regina coming back in now for her third pass, 38 off.
Working on her knee drive after the surgery.
Yeah. Nice connection. Tight line this whole 38 off pass. Just another walk in the park for Regina. She rounds 6 and outs the gate at 38 off. So she's going to need to run 39 yet again if she wants a chance to take that top seed spot away from Whitney, who just got 1.5 at 41. First round, Regina got a full buoy at 41. So these ladies are securely in, but they're just waiting to see what spot in the bracketing they'll have for tomorrow's head-to-head final.
I'm in a good mindset of it's just like you can go
39 now for Regina Jaquez. See if she can do it again. Nice and wide on the gate, keeping her speed up. Big one. Ooh, unfortunate early fall there for Regina. 1.5.
Yeah, so looking back at this replay, Ryan, she had a good one, had a lot of space, but looked like she was just wasn't patient at the finish of the turn. She wanted to go, didn't quite have the line, and she was starting to go. She was leaning away, fell onto the line, and wasn't able to hold that load. You know, something you don't normally see from Regina. You know, she's, usually keeps that line tight and, doing the work in the right spot. Just got a little ahead of herself, and obviously she'll be a little disappointed, but she's in the second seed going into the final tomorrow. She knows, she's a veteran. She knows what needs to be done, and she'll correct that tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll see her back through 39 and challenging the lead.
Yeah, so it looks like our top 8 women will be Whitney, Regina, Jamie, Chelsea, Paige, Allie, Allie, and Sasha. So we're going to be moving on to the second round of men, which has been reseeded. Our first handful of skiers will be Stephen Island, Chris Parrish, Dorian Llewellyn, Ben Stadelbauer, Blaze Grubbs, Cole McCormick, and Ryan Canepa to get us going in the second round of open men's slalom. Doing a simulation pass. Again, I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. They've been pulling this tournament into some phenomenal scores. Also like to thank Dublin Toyota, Good Skis, Babes Boat Care, HO Skis, State Farm Insurance, D3, Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Radar, Wilderness Forestry, Connolly, Stealth, Larry and Gwen Ligon and Darcy Murray, Singer Homes, and Big B Lumber. We'll be back.
First round, 1:41. How do things feel out there today?
Yeah, no, it's really nice. I just actually missed the handle coming out of 2-ball, so I was in, so not the end of the world. Make those mistakes today while you're trying to figure everything out at the site. I think it's gonna be great tomorrow. The lake's skiing great. These were my first 2 sets here, and it's just great. So of course I wish I could have come here all week and gotten more practice, but I think that's fine. Get that out of the way and see how tomorrow goes. And the whole point today is to make sure you get to tomorrow.
That's right. You don't win it today, and you've been keeping a great balance with work, and obviously didn't have the luxury of staying on the West Coast like a lot of people did. You had to travel, back and forth, so maybe a little jet lag. And I know, that the flying affects the knee a bit, but you're able to manage, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yep, it's going to be a good day. I'm excited. Like I said, tomorrow's a whole new game, and we'll be ready.
We're looking forward to seeing you, Reg.
Thanks.
All right, we've got Stevie Island coming back in. 35 off. So Stevie's looking like a nice 35. Little hesitation there at 5. Might have been thinking about what happened this morning, because he was cruising the 35 this morning and just unfortunately had a little bobble there. Uncharacteristic, missing 35. But able to get through that this round and move on to the purple loop, coming back at 38.
Stephen Island coming in now for his 38 off pass. Got a ways to go. Nice and early so far through this 38 off. Man, another big 4. Got broken a little bit there, but it settles back down and out the gates at 38 off. Whew. Oh, he raised his hand kind of as got through that. And that's a confirmed 6 at 38.
So here we see the replay on webcast. Great looking start. Might have had a little bobble at 3, and then that's where he got deep at 4, but able to manage it. Stevie's a strong skier, able to hold on.
.39 up next for Steven, and it's going to be a must-run pass. How many 39s did we have run earlier today, Brian?
Quite a few. I believe the bubble from this morning was I think 2 at 41 would have been the top 8 from this morning, and I know we had a couple 1.5s, so it could come down to backup scores, possibly even needing a full 3. But here's Steven, lost the line a little bit there at 1. He's got a big 2, a little separated into 3, lost the line at 3, and unfortunately, a tough fall there. Stevie, you all right? All right. Looks like unofficial three buoys at at 39 for Stevie. As we watch the replay here, you could see just a little extra speed at 1, lost the line at 2, got separated into 3, and then dropped the shoulder from 3 to 4 and let go to prevent a full out the front. So glad he's okay. I know not what he wanted. A tough weekend for him, especially coming off of making his first final, tying his PB 3:41 last weekend. But glad to have him out here in California, and that leaves us to our next skier, Chris the Tower Parrish.
Yeah, I believe I counted 11 men got into 41 in the first round. So I just got the bracketing for tomorrow's women. We'll have Whitney against Sasha, followed by Regina against Allie, Chelsea Mills against Paige, and Jamie against Allie Nicholson. But we have Chris the Tower Parrish coming in for his opening pass, 32 off right now.
So CP ran 1.5 at 39 this morning. Definitely looking to get through that pass and challenge the leaderboard. Last weekend at Hilltop, he was able to run 2 at 41 both rounds, consistent skiing. Unfortunately, just missed out on that top 8. But definitely capable of running 39 and having a shot at 41. That's what he'll be looking to do here in the second round.
A couple years ago, 2 at 41 would have been pretty much always the cutoff. But now it's probably a piece of 3 or beyond is what it's taken these days.
Yeah, definitely with the average. You know, most of the time it was that shallow 41. And then this is the first year we're doing just top score, you know, which I know a lot of people in the field are excited about. I know in years past, you know, we've had, you know, remember one time Nate ran 1 at 43 and then dropped the handle around 3-ball 39 and was ninth. And that same year I'd run 3 at 39 and then 3 at 41 and was 10th. And so, you know, here we had some of the top scores that in this format would have got us in, but we were sitting on the sidelines on Sunday watching. So, you know, I think it's a fair format, you know, with this of, you know,
some different too to change
people are traveling, you know, a good amount and able to, you know, if you do have a hiccup, you know, you're not 100% out of it, that you give yourself an opportunity to put up a big score and still fight your way into the final.
Chris Parrish now returning at 35 off. Very little extra movement. He keeps his upper body very quiet. Stays really long legs and tall at the buoy. Easy 35 off there for CP. And that's confirmed 6 at 35 for Chris. Really in a stack position behind the boat, just dead over his feet, using his height to his advantage. .38 off up next for Chris. Chris is going to hang around the Sacramento area. I think he's doing a clinic at Belle Aqua Lake 1 next week. He's done that the last couple years, I believe. Chris back on the water now, 38 off. Nice slow release of the handle. Keeps the free arm in nice and tight. Another completed 38 off pass for Chris. Looking to better his score from this morning, Chris got 1.5, 39. Needs to run this and get a decent way through 41. Chris, no stranger to this California Pro-Am. He's been a long-time competitor, probably made a majority of these events out here. Parrish, 39.5 off. Looking good out of 1. Early at 2. Little down course at 3, but he's in good shape still. Stay with it. 5. All right, 39 for Chris Parrish. Good skiing. Pretty tight line there out of 1 ball. Good control out of 2. Just 3 and 5, just a little bit of pickup, kind of bringing the arms in a little too soon. Good skiing for Chris Parrish. He'll be coming back in at 41 off.
Yeah, I think, there at 4 was just had a little extra speed, and that carried it into 5, and just had a little extra speed, which is the reason, that it creates the loose line there at the finish of the turn. But he was able to manage it, wait, for it to get tight to be able to go. That's where we've seen earlier with a couple skiers, wanted to fall away, before that line's tight, and then they end up in the water. So, able to just manage there, at 5 and get over to 6 and give himself an opportunity to, break his way into the top 8 here. As we mentioned, first round, top 8, I believe was a score of 2 at 41. So he'll need minimum 2 at 41, and definitely anything past that will increase his chances of making it into the final tomorrow. So here we go. Chris Parrish, 41 off, needs a good start. A little heavy there at the gate. Pulled out, a little broke at 1. Can he S-turn? Oh, that's going to be a very close call. He looked like he got a little lazy there on the S-turn, wasn't able to burn the speed necessary, and we're going to have to wait for the judges to see if he was able to get back through the boat guides in time. We'll have a good shot here. There's a lot of spray there, so it's going to be a judge's call. That's one's you're happy not to be in the judge's tower when you get a call like that. So I guess unofficial we'll call 2, so we're going to have a 1.5 or 2. A 2 would, at least put them in contention as we sit here, but still, like we talked earlier in the day, I think, a piece of 3, if not a full 3, is what it's going to take to be able to make it into this top 8 final.
Good skiing out there, Chris. Yeah, and they're going to have to review that. They already have a split decision, so we'll get back to you with a confirmed score here in a few moments.
Yeah, but either way, great skiing by Chris. I believe the oldest competitor in our men's field, and great to see him still getting through 39, getting started at 41 and giving himself potentially an opportunity to get into this head-to-head final tomorrow.
Up next will be Dorian Llewellyn. From Lake Worth, Florida, Dorian Llewellyn, 32 off. former overall world record holder Dorian Llewellyn, slaloming and jumping today. But here he is at 32 off for his opening pass.
Dorian coming off a great 2021 season. Like you mentioned, Ryan set the world overall record and became a world champion, winning the trick event, came runner-up in overall to Joel Poland, who ended up breaking Dorian's world overall record. They actually both broke the record at Worlds. So it was exciting to see that battle last year in Florida at Jack Travers. We got Dorian coming back 35 off. Skiing on his good slalom ski. Not nice. Looking 35 for Dorian. Another warm-up pass as we see on the replay. Dorian's real balanced over his ski, staying connected.
We just got a confirmation on Chris Parrish's score, 2 at 41. That was a close call, but that might be a big half buoy.
Yeah, as we see on the webcast screen, so we got a tie for 8th at 2 at 41. So, it's going to come down to backup scores, for some of those individuals if, 2 ends up still being in that 8th place. But we got a lot of great skiers left, a lot of skiers that were under that 2 that are capable of increasing that score, and even the ones at 2 can increase it down the line at 41.
Dorian coming in now for 38 off. Whoa! Losing his hips at 5 ball. Looking like 5 buoys at 38 off for Dorian.
Yeah, a little surprise there. Ryan, he was a little back at 1 and 2, but I thought he was managing the pass well. Hard to see, as we got the spray behind here, looking at the replay on the webcast. Maybe if we can get the boat video, we might be able to see what he was able to do there. Kind of similar to, we weren't sure what happened to Freddie Winter on that S turn, and saw that he had gone out the front. So here we go. We've got the boat view here on this replay. It'll give us a better idea. As you can see that line getting a little loose there at 2 and 3, but he had a good 4. I thought he was back in it, but then you can see he just dropped that left shoulder there at 5 ski bid, and unfortunately that's all that was written for him for today. But hopefully he can put that behind him, change mindset, get focused on jump, and we can see some big jumps later this afternoon from Dorian Llewellyn.
Up next, we'll have Ben Stadelbauer. Ben will be going out at 32 off.
All right, I have Chris Parrish here on the dock. How was that run for you?
Oh, it was great. I mean, like, I felt so good the first round and was just kind of in shock while I was didn't know why I was in the water, but then I kind of like realized I did a few things wrong there. But yeah, second round felt awesome. Probably won't be enough, but you know, to get another 2 at 41 back-to-back pro events, and I've been on this new Syndicate Works 02. I've probably only had about 10 sets on it, and I can't wait for my 68. This is my baby right now. And big shout out to Greg and Debbie Badal that's put this event on forever. All the staff, supporters, the boat drivers, food crew, everybody, I really appreciate you. And let's have a great weekend.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So that was Ben on his opening pass, 32 off, returning 35.
Yeah, Benny, based out of the Claremont, Florida area. Family has Swiss water ski resorts, originally from Geneva, Switzerland. The family's residing stateside now. I know he wants to give a shout out to everybody back at Swiss Water Ski Resort, the family. Also Sam, we're missing her, you know, in the women's slalom. I know she's busy going in medical school, and you know, when she can, she's able to show up and compete, and unfortunately wasn't in the cards for this weekend. So hopefully I'm sure she's tuning in and cheering on Benny as he's coming back at 35 off.
Making easy work of just 35 as he heads over to 5 ball. 6 out the gates, 35 off for Benny.
All right, the Nautique's got Benny back up around the island, coming back in. 38 off on his Syndicate Works 2. I understand Benny played a key role in developing this ski, so definitely looking like he's dialed on it. He's at the start here at 38. Nice looking pass for Benny, 38 off. So you see on the replay, You know, Benny's getting a lot of load there right into the first wake, releasing off the second wake and really riding that line all the way out to maximum width. Able to get the ski, load the ski into the first wake, release off the second wake, really cast out, get a nice pre-turn to be able to ride that ski back in. All right, Benny Stadelmeyer coming in 39, must run pass if he wants to give himself an opportunity to be in the top 8 here skiing tomorrow. We got a good looking one. Lost the line a bit there at 2, over to 3, had to wait a narrow at 3. Can he manage into 4? He's down course. Unfortunately, 4 buoys, 39 for Benny. Looked like he had a pretty good one, but I'm wondering if he got a little too much. He got pulled into 2, lost the line there at 3. I thought he was going to be all right from 3 to 4. Again, just like we've been seeing at 5-ball going the other way, we've been getting the spray, so not able to see exactly what happened there at 4, but unfortunate for Benny. 4 buoys, 39 off. So that'll bring up our next skier, a local boy, just about 30 minutes north of here in Rio Linda. Blaze Grubbs had a phenomenal first round, 4 at 39, tying his personal best.
And here comes Blaze, 32 off for his opening pass. Blaze has become quite the overall skier as well. Nice opening pass there for Blaze Grubbs on that D3 Ion. Some of his fellow now college classmates are watching. Blaze would like to give a shout out to them. He's a freshman at ASU. Where he's studying something to do with the airline industry. As we mentioned earlier today, he already has his pilot's license, his private pilot's license. Oh, aviation management. I think that's what the major is. Shortening the line to 35 off for Blaze Grubbs.
And ASU's got to have a pretty strong team, you know, adding Blaze to the existing team. I know Blaze. They have the Harmios,
Federico,
and Luisa, and then Kristen Baldwin. They've got his sister Yenna, so they got a pretty
Fletcher Holm.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good team. It'll be interesting to see if West Coast is able to move back up at the national level. Big one there for Blaze at 35 off.
Come on, Blaze. Working through this 35 off pass. Ooh, big 5. In a little deep, but that's okay. He settled back down and jumps the wakes out the gates at 35 off for Blaze Grubbs. Blaze, I believe, the youngest skier in open men today by a number of years. Yeah, he's only 18, I believe. His birthday's in September. I believe he actually got his, don't quote me on this, his pilot's license before his driver's license. He had to be driven to his pilot's license test. But a nice 35 there for Blaze Grubbs, shortening to 38. See if Blaze can do it again here today. He looked very strong and smooth this morning. Blaze Grubbs, 38 off. Nice tight line out of one. Stay with it, Blaze. Come on. Getting deep, getting broken a little bit. Still staying in it. Come on, Blaze. Pulling hard for 5. All right, Blaze Grubbs, another 38 off. After that 4-ball. Ooh, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, definitely. It started at 3, got separated there at the finish of 3, lost his hips, as we'll see here on the replay. But managed it well for 38 off. You know, Blaze
just stayed patient, didn't panic, even though he had that 3-ball where his teeth went into his knees. But he
yeah, in years past, you know, a lot of times at 38 you would see Blaze panic, you know.
Yeah.
And he didn't panic there. He stayed patient, you know, didn't try to make it all up at 4, just took what he, you know, was provided, and then was able to, you know, manage to get through the pass and give himself an opportunity to come back at 39 and see if he can equal or increase that score from this morning.
Yeah. Get another good start again. His start this morning was beautiful. It's calmed down. We couldn't ask for better conditions here at short line. Blaze Grubbs, 39. Come on. Go, Blaze. Keep it up. Come on, stay with it. Just lost his hips a little there. Looking like 3 buoys unofficially at 39 for Blaze.
Another great start here. You know, had a pretty good one. Great, too. But just like we saw at 38, he lost his hips just a bit at the hookup. Unable to get outside of 4, but phenomenal tournament for Blaze.
Yeah, he should be happy with that.
That might be the best 2 rounds he's had. 4:39 tying his PB, backing it up with the 3 right inside 4. You know, he'll definitely be happy with that performance, and you know, another one that we'll see here later on in the jump event.
Cole McCormick up next. He'll be coming out at 32 off.
All right, Cole McCormick coming to the course. Cole's definitely one that could bump himself up into that top 8. That's what he did last weekend in the second round, running 4:41 up at Hilltop. He ran 4 twice in the qualifier and runoff in the qualifiers to get into the Masters, so he's definitely capable. Nice 32 off pass for Cole.
So Cole just ran his 35 off, shortening to 38. He was looking good this morning at 39, got 4.5, just falling around 5 ball. Cole, a strong skier. His slalom has really become one of the best on that La Pointe ski. Cole coming in 38.
All right, nice wide gate for Cole here, 38 off. Managing the line better into 4 there. Around 5 over to 6. So we got Cole in a little trouble this morning at 39. Had a phenomenal 1 ball, which almost got there a little too early and just started coming to the inside a bit there at 2. That's what created some of the trouble at 39 this morning. Able to manage it well there at 38. Hopefully he can do the same at 39 and get a shot at 41.
Cole sponsored by La Pointe Skis, Stealth Gloves, Performance Ski and Surf, Roger Den Racing, and Jerry Store. Cole McCormick coming in now, 39.5 feet off the line.
All right, let's see if he can get a good one like he did this morning. Carry the line out better into 2. Looks like he was able to manage that a lot better. He's on his way over to 4. Around 5 over to 6. There we go, 39 off. So we'll see here on the replay. Cole had another great start, was able to carry the line out better into 2 here. It's great to see Cole, notice the mistake he made this morning. Wasn't going to let it affect him again. So here, coming back at 41, that bubble right now of a tie for 8th is with 2. But the problem is we go to backup score. Obviously, everybody except Parrish that has a 2 has a higher backup score, or potentially could have a higher backup score, depending on what they do this next round. So I know Cole doesn't have 2 in his head. Like I said, he ran 4 last weekend in the second round to guarantee himself into the final, and then has run a couple other 4s this year. So hopefully he gets a great one ball like he's been getting. He's a lefty. It's his onside. Cole usually gets a strong 1. It's just if he can manage the line and carry it out with him at 2 with having the right water speed to get down the pass. So let's see what he's able to do. Looks like a good gate into 1. He's got space at 1. A big 1. He went hard to 2. He managed the line. He's outside of 3. Unofficially 2.5 at 41. Looked like a good start here. Looking at the replay, I think he might have gone a little heavy at 2, caused that little extra speed, but he was patient. And then, got outside of 3. Not sure if he was looking to S-turn it or not. But it's his onside, like we talked about earlier with Whitney. A little harder on the onside to S-turn. I think Cole might have just got a little too far on front of the ski and wasn't able to manage that. But great skiing, 2.5. As you can see, it bumps him into a tie for 7th right now, so gives him an opportunity, but we still have a lot of skiers left, so we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so hearing it's not a confirmed 2.5 yet, that's going to be under review, so once we get judging confirmation of Cole's score, we will provide that. All right, here with Cole, just got off the water. I'm sorry, we're still waiting on that confirmation, so not sure 2.5, but how'd it feel out there?
It felt better in the first round. Feels really easy out there. I just took it a little too easy there at 2 ball. I had a deep 1, and I just didn't want to blow the fin at 2, and so I maybe took 2 a little too easy and just kind of barely got 3 there, but hopefully it's a 2.5 confirmed because the half would be huge.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we just spoke about. That half difference will give you an opportunity. Obviously, a lot of skiers left capable, but that 2 most likely won't give you that opportunity. So we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully it's the 2.5, and then it'll be the weight game.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm crossing my fingers.
All right. Well, good skiing, and glad to have you out here in California.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, so we had another local boy on the water, 32 off in the books for Ryan Canepa right here, Short Line Lake. Ran a 5 at 39 earlier this morning. Was skiing well. Was surprised that he came up just a bit short at 6. Thought we were going to see the first 39 with him being, I think, the second skier off the dock this morning in the first round. I know he's looking at running that 39 and giving himself an opportunity and crack at 41 to see if he can get into the top 8. All right, and we just got confirmation from scoring. Cole's final score, 2 buoys at 41. So it's shaping up like I think you're going to definitely need a piece of 3 to have an opportunity. But obviously a lot of skiers left that can get a full 3, if not more. So I think a piece of 3 is a minimum. A full 3 and beyond will be able to secure your spot into this 8-man final. So we'll see on replay, Ryan's 38. Able to see he gets a load early. Able to release off the second wake, managing the line out to keep a nice tight line throughout the turn. All right, Ryan Canepa coming back in. 38 off. Good hookup out of 4 over to 5. Looked like a good looking 38 off for Ryan.
All right, local boy Ryan Canepa coming back in now for 39. Got 5 this morning. Come on, Ryan. Hooked up nice out of 2. Little deep out of 3. Come on, Ryan. Stay with it. Oh. And out the gates, 39 for Ryan Canepa. Way to hang on to that. Woohoo! Here we go on the replay. Watch this 5 to 6. Man, took up the slack. A lot of speed around 6. Slack out the gates. Oh, right. Nice skiing there, Ryan Canepa. So he'll be coming back in at 41. What's his personal best, Brian? Do you know?
I believe 3. I think
3?
3 at 41. He's gotten a couple times in tournaments, so it's definitely what he'll need a PB, tie a PB. I think to give himself an opportunity to be skiing tomorrow. So, you saw how he can turn 1-3. He needs to get a good gate and make sure he gets a good one, but not too much load that he can manage it out to 2. So let's see what he does here. A little narrow there at 1, and unfortunately, we just wasn't able to get enough load in the first wake and carry that line out with him to give him that opportunity to have some space there at 1. But still, you'll see on the replay here, just coming up narrow there. Still good skiing for Ryan, running 39, giving himself an opportunity. I know not what he wanted, but still, respectable skiing.
Sometimes that's tougher skiing at your home site. You put pressure on yourself. You feel like, I have to ski well. I'm used to skiing here. Sometimes it's easier to go somewhere else. That was great skiing for Ryan Canepa to run that 39. Corey Vaughn up next, 32 off for his opener. Nice opening pass there for Corey Vaughn at 32 off. Thirty-five off up next for Corey.
All right, good looking 35 off for Corey Vaughn, riding that radar vapor. See on the replay. Nice early edge change there at 2, managing the line out. Great.
Corey, 38 off up next. Here's Corey working his way through 38 off, keeping the line nice and tight here. Six and out the gates for Corey at 38.
So we see on the replay, Corey coming in there. Good looking start there. I think a little heavy at 2, which caused the line to be a little loose at 3 there, but 38 off, able to manage it. Corey was out here about half the week. He's got nice lakeside room here, staying with the Goldmans. And he wants to give a shout out to his wife Amelia, son Seth. Hello to Mom, and thank family and friends for tuning in, and a big shout out to Coos for holding down the ski school. Peace, love, and Waterski there in Bumpus, Virginia, while he's away.
All right, he'll be coming in at 39. He got 5 in the first round, just falling a little too far back out of 5-ball to make it to 6. Looking to get through it this time. Corey Vaughn, 39.
All right, nice wide gate for Corey. Going to need a good start here. A little back there at 1. See how he manages at 2. Looks like a good 2. Over to 3. Lost the line back at 3. We're going to be down course and playing catch-up like the first round. Can he have a better 5? And there he goes. Corey Vaughn, 39. Going to give him an opportunity to ski tomorrow by getting a look here at 41, see what he's able to do. We're looking at the replay. You see how he lost the line there at 3, a little back on the ski, had a good 4, and able to stay over his feet a lot better than he was this morning at 5, and gave him an opportunity to get to 6 and out the gates. So Corey Vaughn completed 39. Will be coming back at 41. Definitely capable of getting down. Looking at the bio, he's the ninth man to run 41. So definitely capable of getting down the line. And let's see if he's able to put it together today and give himself an opportunity. So coming around that North Island, headed south into the course, 41 off, Corey Vaughn. He's going to need a good start here. He's going to need balance here at 1. A little slow at 1. And unfortunately, just like we saw Ryan, another a half at 41. Looked like he was just a little narrow, more than he wanted. had a little hesitation, a pause there, and unfortunately not able to get the hookup he was wanting at 1. So there you go. You're looking at our leaderboard as we stand. This is scores from round 1 as well as the scores from round 2 so far. So you've got our leaders at 5:41, Will Asher, Joel Howley, 4.5 with Fred Winter. Then our stack up tied for 4th with Dane, Hazelwood, and Nauvoo at 3:41. Pagozzi hanging in there in 7th at 2.5, and still are stacking up with our tie for 8th at 2:41. Again, if we have ties, we're going to be going to backup score. So we know we've got Cole McCormick and Chris Parrish there with backup scores already. We've got Cole at, I think it was a 4.5 at 39 as a backup score, and Parrish with 1.5 at 39. The other two that were tied there with 2 still yet to come. We got one of them just below that tie for 8th is John Travers going to the water now. Ran 1.5 at 41 in the first round. All right, John Travers. 32 off. John's been skiing really well this year. Started off with a 4 at 41 at the qualifier, second qualifier, the Masters. He ran a 4 in France. So he's definitely capable of getting down 41 and giving himself an opportunity to ski tomorrow. So including John, we have 11 skiers left in the second round of the men's slalom prelims. Again, it's top 8 scores qualified to the 8-man head-to-head tomorrow. We've already got our 8 women. The brackets are filled, ready to go for tomorrow, just seeing who the men are going to be. And then once we have these 11 slalomers, we're going to move into our one-round jump prelims. But we've got John Travers coming back in, 35 off, riding his HO ski. So great looking 35 for John as we see on this replay. John's very strong behind the boat. Does a great job bringing the handle with him, keeping a tight line, balanced in the turn. All right, we got John Travers coming back in, 38 off. Another good-looking pass for John, and joined in the announcer's booth with Marcus Brown. How we doing today, Marcus?
Doing good, dude. Doing really good. You guys have been doing a killer job up here, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's fun to have this event reach an audience out there worldwide on the web. The whole team's doing a good job. That pass by John, I don't know if you remember his 38 off from the first event.
Yeah.
Or from the first round. That was much cleaner right there. So I know he's going to be in a better spot mentally going into this 39. Hopefully it'll feel a little bit better than it did first round. But yeah, it's going to be a tough cut for the guys. I don't know what you think. I think 341 you might need a good backup score.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I mean, obviously, 6th guy out in the first round, Joel Howley, we haven't been seeing him,
that's crazy
for a while, and just goes out and knocks out 541 and really just set the stage for the guys. And so I definitely think, a full 3 is not even necessarily safe. Like you said,
no.
We got 11 guys left. I mean, these guys are all capable of running 341 or more. So, there's definitely going to be some shakeup in this top 8.
I agree, but JT knows he's going to have to get through this pass first to have a chance. He's looking like he's in rhythm. He had a little slow 1 ball there, but I think, a little slow out of 4, and he had his trademark 5 ball. He got back in it by 6. Not how he wanted to run it, though, BD.
Yeah, it wasn't as clean as the 38, how you had mentioned. I think it started at that 1 ball. Just got a little much. It was a little back there as we see this replay here at 1. But I felt he managed it really well here at 2 on the offside, was back in it. It'd be interesting to see what happened here at 4.
I think he fell back again. Yeah, he was slow out of 4, late into 5. But that 5 ball, he's kind of got that on lockdown for the most part. So that wasn't really that bad for him. It was more like a safety, maybe a safety 4, just to make sure he was going to get through it so he could have a chance at 41, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, John's obviously, very experienced. He's been there, and we've seen, how dependable his onside has been through the years for him. And as you know, if you have a little bobble and, not saying that it's nerves, but, the better skiers learn to manage. You're not going to make up the course. Just, hey, let's manage with where we're at just to get through. You don't need to see how early, to make up time. It's just, hey, okay, I had a bobble.
Get through till 6 in the exit gates.
Let's get through and let's get a look here at 41. And that's what he was able to do. And we got him coming back in at 41.
He's going to be hungry for 3, I would say. That's really what he wants. He's going to need a good start. He's got a decent 1. Let's see if he can turn 2. He fell back. He's going to get a piece of 3. Wow. Does he get a full 3?
I think he got 3, but we'll have to wait for the judge's call. But what a start. He had a great start. Went over to 2. Maybe a little fast, sat back, but managed it.
Yeah. Got around 3, did the S-turn, back to the wake. And, wow. That's what we're talking about. You got 11 skiers left, and I think 3 is going to be the score to get yourself into the finals.
Yeah, I think that's 4 3s already, and then we have two 5s and a 4.5. So I mean, you're looking at 7 scores at 3 or above.
That's crazy
already with 10 guys left.
Yeah, that's insane. So how many of these next few guys, so we see JT there, how many of these next few guys did not? So Pagosi got a 3. So 1, 2, 3.
Well,
these
Pagosi was 2.5.
Oh, 2.5.
So we really have 4 guys left that, are sitting, potentially on the outside. We see Pagosi there.
Yep.
2.5 is an 8th right now.
It's on the bubble.
Really there's 3 guys left until we get to Pagosi, who's in. So 3 guys could potentially get, 3 or more.
This is going to be tight.
With one of them being Nate.
Yep.
We obviously saw him go down a bit early, and I think he do the same last weekend. He ran 2 and then ran 41.
Yep. He ran 2 and then he ran maybe four or five, something.
4.5, I think,
4.5,
and then ran 41 in the final.
He's just getting kind of better and better. So looks like we have Nate up next. I know it's hard to be here for you, home site, and you've been dealing with some injuries. It's got to be hard to watch this go down at your lake. You ran 41 off here over the last, 2 years? 1 or 2 years, you've ran a couple 41s here. So, yeah, it's got to be a little tough,
Yeah, definitely tough. I mean, even I tuned in a little bit last weekend, and it's definitely tough not being out there with the guys and competing. Obviously, the competitor in me is killing me.
Yeah.
But
you're being smart,
taking a step back.
Yep.
I know I'm doing the right thing to get my body healthy and 100%
sure.
to be able to come back and not have to deal with this back issue
exactly
that I'm dealing with.
You want to put that thing to bed for the rest of your career, basically, so you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, you've seen firsthand someone like you kind of what you've gone through, and just trying to be able to set myself up. I feel I'm not the young guy on the tour anymore, but
No.
you see guys like Parrish, you got Will, you got T-Gas, they're in their 40s and they're still killing it, and it's like they're 7 to 10 years older than me, and it's like there's still a lot of skiing left, and I feel like I'm coming off the best season I've had, so it's like, hey, let's be smart about it. It sucks for the summer, and especially having everybody come to the home site.
Yeah.
But I'm in a good mental spot of knowing what's going on and having a game plan, and just focused on that game plan of getting healthy, and it's just time for me to execute off the water, so then I can get back on the water.
No, I think that's really smart. I mean, you got a long career ahead of you if you play it smart, and so just stay on track. Have confidence in your game plan. So he's the only guy that started at 35 off today, right?
Yeah. So I think he's been going on 35 last, couple months, and so that's just something that he's sticking with, so he's the only one that took 41 from the south end, and I know he's just sticking with it.
Yeah, good. Well, here we go, 38 off, Nate Smith. Well, that's pretty easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody said, through the years, talked about it. You don't see much change from pass to pass with Nate, and that's the same here with this 38. I know I talked to you used to talk to your brother about it, quite a bit with Nate skiing, trying to figure out, what he's doing, and it's just he does the work in the right spot all the time.
Yep.
He doesn't change where most of the time, most skiers, if they have a mistake, they go harder, they go longer.
Yep.
You just seldom see, Nate do that. He keeps that work zone and that intensity where it needs to be, no matter where he is in the course. And I think that's what's really, contributed to the success he's had. And, it's easier said than done.
Oh, for sure.
You can tell yourself, not to panic or, but it's just that instinct that you have in your brain that triggers, a oh shoot moment that I need to go, harder or longer. And then it just sets you up, a little faster or, into the next buoy or, coming to the inside too early.
Yep.
And that's where he's, whatever, he never has that oh shoot moment in his brain. He's been able to control that.
He can stay confident and know that he has the moves to get back on line, even if he makes a mistake or two. Even at 41 off, we've seen it time and time again. This is 39. He's got to get through this to actually have a chance. Nate Smith is not in the finals as of right now. He knows he's got to run through this whole pass to have a chance to make the finals tomorrow, and he made that look pretty easy. Wow.
Yeah, not too much different from that 38. You know, like we were talking about, he's doing the work in the right spot. So we see here on the replay, you know, he's taking that load right there, and then he's off of it. You know, he's riding that pendulum, riding that line, you know, like a swing all the way up to the top, and then just coming back down. And when that load, just adding. You know, I like the swing set analogy of just that pump that takes you all the way to the top, and you're just riding it. If you pump too hard or you pump for a longer
Too
duration,
long, you're going to go past the next buoy.
You're going to get that jerk, you know, when you're on that swing, and that's the same, you know, that we get the loose line in the turn.
The other thing that I think doesn't get talked about as much with people, good skiers like Nate and some others, is the opportunity or the extra move they have to make to recover to get back on the right line. So you see Nate, sometimes he's a little later, a little faster, but he has a move to make through apex, into pre-turn and through apex, that keeps the rope tight, gets his direction changed, and gets him moving him back behind the boat, when most mortals would ski into slack and then have a delayed pull and then have to pull longer. But this is 41 off. He's got 1.5 as a top score so far. He's going to need to get at least 3. We know now. Let's see what he can do. Slow 1. He's got a 2. He's going to get to 3. What's he going to do? Is he going to stand up, take an S turn? That's what he does. That was you hardly ever see Nate do a safety move, but that was a safety move to ensure he could make it into the finals.
Well, but what's interesting is that doesn't secure him.
That still doesn't secure him.
Have higher backup scores after him that aren't in.
Yeah.
That if they're able to go and run a 3 like he did, we might not have Nate Smith in the final. So it'll be interesting.
He's on dangerous ground right now.
Yeah, and like you said, you don't usually see him stand up there. I mean, if 3 was a guarantee, you know, could maybe see it, but maybe he felt, you know, the slow 1 that he had, you know, that it wasn't worth the risk.
We see right there 3 now. You have to run 3, and then you have to have a better backup score than the rest of these guys. Otherwise, you do not make it in the finals. So now that's crazy. You see Will, Joel, Fred, all more than 3, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people at 3, and
well, you've got Nate and John both have skied both their rounds. Yeah. They're tied because they both have 1.5 at backup. So we'll have to go to the rules if it goes to seeding after that, or if it's a runoff. We'll have to check with the chief judge and see what the official rules are if it's both rounds are tied.
That's a good question. All right, Nick Adams. I don't know. He didn't have a great weekend last weekend, but he always has like a 3 in the bag if he really wants it. He's got to want it though. Now's the time. He needs to get 3 at 41 for a chance to ski tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, looking at the list, they're all capable. You know, you've got Nick, Joel, and Robert. You know, got Nick and Joel have 2s, and then Robert has a 2.5. You know, they're all capable of getting that 3. It's, you know, can they do it on the stage? You know, little pressure when it has to be done is another question.
Well, you know what it's like when you're out there and it's the second round. The first round's like, all right, can I put up a big score? If it doesn't happen, the second round, it's a different vibe. It's a different feeling as an athlete. You're on the dock. You know you're going to have to go out there and put up a big score. It's almost like, in a way, sometimes more pressure than the finals because you're not even in the finals, but you know you need to pretty much go out and ski like a top score, and 3 is exponentially harder than 2. 2 is like, all right, 2's hard, but to get turn 2 and get the 3 and full 3, that's tough. So these skiers have their work cut out for them.
Well, especially we look. I'm not sure about Robert, but Nick and Joel are both lefties, so you got to turn that onside, you know, at 2 ball if you're able to get through 39 and get that look at 41.
Nick's making it look pretty easy at 35 off. Looks like he's riding that new Syndicate Works 02. Not sure. That's what it looks like. Not a bad pass, just another warm-up pass for Nick. I think he's been over at stateside for a while. We saw Joel Howley earlier, and, man, he ran 5:41. That looked phenomenal. He just flew over for this event. I think he's going to stay for the record next weekend here, and then he's going to go straight back to Australia. So that's kind of crazy. We haven't seen him for a while. Comes over, pops off a 5:41, maybe an new Australian record first round. And then now we've got Nick, who's kind of been on a different path. He's been over in the States for a while. Just cool to have some Aussies here right now.
Yeah, no, that was you couldn't have said it better. I mean, I think we saw Joel skied Moomba, but that was the first event since winning the World Championships in Malaysia in 2019, I believe.
Yeah, it's crazy.
First big event, and so I think he skied well there. And I know I talked to him earlier in the week. He'd been training hard, but it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
So I mean, we've done it before where
hey, we have to do that when we go to
Moomba. So we know how difficult that is, and so
take some of that medicine, right?
Yeah, to be able to come, from the winter, skiing in a wetsuit, he said, and show up and six skier off the dock, knock out a 5:41,
yeah.
Set that stage, and
that's pretty cool to see. Well, we got his fellow countryman here, Nick Adams, 38 off. He knows what he has to do. He's got to get. Pretty much got to get 3:41, but first he's got to get through these next two passes. He's got good stance on the ski. That's one of the things Nick does really good. Oh, he got deep at 3, though. That was a little weird. But you see him when he lines up there into the first wake. Nick stands on the ski nice and tall, and basically everything's in alignment, much like you ski. And it's cool to see, like, when he does it right, it takes very little effort.
Yeah, he can be very efficient, and I think he was very balanced here. A little back there at 2, but I think he just lost his hips because he was back at 2. Just lost the hips a bit there at 3, but able to recover, and then he's back in a good position from 4 to 5, 5 to 6. And he might have a little fire under him, because
I hope so.
With obviously to get into the final, but he had the Australian record, so that 5, Joel exceeds that, I think he might have, a little extra fire, to try to get some of that back.
Have you ever, speaking of fire, have you ever heard of the prickly versus goo analogy?
No.
So I think some skiers are prickly, and some skiers are more like gooey. The prickly skiers, they can like snap, get back in position. They have moves to make, and they often ski a little more erratic. But the goo skiers are a little more well-rounded, more smooth. But if they get behind, they don't have necessarily that move, the dynamic move they need to make to get back online. I think Nick historically is more of he's a gooey skier. Yeah. He's very smooth, but I know he's going to need some fire. He needs a little prickly here.
Yeah.
39.41 to be able to get through this to get a full 3. So he's making this look pretty good though. A little slow out of 4. He's going to need a big 5. All right. Wow. 39.5 off. Nick Adams. There we go.
Well, that's great to see Nick getting through 39 both rounds. You said he struggled a bit last weekend, so it's great to see him back on track.
Yeah, I mean, you see, keeps the ski in the water there at 2. And out of 3, he was a little slow, but not bad. He gets his alignment, comes into 4, and couldn't see it, but he was a little slow out of that too. So he had a little late and narrow at 5, but he just stayed calm. Moved outbound well into 6. He knew he could manage that extra speed and out the gates. So this is interesting because now he knows the score's there. It's like it's in front of you. And
yeah, you did the work to give yourself that opportunity.
Yep.
So like you said, he knows what he needs.
Get the heart rate back down.
3 at 41, control that breathing, and focus on your cues. And now it's time to execute.
Yep. Well, the conditions could not be better here, Shortline Lake. The only thing that could be better is maybe the energy level, just because it's, it's so nice out that just so easy to just lull yourself into a little nap here on the shoreline. But I think Nick's going to wake everybody up here. He's got 41 off, 10.25. He needs to get full 3 to have a chance, not even to be in, but to have a chance to make the finals. He's going to need to pull out everything he's got right here. 41 off. Little slow on the gate. Let's see if he can get out of 1. He got out of 1. Let's see if he can turn 2. He did not turn 2. He's not going to be able to get to 3. Oh, man. That was unfortunate with that start that he had, because that was a great one ball. Kept connection, came out of 1, tight, a little pulled out, but still he had a chance here too, and he just fell a little bit too far back on the ski, and he knew he wasn't really going to have a chance to get a full 3.
Yeah, I think, he had a great one, or great, gate into 1. Just might have got a little too much load. I think just center of mass just back a bit, and that created a bigger load into 2, which created the extra speed coming into that offside for him. And as we could see there, just lost the line. He just wasn't able to get back into that alignment that Marcus was talking about earlier in his set to really get the angle that he needed to get over and outside of 3. But still, great skiing, 2 at 41. Both rounds for Nick Adams.
Still phenomenal skiing. It's tough now. He knew what he needed. When that score's in front of you, it gets very, very dicey, because it can start playing tricks with your head. Well, we know Nate's got a 3. Joel's doing front flips. I think it's a no credit front flip, because he didn't ski it away off the starting dock.
So talk about prickly. When you were explaining that.
Prickly and goo?
Yeah,
some skiers are prickly, some skiers are goo.
Yeah, and I instantly thought of, people like Joel, Dorian.
Joel,
a lot of those trickers, right?
Yeah.
That have that fast muscle twitch.
Yeah.
I would think, even
Joel
Winter.
Poland is a prickly skier, and that's why he's fun to watch ski. He's got moves to make when he needs to make them.
So just an announcement for onshore. Food truck's going to be here till 4 o'clock. Food truck's only here to 4 o'clock, so you got a little over an hour left if you're hungry to grab some food. And I know we've got eight skiers left, so it's about an hour left in this men's slalom. We got Joel Poland through 32 off.
That's a nice pass, and you brought up like Joel and Dorian are 3 eventers at the elite level, some of the best in the world. Well, obviously Joel's world champion, but there's just a difference in the way overall skiers ski on a slalom ski versus kind of the rest of us in a way. And that's even people you don't expect, like Will Asher, Rob Hazelwood. There's a lot of skiers that grew up doing all 3 events, and I think you develop a keen awareness of edge pressure, weight distribution, when you can push on the ski, when you can't push on the ski. And I guess my advice would be if you want to just change it up a little bit, aside from like free skiing and stuff, you could find an old trick ski and just start cutting around on it, jump in the wakes, maybe do a little slalom, and just understand how to ride your front foot a little bit more. I think that could go a long way for a lot of skiers out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that balance, learning where to have your center of mass on the ski, and the biggest thing, like you said, is that front foot. I mean, we see so many skiers at all levels, are on that back foot, and it's a big hindrance to how far they can, get in the sport. But here we got Joel, definitely showing that balance on the slalom ski.
Yeah, he's got really good handle control. You see him come into his onside turn, 1-3-5, both sides, and he's the rope's always tight for the most part, always tight, and then gives him a move to make at the finish of the turn. You see here on the replay, comes in the 1, keeps control, 2 hands until the very end, extends, keeps that reaching arm also controlled. He's not just punching the handle out, and that's one of the things that allows him and skiers who ski like that to really know where to make the move right here at the finish of the turn, because they know where the boat is at all times. You know this more than most people, that when you don't know where the boat is and you've punched into loose line or you've come inside too early, it's a crapshoot to hook back up with the boat.
that's
elegantly and smoothly.
50-50 shot.
Yeah, exactly.
And leads to, in my opinion, just a lot of inconsistent skiing.
And overloading your body. Big load spikes at the backside of the buoy when your ski rotates into 90 degrees, but the boat's going down course. Suddenly you're like, oh, this is not fun anymore. I feel like it's, a bunch of start-stop.
And we know what Zeroff thinks when you do that big load. It's going to give us more gas.
Exactly.
It says, hey, you're not going to win this tug of war.
Nope, not at all. Well, again, he's in the same boat. He knows he needs 3 at 41 off at least to have a shot to get into the finals tomorrow. So this is interesting. 38 off. Obviously, he's got a lot of energy. I think you're going to see a pretty nice 38 here. Pretty up course. I mean, doesn't really get much earlier than that. 38 off. Very balanced on that ski, BD.
Yeah, very balanced. And, I haven't seen Joel slalom a ton. Obviously, we see a lot of his tricking and jumping, but he's no slouch in slalom. Slalom might be his worst event, and the guy can run mid-41.
I know. That's saying something.
But, it's incredible, watching his couple rounds today and, just how comfortable and confident he has in that, seeing that 5-ball in his onside. Even if he's coming in with a little more speed, and I think it's because of the balance that you talk about.
Yeah.
He's so balanced on the ski that, even if he's not in an ideal, position that he would like to be in with maybe a little extra speed, he's balanced, so he's feeling comfortable that he can still turn that ski and have no issue.
I have this theory that, these 3 eventers who are very talented on the trick ski are just playing with us, the slalom skiers, us specialists, and they're just out there making it look hard to make us feel okay, but really if they wanted to, they could just go out and, crush buoys, run 41. I don't know. Because you watch Joel, do stuff on a trick ski, it looks like a joke. And then he's out here on a slalom ski, and you just know that he's got an awareness on his feet that most people don't have. So he's going to need that right here.
The awareness on his feet is incredible. Like you said, I mean, seeing the videos he posts and just having the fun he has on the trick ski, it's incredible.
This is a tailwind 39, BD. He's got a little slow 1-ball, but he's going to need all 6. Got a big 2. Decent 3. He's hanging in there. Good 4. And look at this. Another 39.5 off from Joel Poland. 10.75, as he would say. And that's going to punch his ticket to 41, where he's going to have to go out and give it everything he's got to get at least 3 for a shot in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, and like you said, a little wind picked up there from the south, so we got just a little tailwind there, which is going to set up a nice little headwind here for 41. And I know it had died down for the rest of the field, but when Whitney skied, she got that little tailwind at her 39 and set herself up, and she had a great start at 41.
Yeah, I was going to say it's kind of a curse when it's you and it's 39 and tailwind comes up, but then it's a blessing if you get through it, because now look at what you have. Nice, perfect little head breeze 41 off.
And I think that'll help Joel. We've obviously seen his, how well he's turning the ski at 1.3. And I think what happened this morning is just a little – too much speed there at 2. So that's where that little headwind, might help him coming into offside. If he's got a little extra speed, might help slow him down to keep a tight line.
Did he do a TikTok just now after 39? Because he did one first round.
So I didn't see
it this time.
This time, but I know last time I definitely saw that one.
Maybe he's a little more serious this round, taking it a little more serious. We'll see.
Well, he should be, three's no slouch, and we got to see what he's able to do here coming in at 41 off. He needs a 3 to get into the final. He's a little narrow there at 1. Not a great one.
Oh, man. That was crazy. That's not what Joel wanted. I know he was looking good through 39. You see here on the replay, I don't know if he got a little slow turn in on the gate because he held it a little longer in the 1 and he was still a little narrow. So that was uncharacteristic for Joel. I was looking for him to up that score from round 1. We're going to get Joel over here for a second and see if he can give us a replay on that 10.25. Hey, dude. That was not what you wanted. You know you needed 3 to make the finals at least. How'd it feel out there that round?
You know, it felt really good. I really felt like I was on 39. I just couldn't figure out my gate. And like coming back on 41, there was a slight headwind. And I pulled out maybe like a little late, but too soft. So it just wasn't the right speed. Probably would have been fine if I just committed a bit more at 1, but I was like just that little stood up at a 1. And
How much room for error is there for you at 41 off right now when you know the cut's 3?
not much. Yeah, like I wouldn't say I get to 3 a whole bunch. Like I'm pretty good at getting 2. And I've been pushing that, so I'm getting to 3 and 4 a bit more in practice, but it's got to be a good one at least.
Well, dude, the cool thing is you get to go out and jump later, so this isn't your only ski ride.
I know, and there's a headwind now, so that's what I was thinking as I was coming into my gate. Like, yes, headwind for jump.
I love that. Thinking about jump when you're slaloming. Well, good skiing today, buddy. Good skiing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Robert Pagozzi, he's on the bubble as well. He's got a 2.5, and he's gonna need to get 3 for a chance. Actually, I think if he gets 3, he'll be in. Am I mistaken? You see on this replay, Pagozzi looking pretty good. Last weekend, he did not have the weekend he wanted up a hilltop. And you could tell after that first round today that he's hungry. He's like, I came all the way out to the West Coast. I'm not going to go home without fighting to get into that final spot, or into that top 8 finals. So you see him working for it today.
Yeah, and right now he's sitting in 9th. So he's first spot out as we have right now. So if he's able to run 3, then that puts the pressure on the remaining, the next 3 guys who have 3s to get a better backup score than 1.5 that Nate and John have. So, I think all eyes are on the water, because depending on what Robert does, the next 3 guys could have a nice ride, and know that they're in, or, they're going to have their work cut out still of trying to get into the final. So
if Robert gets a 3, then he's probably in, and now it's a huge toss-up for a bunch of backup scores, and these next 3 guys are going to have to battle for one of those backup scores just to make the finals. Yeah, so right now, if you have 3, you're in. If he runs a 3, that shuffles everything.
That shuffles everything, because he's got a 2.5 from the first round, and so then the other 2 3s that have skied already are John and Nate, and their backups are both 1.5. So
then we have 3 other guys who have 3, and they're going to go out and they're going to try to be beating those 1.5s at 41.
Yeah,
and it's a tough spot for those guys on the bubble right now. Robert's really going to want to throw a monkey wrench in the whole situation, isn't he?
Yeah, Robert running 3 definitely throws a monkey wrench in it. If he doesn't, then everybody's in. Now it's just, where does everybody fall in placement?
Yep. There we go. We have the leaderboard, Will and Joel with 5 at 41, Fred Winter 4.5, and then we have the tie at 3, Dane, Robert, Steven, Nate, Jonathan, and then we have Pagozzi on the water right now. He's in 9th. If he gets a 3, he suddenly bumps into that tie for 4th, and then we have just a whole backlog of backup scores that we'll have to sift through, and then the next 3 skiers are going to have to ski for backup score, which is going to look like 2 at 41 just to make the finals. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last weekend, Paris runs 2 twice at 41 and sitting on the sidelines.
Really cool to see that.
2.5. I think Dane ran 2.5s and was the last one
last
in
guy.
at 8th.
Yep.
So, I mean, we're basically right there, with 2.5 to 3s.
This is a tough spot, though, I'd say. Would you agree with Robert? He's on the bubble. He got 2.5. He was so close in the first round, and he's got to go out here, and he knows he's going to have to get 341. So while you're skiing these 32, 35, 38, 39 passes, how hard is that to, keep that 341 out of your brain?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I try to just take it one step at a time and not try to worry about what's coming, hopefully down the line at 41. Just really trying to feel the ski, feel the rhythm of the boat, and just focusing on my cues on these earlier passes to set myself up in a good rhythm. Like, you mentioned Travers earlier had a good rhythm at 38 to set him up at 39, and it's like that's as a skier, that's what you're wanting, is to just really feel that good rhythm to continue to give you confidence as you go into the next pass.
For sure. The rhythm is key, right? Rhythm is everything when it comes to water skiing. But I was talking about this last week, and I think there's an element of sometimes when you have a little bobble or like a little tail turn or loose line or something that wakes you up at 38 or 39, sometimes I think those are your best tournament rounds once you get to 41, because now you're awake. Maybe you were just a little bit too much on autopilot, and suddenly you're snapped into reality, and you have to get real.
Yeah, you're definitely more alert. Just like, okay,
here we go.
I need to make sure I'm zoned in, I'm focused.
Yep.
And able to concentrate. Whether people are just flowing or someone like me, I like to have a couple cues I think about. So make sure I'm just focused on those cues.
Well, he's going to need to be focused and flowing right now for this 39, because he's got to run this tailwind 39. That's not a good one. He's going to have to battle now. He's got 2. Can he get 3? He's got a deep 3. He barely hung on to it. Needs a big 4. He got it. Wow, he is just pushing it later and later, and he got the big load out of 5. Look at that. He is so fired up right now. He was on pins and needles since 1 ball, dude. That was insane.
That was incredible, to have, not only the grit, but the patience. You see here in the replay, he did not have a good one at all.
And that's what I was talking about. Now he's awake. He's battling.
Awake. Well, in this, everything kind of goes out the window. Now it's go mode. It's survival. Those cues, if you had cues, they're out the window.
They're gone.
And now you're just doing instinct, everything that you can to just manage through that pass.
He dropped the hammer at 5. Did you see that?
That was a big 5.
He was fishing for sea bass at 5 ball with that elbow.
And so he's awake now.
He's awake.
He's got to control that breath.
Yep.
Lower that heart rate, and then regroup. Because what just happened at 39, that's in the past. So now he just needs to focus on 41, and he knows what he needs. He needs a full 3, and he's in.
Well, got the boat beeping. It's time. Here we go. Robert Pagozzi, 10.25. This is redemption from last weekend. He knows what he has to do. He's got to get a full 3. He was right there in the first round. He's got a slight head breeze right now. The water's perfect. Shortline Lake doesn't get any better than this. Let's see what he can do. 41 off, 10.25. Robert Pagozzi's got to get a full 3 to make the finals. He's got an okay 1. He's going to need a big 2. He got 2. Oh, my gosh. Wow, is he going to get a full 3? He got it.
That is huge.
3 at 41, BD. Can you believe it? We've got a battle on our hands now for the men's top 8 for tomorrow's final. He just threw a huge monkey wrench in the whole program.
Well, he just qualified to tomorrow. That 3 at 41, like we talked about, he's got a backup of 2.5, so he's got a higher backup than John Travers, Nate Smith of theirs of 1.5. So that punches his ticket into the finals tomorrow. And now we're going to have to see what plays out with the next 3 that have 3 with Stephen Navu, Robert Hazelwood, and Dane Meckler. And talking about Dane Meckler, we thought he got 4. So,
he got 3.
So that was a big call.
Yeah.
Of being downgraded to 3. Where if it was 4, he'd be sitting nice and pretty right now. But he's got his work cut out. Minimum 2 at 41 to get into the final.
So we have 6 guys right now with a 3 at 41 top score. But so that takes us to 9th. So we have 6 guys tied for 5 spots.
That's right. Somebody who ran a 3 is not going to be skiing tomorrow.
And that 1.5 that Nate
and John
have, that 1.5 backup score it may not be good enough depending upon what these next three guys do. All right, we got Stephen Neville here at 32 off. I'm assuming the Canadian Giant. He needs to run at least 2 at 41 in my guesstimation to make the finals. But first he's got to get through these earlier passes. I'm sure he'd rather just not do these and rather just skip to like 39 for a little quick warm-up, but he's playing it safe, trying to get through these earlier passes. Maybe he'll opt up. I don't know. I'm sure Bob Marley's back home in Maine watching the webcast, doing his own little commentary. Yeah, it's fun to have all shapes and sizes. We got, Joel Poland and some of these other skiers who are a little shorter, and then you got guys like Steven and Nick Adams who are some of the taller guys out here. And unfortunately, BD's not one of them. He's taking a break, trying to heal up, but. It's just fun to see the difference in variety in ski styles and technique. And, wow, this is a battle. I can't believe that we've got 6 guys, I think, with 3 at 41 off, and one of them probably is going to be out for tomorrow's 8-man final. Very interesting. All right, Stephen Neville, 35? 35 off. There he goes. This is going to be another warm-up pass for him. You see him do his little one-handed gait there. Makes it work. Nice and smooth. He's not really working yet. I don't know. I don't even know. This 35 off for him is probably like most people's like deep water start. It's that easy. But for him, I don't know. I think he's just he's enjoying the ride. He's enjoying his new life. He's got a real job, and he's also looking really good on the slalom ski.
Yeah, and did I hear that he got engaged last weekend?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
So that's exciting. Things like you said. He's got the engagement, got the job. He's living in Texas, skiing at Lakes Acadie.
I remember a couple California Pro-Ams ago sitting there with a friend, Tyler Yeager, down at Bedell's place, and it was a little different. Like the vibes were good, but Steven was just enjoying being like a full-time skier. And then I talked to him today, and it's like, I took the red eye Sunday night from Hilltop back home, did work week. He's like, I'm taking a red eye home tomorrow night, Sunday night. So he's dotting his crossing his T's and dotting his I's right now. He's got a different life, but I think maybe that gives him more balance. I think maybe it helps him. When he's skiing, and when he's not skiing, he's doing something else. So
I think that's totally right. I mean, that's how I felt. I've had the full-time job for like almost 9 years and been doing that. And, I really
making it work.
The kind of my breakout, like in 2014, was the first full year I had the full job.
Yeah. Some people thrive on that balance, and you guys seem to be those types of people. I don't know if you're prickly or goo yet, but I'll figure that out later. Steven's looking good, 38 off. This is a must-run pass. He does a really good job of once the rope comes tight here at the backside of the buoy, he gets aligned. He gets balanced over his feet again. And he's not necessarily, I don't know what his 3-event history is, but he's just really balanced anyway. I don't think he has much 3-event history. He is kind of like a cat on his feet, though. I know he's very, very much an athlete, so I know that helps. I do have an interesting story about Steven, though. Back in 2008, actually, when we were on the face-to-face tour, maybe 2009 when we came through Kelvin's place out in Texas and did some coaching there for a week. We also went to Calgary, and this kid showed up, pasty white. I think he was like 12 or 13. His dad brought him down the dock. Yeah, my son Steven's getting into skiing. Never saw this kid before, and he went out, and I think he ran maybe, I don't even think he shortened the rope. I think he was running like 34:15, I would say. I'm just totally shooting from the hip. But now look at him. We're 13 years later, and he's battling to be the best skier in the world here at the California Pro-Am. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, he kind of came out of nowhere, and he's like come a long ways. You know, he was just starting to show up, and then
I'll take a little credit for that 12-year-old.
One of the Bell Aqua ones, he won.
Yeah,
he won this event.
I know.
You know, 2016 or
yeah,
something like that. So, but here's a must run. You know, 39 coming in. Slight tailwind.
He's looking decent out of 2. See if he can come out of 3 clean. He does. He's keeping the rope tight out to 4. Turns 4. Oh, a little off the back of 5, but that was a safety turn, and he's just throws the arm out, gets around 6, and full pass, 10.75. We have another challenger.
Yeah, it's right there. You know, if you've got a 2, then as a backup scorer, you'll be in because you'll surpass John and Nate's 1.5. And I got confirmation from Chief Judge, went over the rules. So it is, if there's a tie for the last spot, it goes to backup score. And if there's still a tie, it goes to seeding, basically off of the current IWWF weekly ranking list, which is how it was seeded in the first round.
So not off the Waterski Pro Tour rankings list, but off the IWSF or the IWWF seedings.
Correct.
Okay. Wow.
And so that was how round 1 was seeded based off that IWWF weekly ranking.
So here we go. Minus 41. That means the rope's really short. Good thing he's kind of really tall because he's going to need it all here. 41 off. Stephen Neveu, I'm sure his folks are watching. I'm sure all the people that are important to him are watching right now because he needs a full 2 at 41 off to have a chance or to actually make the finals. He needs full 2. Let's see what he can do here at 1. He's got a 1. Can he hang on? He's got 2. He's going to go for more. He wants a backup score. Can he get back for the full 3? I think he does. He's stoked about that. 3 of 41 off unofficially for Steven.
And that's a big score. That puts him, you know, in 4th right now with the backup.
Yeah. Did you? I mentioned he was an athlete, I think, earlier. Did you see that one ball? That's why he's like, that was a little close. That one ball,
he almost lost his hips.
He
did lose his hips, but he was able to recover enough to be able to bring the center of mass with him into the first wake to carry the ski
recover.
Out.
Yeah. He almost got the ski fully out of the water as he comes by. He's stoked. Watch this replay though. See from the boat, if you can see his ski. Wow, his ski stopped a little bit. He was able to recover position. Got around 2. That was a big move because all he really needed, I believe, was a full 2. But he's like, I'm turning 2. I'm not going to lay up. I'm going for it.
After that 1, I thought he would have stood up at 2 because 2 guaranteed him in. 1.5, you know, looking at the list coming in, if he got 1.5, you got Travers and Nate were seated higher than him. You know, so that was a big move.
That was a big move.
Risk reward, and fortunately, you know, he was able to reward himself having another score of 3. So he'll be at the top of that, you know, tied for 4th with a backup score of 3.
It may have been more of a seeding move, like, hey, I don't want to lay up for 2, be 7th or 8th seed. I want to ensure I'm a little higher on the chain, so I have a better matchup if I make the finals. But if he would have fallen at 2. That's a tough break.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we'll get ahead of ourselves a bit. But we look, you know, if Hazelwood and Dane are able to get 2, we already know if it's the last spot, we've got Nate has a higher seed coming in than John. So Nate will be 8th.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. You go and you're the #1 seed, and then you pull Nate Smith at potentially 8th. I mean, that's a tough final right there for you.
That's like it could be like a final in the prelims. But here we go. Rob Hazelwood, opening pass, 13 meters, 32 off. I saw him walking around early with his camera. He's playing double duty. He's a skier and he's a filmmaker now. He's vlogging. He's telling stories. He's interviewing athletes.
Did he have a little inspiration? I know he's been hanging out with someone a lot lately. Did some inspiration come from that?
I would say at the very most inspiration, but you know as well as I do that ideas are the easy part, execution's the hard part, and he's actually showing up. He's actually pulling the camera out. He's recording. He's capturing. He's editing. He's doing it consistently, and it shows. It's really cool to watch his vlogs over on the HO Sports YouTube channel. So, yeah, really cool to see, and he's contending. He's here. He's showing up, and he knows what he has to do this round.
Well, and he's been here before. Last year, 3 at 41 in the first round, 2.5 at 41 in the second round. He knocks me out in the first round, and finds his way into the final in a runoff 4 times or so with Freddie for first place, and Freddie ends up taking the victory. But I mean, that was a huge step forward, a huge learning opportunity for him in his young career.
For sure. And again, he's one of these 3-event skiers. He's well balanced on the ski. He always finds his alignment as the load comes on from the boat, and just a pretty skier to watch. So we're going to be looking for him on this 35 to just be feeling things out, trying to settle into his rhythm for 38 and 39. Looking pretty clean here. Keeps good control as he moves outbound. He doesn't get super crushed through the transition. I think one of the things that gets lost on a lot of skiers is when we go through the transition zone, if you get too crushed and too compressed, oftentimes that correlates directly to losing direction, because what happens is the ski moves through and shoots out towards the shore too quickly. If you allow the ski to move too quickly by absorbing and compressing with the legs through the transition, you often end up fast and narrow at the buoy. And one of the things Rob does really well is he stays strong and balanced through transition and doesn't really get crushed by the boat and by the ski trying to get through. And that directly translates to outbound swing. And you see he gets that space before the buoy.
Well, and helping with that outbound, speaking of the blog, I know I caught his last blog, or at least one of the last ones. He was talking about the difference in his posture alignment through the wakes. And he was talking about somebody, he gave credit to a coach of his, of just lifting the chest up just a little bit, and it was able to bring his hips up instead of having the hips just back a little bit, and he feels like he's more efficient through the wakes and in a better alignment because of that.
Yep, exactly. It's key. It's keeping a connection to the boat as long as you can outbound through the second whitewater, and for him that's a killer key, and it keeps him stacked and aligned when he's making that transition. So here we go. 38 off. Again, easier pass, but he's going to need to keep his rhythm up and to feel it out for 39. Looking good through 4-ball. Rob, nice through 5, and that was a nice 38 off for Rob Hazelwood. See, on this replay, it's just business as usual for Rob Hazelwood. He stays nice and balanced through these turns. He stays aligned through transition. Loads a little out of 4, but no big deal. Look how early he is at 6. Wow, 38 off Rob Hazelwood.
All right, here with Stephen Nauvoo. Phenomenal skiing today. 2 3s at 41. And I know I just mentioned, that was impressive, with not having the best one there at 41. I thought you were going to stand up there too, coming in the offside, not in the best shape. You must have some confidence, on the ski right now to be able to turn that and get a backup of 3 and really, help you with the seating and secure your spot.
Yeah, the way I was skiing coming into the week, this weekend, I was feeling pretty good. It was a pretty atrocious 1-ball, and the way these guys are skiing right now, you got to do everything you can to get yourself in. So just close your eyes and hope for the best, really. But yeah, it was a whirlwind out there.
Yeah, that was great to see. And, so what does this takeaway, for today look like for you going into tomorrow?
Yeah, just all these guys are so good. It's whoever I get placed with tomorrow, it's just take it one pass at a time, and anything can happen in head-to-head, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's right. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we'll see what Rob coming in at 39. He's got a big 2-ball there. It's a must-run pass for him. Back at 3. Lost the line. Over to 4. I think he managed it well there. And look at that. Great 5-ball. That's where we're starting to see, Rob is getting a lot more experience. He didn't panic there with losing the line at 3, and that was due to being heavy there at 2, like we just saw there in the video. He was patient at 4, over to 5, still patient at 5 to get over to 6. And that's the difference I think that we're starting to see in Rob's skiing, is you're not having that panic. He's able to make that mistake, still stay in control at 39, and able to manage to get through the pass, giving himself an opportunity at 41. Like we said, he needs 2 at 41.
Yeah, he needs 2. That was a fight. He's a fighter. He's a prickly one, that Rob Hazelwood. All right, here we go. Mr. Hazelwood, 41 off. He knows what he needs. He needs a full 2 to ensure a spot in the finals tomorrow. Let's see what he can do. He's going to need a good start here. 2 at 41 is a tall order. Got an okay 1. S turn 2, back to the wakes. I think he's going to be fired up about that. 2 at 41 off, Rob Hazelwood.
And Marcus, that's where you're not winning, today. So Rob knew exactly what he needed to do. Didn't like where he was. So hey, let's play it safe. Let's get into tomorrow by securing that spot of a full 2, and then let's go battle it out tomorrow.
Yeah, you can't win on Saturday. You just got to make it to Sunday for a chance to win.
Well, as we see Rob Hazelwood coming back, give it up. You'll be seeing him skiing again on Sunday. And that brings up our next skier, Dane Meckler. That'll leave John Travers having all eyes on the water, because depending on how Dane skis,
all right,
will
I'm here with
determine
Freddie Winter, who looks like
who's skiing tomorrow.
Shot of the finals.
We're going to go to an interview with Freddie.
At 41 off in the last round. How are you feeling going into this one?
I'm in the finals, so that's nice to go out there and be able to kind of in some ways relax. It's going to be interesting with seeding. There's been maybe an upset with Nate going not getting the score that he normally would in a preliminary round. So yeah, I'm interested to see sort of how it lines up. I'm going to go. I can sort of, depending on what Dane does, we'll see. I think I can go and just have a go and get a big score and see how much fun is out there.
Great, awesome. Good luck to you. Cool. Thank you so much.
Shred shades.
These are.
Who do we have next?
We've got Dane Meckler.
All right, Dane.
My roommate for the week. He's been staying at the house. Been fun having him here skiing. He's been skiing well. He 3 at 41. He was over at 4 today, and I think by first glance we thought he ran 4, but judges confirmed 3. So he's in the same boat. He needs 2 at 41. Actually, 1.5. 1.5 would get him in, because he came in seated right in front of Travers.
So either Dane or John is not going to make the finals tomorrow. And
That's right.
That's what Dane's skiing for right now. Wow, it's a tough crowd around here. You can't just be chilling out there and trying to make top 8 at the Cali Pro-Am. You got to be actually like working for it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got great conditions. You know, you got good boats, good drivers, and everything. Everybody's skiing well. I mean, even the men's slalom's been stacked for, you know, a while. I mean, we just look a year ago at Open Worlds. I mean, we had Dane and John and a couple others tied at 2, having to do a runoff to get into the finals. And that's where you talk about, you know, getting things done. You know, that's where Dane went out, first one out, cold 39, runs 41 for the first time. And
that was the moment right there.
That was, you know.
Everybody watching, nobody's going to forget that.
No, I mean, I remember I was on the phone with my parents talking about, you know, getting into the final, and we're watching, and I was, you know, right there with his parents, and I mean, I started yelling and screaming, and my parents were like, "What's going on?" So, I mean, definitely, you know, one of the out of all the worlds I've been to, that's the top moment, you know, that I've seen.
Well, he's definitely a smooth skier, and he's you know, when you watch him, you're like, wow, what is he doing? Because it looks so easy. And to like give you the short answer, I can tell you what he's doing. He's doing a lot of stuff right. And people get caught up sometimes in like style and maybe what people are doing with their legs, with their knees, with their reach, with their body. But the short story is he's in the right place on the ski at the right times, and he's applying the right amount of load and lean and roll angle at the right times. And he's been a student of the sport, and he's been doing it at a high level since he was young. And he's one of those guys like you who's doing other stuff as well, and it's not his only thing he's doing out here. He's not a full-time skier, but he's making it work, and he's looking really good doing it. I know he's skiing well this year.
Yeah, Dane's been skiing really well, and like you said, he's, you know, full-time job. He's got the flexibility of being able to work remote from state to state, and that's basically allowed him to, you know, continue to elevate his skiing while putting in, you know, a 40-hour work week, if not more, you know, week in and week out.
He's definitely one of the smoother skiers out there. You watch him, and it's just like, it looks kind of like you know, like he's doing live artwork in front of your face, because it's just so pretty to watch, so smooth. And
well, to the eye, people always say it doesn't look like he's doing anything, but it's like you said, he's doing the right thing
at the right
with
time,
the pressure, with the center of mass, and, you know, he's been at a high level for a while. I mean, we come up through the junior ranks. He was one of the top juniors, and, you know, he was stuck there for a little bit.
Did you see that little bobble out of 4?
Yeah, just lost the hips just a bit there.
But Dane he's one of those in between skiers. He's not super dynamic unless he needs to be to make up time. And you watch out of 4, he had a little bit of a hiccup, but instead of trying to like jam his body back into position, he just kind of held it, got position through transition, and he's fine by 6. He's earlier than most people by 6, even with that 4-ball.
Yeah, and I think that goes to look at their past experience. Dane was a very respectable 3-event skier, so, you know, he's had the time on the trick ski, had the time on the jumpers, and you know, he's definitely one of the more balanced just in general on his slalom ski.
Well, one of the things you talked about with Steven earlier was he was able to recover out of that 1 at 41, and Dane did the same thing there at 4 at 38. And I think one of the important factors in that is understanding, this is how I speak about it, other people may speak about it differently, but understanding that when you make a mistake, the number one goal is, if you're out of position, don't try to immediately, the tendency is to start to lean away from the boat, to try to, I'm going to lose angle, so I need to get it now. The problem is you need to regain water speed, so that then you can start to leverage against the boat again, and that means actually going with the boat for a moment. So if you see these skiers, they have a kind of a tip rise or a little bit of an overturn, they let the ski go with the boat, they reset, let the ski go with the boat, so they gain speed, and then they can start to lever again. And that's what he's really good at. You'll see here at 39, he's hoping that he just keeps it clean right from the start. He's got a great 1. Wow. Nice and clean through 3. I mean, again, it's like a repeat of this morning's 39.5 off. It did not look like 39. That's Dane Meckler, and he's skiing for his life because he needs to run 2 to get into the finals.
Yeah, that was just as clean as his 39 this morning, which I think was one of the cleanest we've seen all day.
The rope is, what is it, 2 feet short right now? Is that what we say for 39 half
Yeah.
off?
Yeah, because I've about 6 inches at 38, so you go a foot and a half more,
Yeah.
so right about 2 feet. And, Dane's 5'10", maybe 5'11".
That's crazy. So the rope's not even reaching the buoy, and he's making it look like somebody's warm-up pass. The lake skiing really good today. Everything's set up right. This venue is phenomenal. It's hard to imagine how you can make it any better right now.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys have been here, all week, and gals. People came straight down. It's funny. Last year, not many people came Hilltop. They went home after Hilltop. They didn't come down here. There's only a handful of us out here training all week.
Yeah.
This week, totally different. I mean, we had full-on practice, Monday through Friday through Thursday, all day. So, everybody's been down here getting dialed, and I think that's what we're seeing with the scores.
Well, here we go. He needs a full 2, if I'm not mistaken, and that will bump John Travers out. So John's watching closely. Here we go. He needs a start. He's got the start. He's going to try to S-turn. He's turning it. Forget this. He's going to try to take it down the line. Look at this. He's going to turn 4. He's going to be close at 5. Looked like he might have been inside of 5, but wow, he was not happy about that first round. He just put an exclamation point on that performance.
Well, yeah, and the difference was he had a higher seed than John coming in. So he didn't have to safety 2 because if he got 1.5, he was in. So he just needed to make sure he got around 2. So that's where he played it smart. I think, like you said, he's a little frustrated he didn't get that 4. He might have thought he had that 4 earlier in the first round. And, so that's phenomenal skiing, right over the top of 4 the first round, right over the top of 5 the second round, really sets him up in a great position moving into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good skiing for Dane Meckler. Wow. So that's a 4. That's the biggest score we've seen this round, I believe, right?
Yeah, this round we had about four threes with Travers, Nate, Steven, and Pagozzi had run 3s, and so that was the first score beyond 4. And then now we're getting into the last 3 skiers who had beyond 4 in the first round.
Well, that was pretty exciting. The fact that you could run 3 at 41 and not make the finals, that's pretty crazy.
Well, I almost kind of relate this to John, to the Masters qualifier. He went out first round in the second qualifier, ran 4:41. I ran 3.5, and then we're coming into the second round and, hoping that was going to be enough and we're going to, qualify. Well, Cole decides first skier before me, hey, I'm mixing things up, and he went out and ran 4. Then I went out and ran 4. So the 3 of us had to go out to go, see who's going to get in because only 2. Well, Cole goes out first off and runs 4 again. John and I go run 3. We go run off again, and, I was able to get him in the runoff. So here the guy ran 4 and 3 and
didn't make the cut.
Didn't make the cut. Had to go ski at home to qualify and got it done again. But that kind of, same thing here.
Yeah.
He runs a 3 and a 1.5, and he's sitting on the sideline tomorrow, unfortunately.
Well, just imagine if T-Gas was here, if you were here, if a few other skiers were here, we could even see a higher cut than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
Freddie Winter looking good.
And I know I mentioned it in the first round, mention it again, you bring up about T-Gas and obviously thinking about the whole, DeGasperi family. For those of you that don't know, Thomas lost his father this past week, and, condolences go out to their family. Thomas was a staple. This was an event that he was always at, and Thomas has been around, for a long time and, always finding his way in the final. Actually, last year, 1 versus 8 knocked out Nate running 3 1/4 at 41. So definitely missed. Thinking of you, Thomas, and, the rest of the family.
Yeah, that's quite hard to I can't imagine. That's a big deal. Lose your father like that. So, yeah. Nothing but love. Hopefully we see Thomas again, soon, skiing for his father.
Yeah, for sure. Thomas will be back. He'll be back strong, and I know it just need to take the time to heal and be with the family and support, and we'll see him back on the water here in hopefully the near future.
All right, here we go. Freddie Winter, 35 off. He had a 4.5 in the first round. He's just kind of out there trying to feel it out again for tomorrow's finals. Doesn't really need to do anything. The only thing maybe he wants to do is change his seating, but to do that, he's going to probably have to better his 4.5 at 41 off to change his seating at this point.
So, Marcus, what we do know, we know who our 8th seed is. So do we see any type of
Okay, all good. All right, I'm on the dock with Dane Meckler, who just got a huge score, pretty much securing himself in the finals. How are we feeling after that round?
Yeah, really good. Just happy to be in the final, honestly. I mean, it feels like every weekend, this field just keeps pushing the level. It's cool to have guys like Joel back, and, we'll have Brian back soon, and it's just cool. I think, slalom's in a good spot. It's these guys are really damn hard to beat, and so I'm happy to be in the final.
Yeah, it's been stiff today, but good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Here we go, 38 off. Freddie Winter looking good. You see he makes his move through the finish, and then once the ski gets back underneath him, he is perfectly in alignment, and he's moving forward dynamically towards center line. That's why he's one of the best in the world. And very, very light on his feet when he needs to be, and heavy on the rope when he knows he can be, when the boat really won't punish him. So some phenomenal skiing from Freddie Winter, 38 off. I'm curious to see what he's really aiming to do here. I mean, I know he wants to go out and probably run 41, but then again, does he want to do that? Because you know what that means, potentially.
Well, that's where there's so much mix-up. I know me personally, I'm not worrying about what everybody else is doing, so I wouldn't necessarily know that Nate was sitting in 8th right now. So I'm not sure how, if that's something that these guys are aware of.
It's a good point. I mean, that's part of, I guess, gamesmanship, right? As a skier, before your ski ride here in the second round, what kind of skier are you? Are you the kind that's going to pay attention and know what's up and who you're going to match up against? I would say Freddie is that type of skier.
I would agree.
And so he probably is very aware, and if he's going to go out there and try to get feel 41 out, I'd say he's probably going to come into 5 and drop the handle or something, is my bet.
That would be a smart move.
Or just face it head on in the first round of the prelims. Who knows? Here we go, 39. He's making this look pretty easy. Wow, clean 39 for Freddie Winter. We say it doesn't get much better than that, but we say that when Dane runs it, we say that when Nate runs it, we say that when Will runs it. Just everybody does it their own way, but everybody does it, and it looks so easy.
This is a lot better 39 for Freddie than he had this morning. He had lost the line at 1, then had a big 2, and had lost, it again at 3. This set, he was able to keep a tighter line at 1 and just kept a better rhythm throughout the rest of the course. So definitely, I would think he'd have a lot more confidence coming into 41.
What do you see on this replay?
So just see here, he's keeping a tight line, doing the work in the right spot. like you mentioned, he's moving in the right spot, and I think that's where I can't remember, seeing so much skiing from his round this morning. If he went a little long or just that movement, just wasn't right to create that loose line this morning. But even with that, not phenomenal 39 in the first round, we saw what he was able to do. He was able to get down the line.
Yes, very much so. He's checking the wind out. The wind did pick up just for a moment. It's a bit of a crosshead. So let's see what he does. I'm going to say if he gets a good start, I don't know. I don't know if he runs it or not, if he wants to run it or not. But he's got a decent gait, got a good one. Wow, he's tied off at 2. He means business right now. 3 at 39 is a little slow. He's got 4. What's he going to do here at 5? He's going to stand up. He's going to get 4.5 like we called. And he kind of put it out there. He's like, okay, I think I can run 41. I'm going to prove it, but I'm not going to change my seating. Look at this start on the replay. Great one. So tight out of 2. He had a little slow 3. He kind of fell back, had some loose line, but tight out of 4. Came into 5. He could have totally turned that, but he said, you know what? I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it for the finals.
Well, that goes to gamesmanship, and based on that, he definitely knew, kind of what's going on. And
Yes.
you talk about the 2-ball. We just saw that in the replay. From the eye, it looks like a phenomenal 2-ball. I almost think that it's a little too much. Freddie's so strong, and he's able to hold it, but that created that little extra speed and created that loose line there at the finish
of 3. I see a little differently, but I see the same result as you do. I saw 2 was probably better than his 2 or 4 at 39, but there was still a little bit of a tip rise and a little bit of a loose line out of 2. So it kind of delayed his acceleration, in my opinion, which pushes him too high on that swing into 3. And same result, little loose line out of the backside of 3. And then he's kind of got to deal with that at 4 to make up time. But either way, that's really good skiing. So looks like Freddie's got a mandatory reride. He's got a protected score of 3, and he can't improve that 4.5. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not. Oh, he's got a mandatory reride. So if he goes out and he just pulls through the gates and lets go of the handle, he's got 3. Is that what that means? Okay. I'm going to say he's probably going to do something like that. I don't know if he wants to give 41 another go. He doesn't want to blow his... Yeah, he's good with the 3. There we go. Well, there you have it. He's not going to see Freddie again at 41. He's okay with that 3. And puts him 3rd seed as of now. Well, 3rd seed into tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll definitely be 3rd seed. And, I think that's a smart move. He doesn't have anything to prove. He obviously wanted to go out and get the look at 41, and he did what he wanted to. He did take. We talked a little bit earlier. A pretty big spill on that first round, ejecting kind of double somersault at 5, and so he felt what he wanted to. On his ski, I'm sure, and feels confident going in tomorrow. So there's no need. It doesn't change. The placement of where they're going to be seated. And so now we got Joel. So we're seeing that Joel's skiing, and we'll see what we have in store.
Yeah, again, Joel doesn't necessarily need to do anything. He just needs to, I don't know, he needs to go out and I guess feel it out a little bit more. He hasn't skied in America in years. Right?
Well,
I don't even know.
And just warm water. We know the
warm
difference.
Water, yeah.
People talking about even in Hilltop with the
Yep.
colder
water
water
temperature differences.
water
Yep.
temperature. So he's he did get a couple sets here this week, but that's not a ton to come into potentially three rounds tomorrow. You want to be able to fill it out, and it was a different driver this morning. You had Will Bush driving first round for the men, and so then now you have
he wants to
Greg
fill it
Bedell.
out.
You want to be able to fill it out, and here
what about
he
the
just
seeding?
tied his PB.
I know he tied his PB.
He just broke his PB.
Oh, he broke his PB.
So sometimes you can have that next set can be a little down sometimes.
Yep.
So it's like, hey, let's go out, get a feel, kind of get things, out of the way. And he had a great first round, and let's see, he's got confidence. I know he was posting some videos that he was running 41 back home in the winter. So, I think, we'll see what he does here. Maybe he's got confidence, and obviously he ran 5 the first round. He saw, maybe he'd like to take Nate head on, right away.
Wow, we'll see. I mean, this is kind of strategery right here, because he's got to figure out what he wants to do, and Will's got to figure out what he wants to do. Inevitably, at some point, some point you just got to go ski. It looks like that's what Joel's doing right now. Well, you see Joel at the 32 off, and Joel has a very unique connection device to the ski. I wouldn't call it binding. I'd call it a snow ski boot. It's actually a snow ski boot, and he's using like hose clamps and a drill to tighten that thing down. But that first round, it looked really good. So I'm not going to make a judgment on the efficacy of that front boot, because he's making it work. And obviously he's a world champion, and he's well-versed in his own equipment. I know he's worked through a lot of stuff with that foot injury after the Worlds 2019, and makes 35 look like 15 off. Actually, makes it look like 28 off. 15 off's hard. He makes 35 look like 28 off.
Yeah, no, obviously it's definitely unique. It stands out because it's something different than anybody else is using. But obviously, with he won the World Championships with that, and shows up today and runs 5:41 to really set the stage. And definitely interesting seeing his his back binding as well. I'm not sure if you've seen that. I got a glance at that.
I think it's like a figure skating or ice skating back boot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very hard. He's got a big heel lift in it.
Yep.
And, he said he's just tinkered and trying to go outside the box. He, used to ski on a T-Factor, and, he just couldn't ski the style of, other skiers, using, a softer rubber binding. And he goes, well, let's just go to the other extreme. And that's where he came up with this idea. And obviously, he's won a world championships. He's, made finals. He was in the Moomba finals, earlier this year. And then next event, he shows up and he's running 5:41 in the first round. So, he's found something that obviously works for him.
Well, he doesn't need to do anything the second round. He's just out there to feel it out. He's at 38 off right now, looking really good. Just kind of cool, calm, collected. No big deal. Big 5-ball. Guy's strong. Strong as an ox, and he uses his skeleton. He gets aligned when the load comes. When the boat can't see you through the finish of the turn, not a big deal. You can be out of position. We've seen it many times. We saw Steven at 41, a little out of position, but the boat couldn't see him, couldn't feel him. Once the boat can feel you, once you get 2 hands back on the handle and you start to load, that's when you really have to make sure that you're aligned and that you're stacked, no matter whether you're 15 off skier at 30 miles an hour or you're elite skier at 41 off. That's a fundamental rule, and he's got that down like clockwork. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. You know, what Joel does. He's obviously committed to the second round. And then, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, right now he's the number 1 seed because he's got a backup score. So it'll be interesting, you know, if we see Will, what Will does, whether he skis, you know, or you know, does he see what Joel does and goes out? And we've seen Willie before. You know, I've seen him go, you know, down through 39 and come in and goes, hey, I just wanted to feel something. I felt it, and you know, now I'm in. You know, I feel like I'm setting myself up for success into the final.
Yeah, this is definitely just like feeling out the conditions, different driver, different time of day. So let's see what happens here. 39.5 off. Joel Howley, nice one. Keeping his rhythm going. He's got good connection. A little loose out of 3 now, actually. But he's not going to freak out. Big 5, and he's back in it. Looked like he's been running that a lot lately. Even though he's looking a little wider than it would be if it was summertime down there. But he's also looking on point on the water, which is all that matters here at Cali Pro-Am.
Yeah, he is looking a little pasty. You could tell he has not seen the sun much lately, but definitely there's no panic. You know, it wasn't a perfect 39. There were some bobbles, but like you said, he's getting into alignment. He's getting into the right, you know, position at the right time, and you know, he's not panicking.
I think at this point he's going to try to run 41. That's my call. The question is if he's going to try to run it at 1 ball or not. If he can stay out of 1 ball, get out of 1 ball clean, then I think we have a chance to see something here based on that first round.
Yeah, and like you said, he's staying, you know, this next week and going to ski the short line record. So he was talking to me earlier in the week of, hey, I got 4 rounds, you know, next week, and I'm looking forward to. And I'm like, well, you got at least 6 because you got 2 today plus those 4, and obviously he's going to be skiing tomorrow as well. So I think he's coming over here looking for big scores. And
yeah.
You know, Joel's a competitor, and I think we could see him, you know, lay it down. He just set a PB, new Australian national record, and we've got him coming in at 41.
He's going to need a good start here. Set up that rhythm early. Got a decent 1. He's tied out of 1. Let's see what he can do out of 2. He's got out of 2. Can he turn 3? He's a little late now. He's loose out of 3. It's going to be tough to get back in it. Got 4. He's going to be late. And I don't know if he got around 5 or not. But that was some dang good skiing again there.
That was great skiing. I mean, to come from the winner of Australia, you know, have a PB of 5 and then run over the top of 5 second round. I mean, I haven't seen Joel ski this well in the middle of, you know, our summer when he's spending, you know, all of his time, you know, in North Carolina at Cobles and you know, so Joel is definitely, you know, skiing, I think, the best he's potentially ever skied, and you can tell that confidence, that start there was phenomenal. And even coming into that offside, that 2 ball, there's no hesitation, you know, there. No. He's turning it. You can tell that he's been getting down the line at 41, and he's got some confidence going into tomorrow.
He's prickly on the ski. Very.
He is prickly. He definitely has, you know, that quick reflex to, you know, change that movement when something happens.
So I'm just gonna say that I don't know what I'm gonna say about Will. Is he gonna ski? Probably.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what if we get a camera view of the dock and see if we've got anybody standing at the end of it. I think especially with Joel running 4, yeah, there we go.
Looks like Will Asher's putting his foot in the boot. So.
Yeah, Will can get a big field. There was a 4. If he wants to play the game and, you know, not be that number 1 seed, you know, he's got a lot of skiing that he can do to get that feel and even get a look at 41 and get it going and you know, make a decision of what he wants to do.
I'd say that's a game he's gonna play. He knows what's up. He's gonna go out and just enjoy the ski ride. He's gonna enjoy the heck out of it because why wouldn't you, right? Conditions are perfect.
Yeah, and it's a unique situation. I mean, I don't recall an event that we've ever, kind of talked about that someone, would potentially be shying away from the top position. To my knowledge, I mean, all the events I've been a part of, this is the first time, something like this has happened. But everybody's a threat. We see all these guys are running, three, if not a little more. It's going to be a tough battle no matter who, you're matched up with. But just how cards, have played in years past, Nate, usually doesn't have an event that he's not running 41. As we saw last weekend, he missed 41 the first 2 rounds, and then in the final, when it counted, he was able to put it together. Well, so what's interesting here, Mark, is we saw Will went 35. I heard Boat Judge call 38. So this is 38 off. So Will electing to start a line length shorter.
He wants to get a feel for the lake from both ends. Start at 32 one set, 35 the next set, and he has the ability to do that because he doesn't really need to ski now. But yeah, this is going to be interesting right here.
Yeah, so this is unofficial based off the calculations that I've been doing. So I think we're going to have Nate in 8th. We're going to have Robert Hazelwood in 7th. Then we're going to have Pagozzi in 6th, Navu in 5th, Dane in 4th, Freddie 3rd, and then that's where we're figuring out first or second with Joel and Will. So they both had a 5. Joel now has a backup of 4. And we've got Will coming in 39.
My bet is that Will's just going to ski and see what happens. I think he's just going to go for it, So this is going to be 39. He's riding the ski he helped design, or mostly design, that Syndicate Works 01. It's a brand new ski, and he is making it look really, really good. So here we go. 39.5 off, Will Asher. Taking it the opposite direction from earlier. Little on the back out of 2. He's back in it at 3. This actually looks like 38 right now. Quite an easy pass. That's pretty stellar. 39. I don't know. Was that really 39?
They're calling it 39, and I've just been impressed. I mean, obviously we've all been watching Will Asher for over 2 decades, skiing, and it's just incredible just to see how he continues to take the skiing to the next level. I think this is the best.
He's getting better.
I have ever seen Will, and I know I think this is the best his ski, or ski setup has looked the most in rhythm he's been in at least the last handful of years.
I
which
think
is scary at 41.
Yeah, or 40.
Or 40.
Yeah,
I
think BD. I think a big part of that's attributed, in my opinion, to his approach to skiing right now. His approach. He's transitioned. He obviously wanted to win and dominate everything back in the day, and it's not that he doesn't want to win, but it's that he's more interested in perfecting his craft figuring out how to design better skis for the general public so that he can help give the skiers a new ski that's they put it on their feet and instantly have a better feeling. And he's also just enjoying the art of developing his technique and his movement on the water. And honestly, the tournament performances are secondary to him right now. He's learning from the best, even though he is one of the best. He doesn't always consider himself one of the best. So I think that humility he's developed is helping him ski his best years right now, his best passes this year.
And here we go. He's coming in 41 off. A little back, but still in good shape. A good 2 over to 3. Let's see what he plays. So there we go. 3 at 41. Will Asher will be the number 2 seed tomorrow. Our top seed from down under, coming out of the winter, Joel Howley. Welcome to California, bud.
Just walked straight out of winter into California summer and crushed it. But there you see Will, 41 off. He's just feeling it out. Different end for 41 off, different start, different visuals. So he's just wanting to get a taste of it for tomorrow.
And most likely second and third round will be 35 start in the head-to-head. So you're getting a look at what you're going to see in those rounds. And only other person that saw that look, both rounds was Nate.
There you have the leaderboard. We got Will Asher, Joe Howley, Fred Winter, Dane Meckler in 4th, and then we've got the stack with 3 at 41, and John Travers is the odd man out, unfortunately, which is crazy to say. 3 at 41 off and did not make the cut for tomorrow. BD, it was fun sitting next to you, buddy.
Yeah,
I wish to see you out there, hopefully soon. But yeah, what a killer event to watch, right?
Yeah, thank you. No, this is phenomenal. Obviously it's great to at least be here and partake in this aspect. But obviously it's hurting. It's tough to be here because I want to be right there in that mix and
of course you
battling
do, yeah.
with those guys. But that time will come. Once again, like you said,
I would say the second hardest thing is to sit here and watch this happening on your home lake. And show up. The fact that you showed up is really cool. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And talking to folks and doing this whole deal.
Yeah, thank you.
And big shout out for me personally to the webcast crew, Kelvin and his team for making this thing happen, because without them here exposing this and sharing this with the world, everybody would be home watching Twitter or watching, the scores on Waterski results, but you wouldn't get to see this, feel this, experience this. So it's cool to be a part of it. It's cool to be here and to see this great webcast for the California ProAm. So,
yeah, and thanks, Marshall. Marcus.
I'll take Marshall. That's a cool name.
Appreciate you joining me the second half, and Ryan. He was helping this along earlier, and it's not over. Most of the time we're done today, but you guys, we still got more skiing.
Got jump coming up.
Jumping.
Yeah, don't go away. I guess
don't go away. We got a course change. We got our swimmers out there taking care of it, and we got exciting for the first time ever. We've got men and women's jump here at the California ProAm. Our 20th annual, and so tune in, and we're going to be back here shortly with men and women's jump.
Waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
We are back with open women jump. Our first jumper, Taryn Grant. Taryn from Winnipeg, Canada. Skis at Matt Rainey Ski School. Here she's coming in for her first jump attempt. Nice opening jump there for Taryn. Sorry, just still getting organized here. .172 on that opening jump. 172. Taryn is the two-time Canadian record holder, multiple-time Canadian champion. Also enjoys doing some rollerblading, and Joel Poland's videographer. So that first jump was 172 feet, 52.3 meters. Coming in for jump number 2 here, Taryn Grant, in our open women jump event. This is the prelims, just one round of prelims, and then we'll be into for a finals tomorrow after slalom. Looks like she brought it down just a little bit there. .171 on that jump, 52.0 meters. So the first jump best, 172. And she's got one more jump also. So we have Taryn, followed by Sasha, then Brittany Greenwood, Hannah Straltsova, and Lauren Morgan to round out our open women jump. And after open women, we'll have open men jumpers, Blaze Grubbs, Emil Ritter, Igor, Joel Poland, Dorian Llewellyn, Ryan Dowd, and Freddie Kruger. So Taryn's best jump so far, that opener of 172 feet. This is the first time we've had a jump at the California Pro-Am. Happy to have a new event with us here. Put on a show for you. Taryn rides Goodman jump skis. Here she comes in preparing for her third and final attempt. Nice lift off the ramp there. Gets back up. .173 on that third jump. 173. So 173, Taryn's best jump. We've got all of these averages are fairly close together. Taryn's got an average of 175, Sasha's 179, Brittany 180, Hannah 182, and Lauren 182.5. So pretty tight event here for these open women jumpers. Big thank you to Nautique Boats for being the title sponsor of the 20th annual California Pro-Am. Zero Off, Connolly, HO Skis, Nautique, Radar, D3 Skis, Dutch Bros, being some of our sponsors here this weekend. We're up with our second jumper. Sasha on the water now, coming in at 34. Here comes Sasha in for her first jump. 173 in the lead right now by Taryn. Brought it down later than Taryn did. Pass on the first jump. Okay, looks like we have a potential reride for ducks in the skier's path. And seems like it is granted, so she will have a reride on that first jump. We did well all day today for slalom. No duck problems. So Sasha will be getting a reride on that first jump with 5 open women jumpers. Taryn, our first one, in the lead with 173. Here comes Sasha on her second jump.
I don't know how to announce a jump.
You used to jump, so you can do it.
Oh, sorry. I guess we're on camera, huh?
So this is rewrite at jump 1.
All right, nice extension off the top there for Sasha. Okay, there's a jump for Sasha. Nice extension. What's her average? I don't. What do you want me to say? Nice sticks.
178 on that jump for Sasha. 178. 54.3 meters. So she's now currently in the lead with that 178 footer. What'd you think of that jump, Ryan?
Oh, looked like a very nice jump. Yeah, it's always tricky there when you get a re-ride. It's not exactly what we planned for, but she definitely was able to put it together real nice. Only about a foot or two below her average.
Do you know, was she out here this weekend getting any practice on this ramp?
She was actually, yeah. I think she had a couple pretty good jumps out here in practice. I heard a 181 tossed around a little bit, which is very good for her. So let's see what she's got here on jump number 2.
Yeah, she's only on that jump 1.5 feet away from her average, and that currently puts her in the lead. So that's good. Do you know how many people they're taking for the finals? So she's got 2 more jumps because that was a re-ride on the first jump due to some ducks in her skier path. But now comes Sasha on her second jump attempt.
No, okay. All right, Sasha just coming just before the 6 there. Not too much wind to worry about today. Out nice and wide. That'll be a pass for jump number 2.
What do you think? Why do you think she passed there, Ryan?
You know, if I saw anything, I would say maybe she got a little bit deep in the turn in there. Maybe took just the slightest hit from the bolt, but all in all, it didn't look all that bad. But obviously, she just wasn't quite comfortable with taking that jump.
Nice. Now, you've jumped here quite a bit. There's not much of a wind at all, but if there's anything that might be a slight cross, do you think the skiers can feel this?
You know, a wind like this, it's not substantial, but any wind is noticeable. This is a good direction of wind for jump. Maybe not quite as strong as they're looking for the headwind, but definitely the direction they're looking for. That little bit ahead and slight cross, pushing you away from the boat, keeping that line nice and tight when you're out in the air.
Nice. So we had a 178 by Sasha, followed by a pass, and we have one more attempt. So Sasha's in the lead with 178, followed by Taryn's 173 on her third and final jump. And we still have Brittany Greenwood, Hannah Straltsova, and Lauren Morgan left in this open women's jump event. All right, here comes Sasha, third jump.
All right, she brings it down at the 6 slightly. This will set her up just a touch on the later side. That looks like a nice turn, a good extension off the top of the ramp.
That wasn't quite what she was looking for. 168 on that final jump, so the 178 will stay as her best performance for today. But that keeps her in the lead with Brittany, Hannah, and Lauren left to go in this open women jump.
really nice place to jump.
Yeah.
Good ramp.
So what? I guess I should just ask. So I know you don't jump anymore, Ryan, but you've jumped here quite a bit. You just said you really like this ramp. What makes it a nice ramp?
I do, yeah. This has always been a super solid ramp. Will does an amazing job maintaining this thing, even though maybe not so many people use it anymore. He always keeps it ready to go and in the best shape that he can, and it's just a real solid ramp. It's got a nice surface, real smooth, no bumps or anything weird like that, and overall just a really nice place to jump.
So we have Brittany Greenwood on the water now, our third seed with an average of 180 feet. Brittany Greenwood coming in now for her first attempt.
Yeah. Nice counter cut. Touch more wind here. Maybe slightly cross now. Coming in. Flying those wakes. Pretty good extension. That's going to be a nice first jump for Brittany.
Nice opening jump there for Brittany. No trouble. A 168-foot opener. All right, so she's got a feel for the ramp now and can bring it down. She was earlier at the 6 than the previous two competitors, but everyone has their own points.
Absolutely. Anytime you get over that first jump without a pass, it's, that's maybe not going to be your farthest jump of the set, but it sets you up for success later on. You felt everything out. You know what the ramp feels like. And now she can go give it another go and make an adjustment from there. I think they all want, well, Hannah maybe.
Still in the leads, Sasha with her 178, followed by Taryn with 172. Brittany Greenwood had an opening jump of 168, and here she's coming in now for her second attempt. See if she brings it down some.
All right, still before the 6, but definitely a lot closer now. Let's see if she can get into the spot that she wants. A little bit of a split there for Brittany. That's probably not going to be what she wants. But perhaps she got her timing a little closer on that and put it all together for jump number 3.
Yeah, we can see in this replay the timing was pretty good, but she just got a little crushed, like you said, split up the ramp, so didn't quite get the lift she needed. So that was 136 feet on that second jump. All right, she's going to need to get it together here on this third and final jump. As we were saying, her timing might be okay, just making sure she holds position, doesn't get crushed on the ramp. Here we are with Brittany Greenwood coming in for her third and final jump.
And a much better looking jump there for Brittany. About the same place on the 600 buoy. I think she liked her timing on jump number 2 and had a much better kick for jump number 3.
.171 for that third jump.
A little bit shy of her average there, but hopefully she's happy with a 171-foot jump.
Yeah, good skiing there. So the leaderboard still is Sasha with 178, Taryn with 173, and then Brittany with 171. 2 jumpers left to go, Hannah and Lauren, and then we'll be on to open men with Blaze, Emil, Igor, Joel, Dorian, Ryan, and Freddie to round out the day. I'd like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. They've been pulling this tournament through some amazing scores this weekend, slalom and now jump. We've also got Dublin Toyota, Good Waterskis, Babes Boat Care, HO Skis, State Farm Insurance, D3, Eagle, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Radar Skis, Wilderness Forestry, Stealth, Connolly, Larry and Gwen Ligon, Darcy Murray, Sanger Homes, and Big B Lumber. Now on the water, Hannah Streltsova. Great women's jump event, as I was saying earlier. All of these ladies have averages within 7 feet of each other. Taryn, a 175-foot average. Sasha, 179. Brittany, 180. Hannah, 182. And Lauren, 182.5.
It's pretty cool to see. As a lot of people know, in the women's jump event, there's been sort of a pretty large gap between first and second place for quite a few years now with, of course, Jacinta Carroll on the scene. But today's event is a little more interesting. We got ladies with averages pretty darn close to each other, so making for a little bit better competition today.
Here's Hannah on her opening jump. About at the same place that Brittany was.
Yeah, going to be just in front of that 600-foot buoy. It looks like that's going to probably be a bit of a sweet spot today. Very nice cut into that ramp. Maybe getting on that ramp a little more towards middle, but still getting a really nice kick and float for jump number 1.
Good lift off the ramp. 176 for that opening. Oh, that's the best opener we've had so far. Well, I shouldn't say that because Sasha had a pass and then a 178.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a nice jump for jump number 1.
So Sasha's still in the lead with her 178, followed by Hannah with 176. Then Taryn 172, and Brittany with 171. Hannah's got 2 more jumps. Here comes Hannah, jump number 2.
We're going to see her bring it down just a little bit here, going just around that 600-foot buoy. Nice progressive turn in, strong cut, and another beautiful jump from Hannah.
.166 on that second jump. 166. Didn't look like she quite had the same lift on that jump as the previous. She was later, but not quite the same kick off the ramp.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like maybe in a better place, maybe entered the ramp in the place that she wanted, but not, just like you said, not quite getting that kick, that press off the very top of the ramp as jump number 1.
All right, the jump to beat right now is Sasha's 178. Hannah coming in for her third jump. Her best so far is 176. She brought it down, but let's see if she can also get the kick off the ramp this time.
Down maybe even a little further this time. See if she can get into a spot that she likes for jump number 3. I like the looks of that one. She was able to stay down a lot better through the wakes, and a nice kick off the very top of the ramp.
That was a great jump. She had some nice hang time there. Let's watch this replay. Good turn, progressive turn in. Nice load into the base of the ramp. It was her best jump. It was a 177, but not quite enough to take the lead. Nevertheless, good jump in there for Hannah.
Yeah, our second seed, just 1 foot shy of the leader. I'd love to see the close competition in women's jump today.
So this is a preliminary jump round to find the seeding for tomorrow's finals. We'll see if that 170 holds, 178 holds, with Lauren Morgan, our top-seeded open women's jumper, here in just a few moments. Lauren from Tampa, Florida. She's a Masters champion and a World Games champion. The 2022 Masters champion and America's Cup champion. Lauren Morgan on the water, preparing for her first jump. So we'll be taking all of the jumpers into the finals tomorrow. This is, like I was saying, just to figure out the seeding. Yeah.
Is it the same for men?
I said,
I mean, they should.
It goes faster than slalom.
Yeah. Well, that's why would we not want it? I believe this is our very first California Pro-Am to feature jump, if I'm not mistaken.
I know one year at Belle Aqua they had it as an exhibition.
That's right.
But it wasn't a part of the tournament. Those scores didn't go in anywhere. But this is the first time it's part of the sanctioned event as a record score for prize money.
Yeah, I'd sure hope it's something that sticks around for years to come. Lauren Morgan, jump number 1. Nice and wide, making her turn in for the ramp. Lots of angle. She's going to take jumper 1. Maybe a little bit on her heels off the top, but it looks like she had her timing in a pretty good place, and she can work off of that for jumps 2 and 3.
Huh. All right, she has the 176 on that opening jump. 176 feet. All right, now she knows what the ramp feels like, knows what's to do for her next 2 jumps. That's a pretty good opening jump. Ties Hannah's not in meters, though, but ties Hannah's opening jump. So what did you think of her timing there? Was it pretty good? Maybe just more position on the ramp, falling back on her heels?
You know, I'd say the timing was pretty good. I think her turn in was strong. She got to the ramp at a pretty good spot. So, yeah, I think from here on it's just going to be how she accepts the impact with the ramp and if she can put that all together.
Lauren Morgan coming in for her second jump after a 176 opener.
Just about the same place at the 600 buoy, so I think she was happy with the timing there. Jump number 1. Another very good turn and very strong cut. And a little bit of a split for jump number 2. It's not going to be quite what she's looking for. It might be just a touch shorter.
Well, this is good. It's giving them a feel of the ramp if they didn't get to practice this week, and so that they know what's to watch out for tomorrow. That was a 175 on her second jump.
Not as much shorter as from jump number 1 as I would have thought. I think the 175 on a jump like that, I think she's definitely got a lot left in the tank.
So still in the lead with one jump, Sasha's in the lead with 178, and Lauren has 1 jump to go to see what our seeding will be like for tomorrow's Open Women Jump Finals. So she kept her timing the same on the last 2 jumps. Let's see if she alters anything here. Attempt number 3, Lauren Morgan.
Nice and wide, just ahead of that 600-foot buoy. Strong counter cut. And that's going to be a pass for jump number 3. She's got the sight felt out, and she's going to take that into tomorrow.
Yeah, so it looks like our top seed tomorrow will be Sasha with her 178, followed by Hannah with 177, Lauren with 176, and then Taryn with 173, and Brittany with 171. So all these ladies jumping into the 170 mark. Great jumping out there. And now we'll be moving into Open Men with Blaze Grubbs, Emil Ritter, Igor Morozov, Joel Poland, Dorian Llewellyn, Ryan Dodd, and Freddie Kruger.
Okay, on the water now, Blaze Grubbs moving right on into men's jump. Blaze has an average of 178 feet.
I think so. Blaze had a phenomenal couple of rounds for himself this morning in slalom with a 4 at 39 and then a 3 at 39.
Boy, he did. That's probably some of the best slalom skiing I've seen out of Blaze. Looked him really, really solid today. Multiple starts at 39 where I thought maybe we were going to finish that pass.
Ryan Hinkle, if you're watching, Blaze would like to give a shout out to you in Tennessee. Here comes Blaze Grubbs. Opening jump for our first open men jumper.
Just in front of the 6, Blaze out there feeling out the water. Jump number 1. Nice turn in. It's probably going to be touch on the early side for him. I would imagine he's going to be bringing it down just slightly for jump number 2. Did you have some Jello? Did you have some Jello? You want some? You sure? Ooh, it melted. Shit.
What did you think of it?
Well, now I can drink it.
Blaze Grubbs will be coming in for jump number 2 now. Getting his timing figured out. He had a pass on jump 1.
Definitely bring it down quite a bit at that 6, going just past it. That looks like a much better setup for Blaze. Nice strong cut into the ramp. Beautiful extension off the top of that ramp. I think he'll be much happier with that.
Watching this replay. Nice pop off the ramp there for Blaze. 173 for him. 173 for Blaze. So just 5 feet from his average. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
No, you're doing it. You know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I haven't jumped in 6 years. They used to be, now they're just shots.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline.
All right, so we have
in the
Blaze coming in
USA.
for jump
173. Okay, so a pass on his first jump. Second jump, a 173. He's getting close to that average, but he's going to want a little bit more. Bringing it down on the 6 just a little bit. Getting a little banked up on the counter, but not too bad. Moving away. Nice turn. Driving in. Ooh, that looks a little bit bigger from here.
I definitely think he connected a bit better off the ramp there. Let's see if he's happy about jump number 3.
Throwing a little tantrum on the landing there. He doesn't look too happy. I think he felt like he missed just a little bit of his kick.
Well, with someone like Blaze, you always know that no matter what he does, there's definitely a little more left in the tank, and he knows it.
Yeah, he's a talented skier. There's many more jump events to come for Blaze. A 177 on his last jump, so just coming a foot short of his average from the rankings list. So I know he wants a little bit more, but not too bad of a start for Blaze Grubbs.
Yeah, you definitely can't complain with that.
And that's a pretty good day on the water. I mean, a 4:39 in the morning and a 177 in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Some of his best slalom skiing that I think we've seen.
Yeah, he looked good. Been seeing him this week ripping it up in between plane rides. So next up off the water, we should have Emil Ritter just getting his bindings wet. I believe they're going out there to put the ramp up to 6 foot.
And a short break there while we get the ramp up to its final head of 6 feet for the remainder of the men's jump event.
180 centimeters for our fellow Europeans out there. But next up we have Emil Ritter from Chile. He's been having a fantastic season this year. Qualified for his first Masters. That was awesome to see. He was absolutely through the roof, excited for that. He skied pretty well there. I think he was just out the finals. And he's done some fantastic skiing this year. 216 feet is his average. So we will see if he can push over that. I think he has a PB in the early 220s, if I believe so. I was training with him down in Chile at the start of this year, and he was really putting in some work to change his style a little bit, get a little bit lower into the base. He has a very stood-up style, but he's been putting in some work to try to just get a little bit lower, get a little bit more load into the base, and obviously training with Jay Bennett a lot last year and Martin Coleman this year up in Utah, so He gets plenty of instruction from some of the best in the world, so let's see if he can put that to good use today.
Yeah, I've definitely never personally seen a bad jumper come from Jay Bennett. Definitely seems to help these guys out quite a bit.
Teaches them good and proper. All right, so coming around the turning island, a really unique setup here. The jumpers have a long time to wait before they pull out for that 6. Often lakes are a little shorter than this. So they've got a lovely time to relax before they pull out of that 6. Make sure they get settled. Going relatively late on that 6. They're getting a little narrow. I know he's going to want to change that next jump, but let's see how he can deal with this speed on jump number 1. Looks like a nice spot coming in, picking up that ski. Good, solid first jump there for Milo. I think he's going to be happy with that. It's just a little warm-up jump, testing out the wind. There's not many jump sites in the world like this. Very perfectly man-made, very pretty, jumping all the way down at the end of the lake into like a little cove of trees. So it's a pretty unique setup. It's a pretty unique view. And he obviously didn't struggle with it too much. 201 feet on his first jump. 61 meters, I believe that is. So a solid first jump. He's going to need more to get up there into those podium places. I know he's going to want to be late off that dock in the final. But just testing out the waters on jump 1. And let's see what he can put together on jump 2. All right, Emil coming in for jump 2. Nice little 2:01 on the board for jump number 1. Let's see if he can carry a little more speed at the 6. That's a little bit better. Bringing it down just a touch, I think. Obviously feeling like he got a little slow. The wind is up a touch, so he's going to have a lovely head breeze if he can connect on this one. Big turn there. Big drive. Oh, just bringing it down. Probably a little too much on that jump. So interesting here, we have Emil's skier buyer in front of us, 30 years of age from the hometown of Chile, lives in Santiago. His ski site is Good Ski Lake, one of the many sponsors we have there here this weekend. So thank you very much for everyone who has helped put on this event. He rides Goodman skis and he's been skiing since the age of 3. I hope that doesn't mean he's been jumping since the age of 3. It could be child abuse, but we'll find out. His favourite record is his 6th place at the... His favourite title is 6th place at the Masters this year. I was with him when he realised that he'd made it, and he was emotional to say the least. It's been a big goal of his for his whole life. So he started the year with a bang. Let's hope he can restart his season with a bang here and get a little more distance on the board.
It says here when he's not water skiing, he can be found mountain biking and as well as hiking. That means he's got some strong legs and some strong lungs. 2 pretty good qualities for a jump water skier.
I was going to say, this guy is fit. And he's actually interesting. He's a vegan. He's a fully vegan athlete. Yeah, and he makes me feel very guilty when I'm chowing down. He's sat in the corner eating his. I tell you what, he makes some good food though. His salads and all that stuff looks good.
Oh, I bet. I guess if you're gonna go that way, you got to learn how to make some pretty good stuff. And definitely doesn't seem like it's holding him back.
No, he has some. He's pretty jacked. He spends plenty of time in the gym. All right, so jump number 3. I believe he was maybe just a touch late on that second jump. Looks a similar spot. Let's see if he can get a little bit of a better setup out on his glide. Coming in. That looks pretty late. Smooth turn. Is he going to take it? Or just slipping out on that ramp, losing just a little bit of distance there. I think that's going to be maybe high 190s. But just for a little feel around there, getting a 2:01 on the board. I think he'll be relatively happy with that, and he's going to feel a little bit more confident to push it in the finals. Conditions are absolutely to die for. Beautiful little headwind coming in all the way down the lake, so nice and consistent, no surprises as you're on your glide. But yeah, I think he's going to be a little bit annoyed with that start, but it is a good build-up, and we look forward to seeing more in the next round. That is a 190 on that last jump, so 201 feet will be the best jump of his day. 61.3 meters, 201 feet. So let's see if Igor Morozov can put together just a little bit more distance than Milo. He's a very, very strong jumper, Igor. I know he's been begging to put his jump skis back on. It's been a long summer break, so let's see what he can put together. All right, so Igor really kind of showing off his personality here. Shout-outs to the organisers for putting on a jump event. He absolutely loves this sport. He's been doing it since the age of 5 years old, so he's 35 years deep in this sport. He's still out here. Every single event, Igor shows on, gets his skis out, and really puts on a show for the crowd. Has a unique style, to say the least. Very creative. He's very, very tall into the base, and he's made his own special sling to be able to deal with that. The pull comes from his hip. I assume this was a year ago he had that same setup, so it'll be interesting to see if he's still using that today. But a very specific setup for a very specific style.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to professional men's jumping. Igor coming in for jump number 1.
All right, coming out for that counter cut. Let's see. Have a really good view of the 6 where we're sat here. A very similar spot to Milo, but a little wider, a little more aggressive on that counter cut for the 6, getting up on that boat. Looks like a similar spot to Emil. Late on his first jump. Big first jump there. Almost jumping out of the camera on that one. I think he's...
I'm not sure the cameraman was ready for that kind of a jump. Very nice for jump number 1.
Really getting connected. A good spot. Just making it on that corner. Coming up and getting super over those skis. Really pushing into that beautiful headwind. Be interesting to see the distance on this one. I think that's going to be maybe 210, maybe 215. It's hard to tell from this angle, but lovely float. 221 feet on his first jump, 67.4 meters.
Woo. Igor looking pretty happy with that jump number 1. Now we're just gonna go out and have some fun. Jumps 2 and 3.
I was gonna say first jump. Obviously had a little practice the other day. But that's always jumping off a plane, putting your skis on. But first jump in the tournament to put out a 221, 67.4 meters is incredibly impressive and really shows the experience on Igor and the drive that he has to get himself on the top of that podium. Let's see what he does on these next few jumps. Will he take it easy and just try feel the sight out a little bit, or is he going to try push for more distance? And we will find out as he rounds the turning island at the end now. All right, pulling out for that 6. Let's see if he can carry that similar width. Oh, looks like he's brought it down a few feet there. This one is going to be late. Lovely counter cut as he rides up on the boat. He's carrying some speed. He is hauling it. Is he going to take it? Oh, he is. That is another huge jump. Great jump in there from Igor. That is awesome to watch. He brought it down. Look at his left, barely in the water through that turn. Getting over his skis just a little quicker than the other jump. So it'll be interesting to see the distance on this one. And if just coming forwards off the top of the ramp there, you'll see jump straight into his flight. You can lose just a little bit of distance doing that. You'll see, especially from some of our later jumpers with Dodd. Oh, 222 feet. So bringing it down that few feet. Giving him that little more distance, 67.6, 30 centimeters further.
Just beautiful. Not only an amazing first jump from Igor, but consistency with that second jump, pushing it out another foot to 222 feet. Amazing jumping.
Yeah, that's some impressive jumping there from Igor. It's been a few months since we had a jump tournament, so it's nice to see these guys pushing hard and showing us why we all love the jump event. So rounding the turning island at the far end, coming in for his little weight before he has to pull out for the 6. So Igor coming in for his last jump has a 221, a 222. Is he going to make his third jump a 223 plus? We will find out. Very similar spot on the 6. But let's see. Maybe he's spotted a little wind change. Maybe he thinks he can get a little more out the ramp if it's a touch earlier. Cutting in, better spot. Or just slipping out on that last one. Going for the grab in the air. That is not going to improve on his 222 feet jump. But that is an impressive set there from Igor. I think that'll still be in the 200 feet. Maybe a little less, but a great set there from Igor, showing everyone else what's up, and that distance is there to be had for today. 198 feet there on his last jump. So obviously going to take his 222 feet jump, his second jump. Fantastic skiing out there, putting himself 21 feet ahead of Emil out there. But this is only the prelims today. We're just jumping for seeding. So don't count the rest of the crew out yet. Next up, we have someone I'm always excited to watch. Watched him growing up because we skied together. He's now here with his jump skis on, Joel Poland. He's really come through this season and last, and is really kind of put out a little bit of a new technique. Has a really light turn, but gets so insanely high up on the boat and turns from there. It's something that is possibly one of the hardest things to do in jump, and he digs hard after that second wake, but he turns so incredibly high up on the boat and carries so much speed into that first wake. So watch out for that. See if he does it. Let's see if he can get that distance. Interesting to see if he's going to notice just a little bit of a wind change coming in. Just a crosswind coming across the lake for his countercut. But I think we get a little headwind out there in the air. So let's see if he can figure that out. Get his timing on his first jump. And how far is he going to send it down the lake? All right, here's Joel pulling out for the 6. I know he focuses a lot on the 6, I'd like to say. Doing a little hop there before he turns in.
Classic Joel Poland.
Having fun. A little bit earlier out there than Igor, but he has a really strong countercut. He's so high up on the boat when he turns. I think he's going to be a little early on this first jump. Oh, getting a little forwards off the top, but that is going to be a solid 200 plus feet jump. I'm going maybe 210, 215 if I was to give my best guess.
I think you're pretty close.
Just coming forwards a little bit off the top of the ramp there. A little uncharacteristic of Joel lately. He's found a really good way of getting his launch off the top to move up and into his flight. Just maybe a little bit early, flattening off a touch into the base. I'm so incredibly wrong. That was 222 feet, 67.6.
Casually hopping up and down at the 700-foot buoy, still managing a 226-foot jump for 222-foot jump for jump number 1. Incredible.
Saving the 226 for the next one. I think that maybe shows why Joel is so efficient on a pair of jump skis. It's because he can pull out for the 6, do about 10 hops because he realizes he's pulled out way too early. Gets himself in, still turns his skis, puts in a beautiful countercut, and from a relatively early spot, putting out a 222 feet jump. So I'm excited to see what he can do, hitting the double up at the far end of the lake, making sure he gets in a few extra jumps. But let's see if we can just bring it down on his start for the 6, get a little better timing. No hops this time. coming in, bringing it down a touch. We're starting to get to where Igor turned on that 6. Joel does have a much stronger counter cut. He really carries his speed up on the boat, turning those skis. Big cut into the ramp. Let's see if he can get hold of it. Oh, just slipping back off the top. That was the cut. That was the turn. That was the timing. I think if he can get some legs on that one, we could maybe see Joel's first ever 230 feet jump. Look at that, stomping the feet-to-feet landing. Definitely a British thing. But yeah, just not quite able to stay balanced over his feet into the base there. Just rocking back. 193 feet jump there on his second jump. 29 feet difference in between. But he knows what he has to do. He's listening to his coach, Matt Rooney, on the bank. I'm sure he's out there giving him some instructions. And let's see what he can put together. He's had a great day out on the water today already, putting in a 2 at 41 in both round 1 and round 2. So some insanely strong skiing. Obviously, one of the best overall skiers. We have 2 of the best overall skiers on the water right now in this jump event. Joel, current world overall champion, world overall record holder, and also the most recent Masters jump champion. So a man with many titles. He's going to want to add the California Pro jump title to his name. Let's see if he can get himself up and into those top seeds. He's going to want to get a little further to hold off the likes of Freddie Krueger and Ryan Dodd. Similar spot on the 6, but very aggressive counter cut yet again. Let's see how he looks. Oh, high up on the boat as he turns those skis. Coming in, big cut. Just maybe missing out on his kick a touch on that one. I'm not going to say a distance because I've been about as far away as he can, but what do you think, Ryan?
You know, very comparable to that jump number 1 we saw earlier. Definitely got himself a little bit closer to that right-hand corner this time, but again, just like Rob said, not quite sure.
So slipping out a little bit and getting a 214 feet jump, 65-meter jump there. And look at him pressing all the way into that landing. I think that's one of the things you'll notice from Joel, probably more than anyone else out there. He will press every single inch of any jump out. He's always trying to see where his flight can be, see where his movement can be. And I'm sure that was kind of his spot for the finals. He's just trying to figure it out, see where he wants to be. This is a very different lake shape than what he normally trains at Matt Rooney Ski School. It's a little bit narrower than usual. So it's a very different view for him.
Yeah, definitely a lot different than what most of these guys are used to. Now, you may not notice, but when these guys are out there on their counter cut to cut to the ramp, they're probably standing in quite a bit less water than they're used to, maybe just down to a couple feet in places. And that's definitely going to affect the way they glide and the way they time their jumps versus what they do at home.
Yeah, that's going to be it's something that's so hard because you can't see it. You can only try attempt to feel it, and that's something that you'll probably notice the likes of Freddie Krueger and Ryan Dodd do a fantastic job of, and just because they have that little more experience. But Joel managing the conditions well, not quite able to beat his first jump, but putting out a solid set, a 222 feet and a 214 feet jump. So a little confidence boost as he moves off into the final where he's going to want it a little more, I am sure. So next up, we have the other best overaller in the world, Dorian Llewellyn. These guys have been battling out on the overall tour lately. It's been down to centimeters in the jump event, so it's been super exciting to watch. But now we don't have any trick skis here. It's just down to the 2 jump sticks. So pulling out for the 6, aggressive pull out there, getting super wide on the boat, carrying lovely speed up on the boat, so balanced in the middle of his skis. Let's see how he deals with his first jump. Looking just maybe a little bit early. Oh my, wow.
Unbelievable save there for Dorian Llewellyn.
We need a big replay of that one. Holy, Dorian nearly. Oh! That is by far the most impressive jump save I've ever seen from a 140-pound man.
I'd have to agree there. That was some unbelievable athleticism, Dorian Llewellyn.
Oh! Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. We've just seen a replay on the webcast. Fantastic shot, him coming off, getting completely banked. His right tip is way past vertical. So this is a really, really testing moment here for Dorian Llewellyn. This is where I'm glad that I've had my slalom ski out today and not brought the jump skis with me. This is one of the toughest parts of jump. It happens. You get trips, you get tip drops, you move. But this is really what kind of sets the character of a jumper.
Absolutely.
You know?
All about how he can recover from that jump number one and try to put that out of his mind and get back into a good place here for jump number two.
He's basically got to forget the fact that he very almost ended up in hospital.
Absolutely.
And has to do the exact same thing again, figure out what he did wrong. I believe he's got no families here. His coach isn't here, so he's got to figure out where he went. Be confident, get a nice confidence builder. A little earlier on the 6, a little narrower. Just needs a nice little confidence building jump here to move on into the final. Remember, this is only a seeding round, much earlier. And a much better jump there from Dorian. I think that was a smart move there. Obviously, I think in the final he would have maybe made a slightly more aggressive move. But just to try feel things out, coming off left side of the ramp, nice and early, nice and smooth. I'm sure it'll still be early 200 feet distance, but that's going to have built a little bit of confidence in him. 211 feet. So still a very good score, putting himself above Emil Ritter, but not quite near the likes of Joel and Igor there with their 222s. I think that first cut was maybe the go. He looked strong. His turn was good. He turned from a late spot, but ended up a little early on the ramp. So if he can kind of get his confidence back, turn from that same spot he did in that first one, I think we could see a very large jump out of Dorian. But part of me wonders whether he's gonna maybe just find that first spot, pass the jump, save it for tomorrow. But we shall see. I hope not. I hope we see a 230 feet jump out there. But we will find out as he comes around the island. All right, so jump number 3 coming in. Ooh, bringing it down on the 6. This is a late look. Looks like the wind's almost died a little bit on him as well. So this is going to be a late cut. Oh, let's see if he can take it. He is. Big jump from Dorian. There we go. That is a statement. That was late. And I believe, looking on the camera, is there a little bit of a tailwind in the air maybe there or no?
It might be shifting just a little bit. This time of day here, it's very common to have winds like this blowing usually pretty much across the lakes.
And I feel like that's... Oh, 216. I thought that was a little further than that, actually.
Definitely was the cut for it. Maybe not quite the kick he was looking for, but we're taking everybody into the finals tomorrow, so a good opportunity for these guys to feel out the water and the ramp and set it up for a fun day tomorrow.
Yeah, but I tell you, you can see they're landing with a lot of slack line, not quite able to keep his direction through the ramp maybe. Lose a lot of distance from that. But I think that really tells the true character of Dorian out there. Took a very close stumble on his first jump. Scary scenes. But moving on, took a nice little steady on his second jump and then attacked the hell out of that last one. And that kind of tells us why jumpers are a different breed. Some impressive skiing there from Dorian Llewellyn. But now we have taking a moment to look at the leaderboard. We have Igor Morozov and Joel Poland tied on meters, 67.6 meters exactly. So they are tied to within 10 centimeters of each other. And obviously tied in feet, so 222 feet there, out in the lead. And then obviously a Dorian with a 216-foot leap. Some great jumping there from the guys. And just legends on legends. We have a really strong jump field here. Ryan Dodd is next off the dock. Really, really kind of solidified himself solidified himself in these last few years as been one of, if not the best jumper for the past kind of 3 to 5 years out there on the water. I know that's going to put the fire in Freddy Krueger's belly as he hears me saying that, but really kind of taken to a new style, very light, very, very squatted, very incredibly strong. You follow him on Instagram, you see him doing some new fancy movement every single day. And he's really kind of pushed his technique to the limits, and let's see where that limit is today. He's an incredibly analytical skier and person in general. Every single move is calculated. There is no unneeded risks. There is no unneeded... unnecessary risks taken, essentially. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. I see him maybe taking a strong first jump, putting one out there and just feeling it out, but we shall see.
Oh, yeah.
Unfun. All right, Ryan Dodd, let's see what he can do. Similar spot to the rest of the guys there, about 6:20, hanging out there a little slower than the rest of them, but watch him build into the base and just getting so much load as he moves in, and that's where that strength comes in. A lot of the other skiers are very much speed skiers. They rely from speed from the turn, they rely from getting high on the boat, but Dodd just letting that boat run down the lake, letting the load build as he sets his skis slowly and then just attacks that ramp so hard. An early jump there from Dodd. I'd like to see him bring it down a little bit, but a 219-foot jump on that first jump. Impressive stuff to watch there. Almost taking it as a 3/4 and getting 219 feet. Awesome, awesome stuff. Let's see if he can bring it down a touch and what he can do on his next jump.
Always interesting watching Ryan and Freddie jumping back to back. Two very different ways of getting it done, and usually pretty similar results. So let's see what happens here with jump number 2, Ryan Dodd.
Been a great webcast.
Ryan Dodd, jump number 2.
Coming in, taking that long wait before he pulls out for the 6. Getting up, getting nice and wide. Carrying so much speed into that 6. Yes, bringing it down.
A little bit more wind here for jump number 2.
A little more wind, and I think he just wants to get a little more speed through this turn. Much better turn. Oh, still early, though. But big kick off the top of the ramp there. Beautiful flight. I think he's just struggling to find his spot. You can see he's having to turn his skis so incredibly slowly, which is one of the kind of key markers of Dodd's style, but I think he's just not able to put as much as he'd like in that turn, not able to get quite as much angle, because obviously if you start with 20 degrees of angle, it's very hard to get those skis all the way around for the base. And just a 218-foot jump there for Ryan Dodd.
Yeah, I think a bit of an unfortunate turn of events. Definitely brought it down a little bit from jump number 1. At the same time, had a little bit more wind in his face, so likely ended him up in a pretty similar spot. Definitely not quite what he wanted there for jump number 2.
Yeah, and just I think as well that's his, like I say, he's a very analytical guy. So starting out there, instead of putting out a super crazy late one out there on his first jump, kind of like what Igor did, putting out a big jump on his first one, I think he's just feeling the water, seeing where he needs to push it. He knows he can put out a deep, a big 200-plus foot jump on those kind of cuts. So maybe I think he's just trying to push it down, bring it a little later at the 6, little by little, till we start to see that speed in the turn and those cuts for those big 230, 240 feet jumps. All right, so coming in, third jump. Bringing it down yet again on the 6. Doesn't hold his cut out on that counter cut as long as the likes of Joel or Dorian, but getting in a bit of a better spot. He is late on this one and getting his lift. What a jump. Love to hear from him and see kind of what he thought of that set. He still looked a little bit early, but it's hard to tell kind of what he's looking for in that turn. I know he likes to do a calm turn. He likes to really build the load on his skis. But a 223-foot jump. A 223-foot jump there on his last one, so putting himself just out in first place there, ahead of the tie-break with Joel and Igor. But beautiful, beautiful jumping there from Dodd. A little bit of a lesson in how to jump strong, safe, and committed. So, just a little announcement here. Can you please announce? I'm announcing now. At some point, the dinner on site is at 7 p.m. for all skiers, and guests are able to buy a ticket. So it is 5:42 right now. So in 1 hour and 15 minutes, dinner will be starting. I see them preparing it. I smelt it as I was skiing. Whew. It's hard to concentrate after that 38, but beautiful, beautiful dinner coming up. So please, if you're a guest, please go there and purchase your tickets. And skiers, get digging in. Now we have the dinner out the way. We have the legend, possibly the greatest of all time. I think possibly isn't needed there. A fantastic jumper, Freddy Krueger, coming out on the water. So I'm pretty sure I remember making my first Masters last year and been sat there and all young and excited and joyous, and I sat down next to Freddie and I was like, Freddie, how many Masters have you done? I'm pretty sure we found out that I was, I think, 21 at the time, and I think he'd done more Masters than years I was alive. And I think he'd won like 15 of them. And just insane. You look into this man's titles and credits and records, and just the career span that he has had has been fantastic, and I'm sure he would love nothing more than to add yet another California Pro Jump title. I believe he was the champion at the past event in 2011, so it's had a little 12-year hiatus, but he's coming back, and let's see, so much speed up on the boat, beautiful turn, strong cut, and what a jump. That is a textbook Freddy Krueger jump there. Beautiful little feeler out there, feeling out the wind. Like I say, it's been changing a little bit. I think he's going to have been watching that on the dock. And just a textbook jump. Really coming up off that top of the ramp and flying so beautifully. So Freddie there putting up a 224 feet jump. That is a 68.4 meter jump. So first jump out on the water, showing them that he's not done.
Oh, he ain't done yet.
He's been doing this many more years than most of us, but he is not done. That is a massive first jump, and that looked effortless. Truly effortless. I believe he's spent a lot of time jumping here with D3 and Mastercraft in the past, so a little more comfortable on this side maybe than some of the others. But, I mean, fantastic first jump.
Absolutely amazing. To think that he's been doing this and competing at a master's level in jump since before you and I were even born. Unbelievable. Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, this is fantastic to watch, and he's putting on a show for everyone here right now. Pulling out for that 6, bringing it down. A similar spot to Dodd, just a little later than everyone else. And let's see if he can carry a little more speed. Let's see if we can see a magic 230. Big turn. Come on, Freddie. Take it. Oh, just a little bit too much. That was the cut. That was the cut. And we say that, talk about Ryan Dodd as an analytical guy. Well, Freddie's a very technical guy. And I know I don't mean that in a bad way to either skier. But ever since we ran a pro tournament at our site in England for 10 years, and Freddie used to come, and he never used to practice. He used to, the first time he came, put his skis on the dock, and you see him like 2 hours before. He's stood at the 6 for 30 minutes, watching everyone turn their 6, watching everyone go down the end of the lake. You see him looking at the turns. You see him looking at the ramp. You see him just practicing. He goes out on the far side of the bank and he runs through a whole jump. I'm not talking like stepping on the spot. I'm talking he goes and he basically turns a 6, runs 600 feet through the whole setup, turns, hits the jump, extension, everything. And he is just a real true master at visualization and feeling out the conditions before he's even got on the water. So if anyone wants to learn from someone, this is the man to learn from, and just truly amazing to watch. So interesting to see there, Freddie on the way down the lake. We think signaling to the boat. He just wants a little change, maybe a change in leader, maybe a change in power factor, testing something out for the final, truly optimizing his setup. And as one of the major developers in Zero Off, this guy knows his stuff. So if anyone gets a camera on that, see what he was saying, we'd all love to know. So coming in, jump number 3, he is in the lead. So this one is just for the show. Just to give us all a lesson. Bringing it down a little bit at the 6 there. Bringing it down maybe 1 or 2 feet. Doesn't sound like much, but it adds up when there's a big red ramp in front of you. Big turn. Here we go. Come on, Freddie. Oh, and just passing. Obviously, just feeling out the conditions. Testing out that boat. Seeing where things were optimal. But that was almost a textbook jump set for Freddie. I imagine he went to sleep last night, visualizing what he was going to do today. That was probably on the priority list. First jump, top seed, and not have to do too much today. But there is the leaderboard there. Freddie Krueger in first place, a 224-foot jump, 68.2 meters. Following closely behind is Ryan Dodd with a 223-foot jump, so 1 foot behind with a 68-meter jump. Igor Morozov in third with a 222-feet jump, so yet again 1 foot behind Dodd. And then Joel Poland tying. So in between first place and fourth place, there is 2 feet, or for all the Europeans watching, if anyone's mad enough to have stayed up till past midnight, there is 6 centimeters in between first and fourth. That is truly mad, the fact that two rulers is the difference between first and fourth.
Oh, it's amazing. I think we're gearing up towards a pretty exciting final tomorrow evening.
Yes, you are. And yeah, that is truly exciting. And that's one thing that I've been noticing lately from watching a lot of jump events. It always seems to be close lately. Every single event this year has been 1 foot at most in between like first, second, third. And it's just amazing to watch. And it sure makes for some exciting jumping for both the jumpers and us watching.
Absolutely, yeah. Not only our legends out there continuing to push the sport, but also our young guns coming up and challenging them as well. So making for some very exciting jump competition today.
So, Freddie Krueger putting on a show for us. That'll be the last of the action that there is today. We'd like to say thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for Kelvin and his whole crew for putting together a fantastic webcast for everyone at home to watch. I know my family's been watching. My mum was up till like 1 a.m. checking out the slalom. But thank you so much to the crew and every single organizer, skier, event judge, and person here helping out. And we will be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Oh, I got a lion tomorrow at 10 a.m. The head-to-heads will be starting. Plenty of time for an in and out before we get going. So see you guys tomorrow and enjoy your night.